Hello everyone. Just to clarify, I'm going for a different format of recording this time because it's the visuals are made by my laptop, but it's recorded through my phone. And I know I'm a bit of a tightwad to have a recorder. Anyway, so an interesting video. We are going to rank. Well, I'm going to rank every single episode of Cobra Kai. Sorry, just messed about with my screen. Oh yeah, if I tell you what, if I do like some kind of dual ranking, there we go. Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have set myself up earlier. But as I set up myself and the sorry, just getting distracted. There you go. Let's bring up the episodes. Yeah, so it's just ranking every episode one by one and just seeing how it all fits in. And yes, this is the whole show as a whole. I'm not going to involve the films, that's probably another time. So yeah, it is just the show itself. And so yeah, I think the best way I'm going to determine it, like despite some subjectivity, I'm still going to rank the episodes by like the most satisfying events, the most useful episodes, I suppose, the ones that have really great setup or payoffs, and seeing what their character moments are like, and what what the state of the story is like, and just seeing how like I said, how much input and usefulness it has for the story. So I'm going to try and be as consistent as possible, and yeah, we are talking about ranking 65 episodes, which does seem to be small because a lot of TV shows are massive. But yeah, like I said, I'll try and explain why one episode is above one another. But yeah, like I'll explain as best as possible. Everyone's ranking is different as well, so you can always make your own and compare and see if you agree or not. So yeah, without further ado, we'll rank the first, the episode that's right at the bottom. So the episode I would argue is the weakest. Every episode is extremely good and high quality regardless, so there's no bad episode, but I would argue there are some that episodes that achieve far more than others. And the one I decided to put at the bottom is the episode Back in Black, which so I'll help refresh your memory. So the episode Back in Black, it's the cement mixer exercise and Daniel training everyone the circle method. Now this episode, when I was doing my watch through, this one definitely had the least going on, because most of the episode is just the vehicle, running inside it and being taught the circle method. And whilst it is nice to have episodes to be neat, yeah, this is just made up of just the episode. That's just basically some of its premise. There are like snippets in between, such as Samantha, telling Daniel how he can use his own methods, because he's not Miyagi after all, and also Chris saying to everyone about how he used to train Johnny, which did inspire the kids a bit. And yeah, and what also kind of bothered me is that whilst I guess maybe it is like kind of the point where Daniel actually made progress, like teaching the circle method, but everyone else was just getting punished by running through a vehicle mixer. And I suppose it's what happens if the kids decide to misbehave. Yeah, I think the dabbing thing, I think, will age, and yeah, and I suppose it is an interesting idea for the kids to get punished after thinking that they're top-notch fighters now, and also trying to give Miguel a go at leading the other students. Yeah, like I said, a neat idea, but I just feel like there were far more interesting concepts, and yeah, just looking back, it just had the least emotional effect on me. And There are other interesting moments. Daniel finally seeing Chris as well. That's still a cool moment, and also Daniel trying to help Robbie to have him settle elsewhere after being left alone. So there are those nice moments as well, but just made most of it. It just made up of the moments I highlighted, which at least it stuck to those events instead of constantly mixing about. But like I said, just the least amount of emotional investment in me, and I guess it felt a tad long at times. But anyway, that's that one, and we'll get on to the next one. So the last episode was the second episode of season 2. Now we're on to season 3, episode 3, which is Now You're Going to Pay. So this too felt like an episode which didn't have a whole lot going on as well. Like the main forefront of this episode was everyone trying to gather money for Miguel, which is rather nice because you have the students trying to help, and then Johnny has his own input after trying to see his stepdad. And then I really like the moment where Rosie, asked Johnny to stick around, and there's also I also really like how Daniel, talks about why he started the car company in the first place. Because to help, because he talked about when he first got a car and he had that really exciting feeling and he wanted that to be the case for everyone, which is rather nice. And then you have Johnny trying to see one of his mates at the church, and the mate said he'll help out with Johnny and Robbie, which didn't really have much of a payoff, mainly because Johnny was asked to stay for Miguel as opposed to seeing Robbie. So yeah, just a lot of very nice moments, but just once again, just not a whole lot going on, despite a couple of really nice moments in between. And yeah, it just felt like I guess like a bit of a pause before everything builds up again, but there's some can accidentally go a bit uneventful for it. So yeah, I think that's probably the reason why I put this one down there. I think it is just what Daniel says about his car company and Rosa having a moment with Johnny. I think that helps bring up a bit more compared to the previous episode, because at least this one has like some more emotional moments. So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Alright, next up is season 1, episode 3, Esqueleto. So that's basically the Halloween party and Miguel getting them trained in the pool, and there's some attempt of advertising, like Johnny walking around with the posters and Miguel even helping making a website. And then it sadly ends with Miguel getting beaten up in the end, which does create its own kind of cliffhanger. And there's the skeleton costume reference, and I think that's where Miguel showed his interest in 80s rock music, which is another cool moment. And Daniel wondering about Sam and Kyla and seeing where that's all going. But yeah, so once again a lot of cool moments. I think this one is above the other two because the ending is like quite solid. Just really proving that Miguel still has a lot to learn, and it does feel more like a love letter to the original film, especially with the Halloween party reference, and Sam is more involved in the plot, and Miguel also now bonded with Johnny a bit more. So yeah, there are like a lot of things well set up and that. But yeah, I think when watching this episode, I think a lot of it wasn't always exciting, because there's the pool thing and the climate, the ending as well. But yeah, like the previous episode, it was just a lot of it was just quite laid back. And I remember when I was like rewatching this season, and because I remember trying to recommend this to other people, and they've said about how the first couple of episodes was kind of a bit slow for them, and because I reckon that because I think this season because I think Cobra Kai gets quicker during episode 5 and onwards, but there's still a lot of cool things that the prior episodes still do, but I do feel like this one kind of slows down the pace and the whole thing a bit, despite I think it's achieving and continuing. So yeah, even the way Johnny and Daniel encounter one another again, it's like one of their least eventful interactions as well. It is just as simple as seeing each other in the school and Daniel just being like, just I've all got my own problems. You need to get out of the building. There's just not a lot to that, despite Johnny and Daniel being fresh with their, after seeing each other a couple of times, after a very long time. So yeah, I think that's why I put that one, this position. Alright, so next up is Strike First. So, looks like what I said about season 1 being kind of slow at the first half. Because also like looking back of the ranking, I was quite surprised that some of the first episodes are slightly lower. But I think when rewatching this one, even this has its slower moments. Like, granted, it does introduce Sam a bit, but not as much of a solid introduction compared to other characters. Like, her introduction makes her feel more like a side character until she slowly becomes more in the forefront, when every other character has had some kind of impactful introduction. Like, granted, Silver's is a bit underplayed, but I think that was kind of the point. But yeah, with Sam, I think the introduction could have been a lot better, because like the pool scene with her, I guess it does show she has her mates and they all hang about, and she has a rebellious nature at times, because Daniel's like, what's all of this have to do it? All of these people doing there. So yeah, that didn't achieve a whole lot, and yeah, but even then, there's still a lot of good positives. Miguel has his first day of training, which does have its highlights, but Miguel's training moments, the better moments, do happen later on, and yeah, I think the amount it was like trying to set up as well, because the first season really did well with just focusing on Johnny and Miguel and either of their situation, but to mix someone in between alongside who the kind of characters we see at the school. And yeah, I guess it was a bit much at first, and yeah, I also feel like Daniel and Sam have better moments later on, which really showed their father and daughter bonding. And what I will say is that I really like the ending to this one as well. Like the foreshadowing that Miguel could end up being like Johnny if he continues to go down that path. And yeah, there's already there's that tension set up between Johnny and Daniel. Like, that part is extremely well done, and that alone makes that episode rank higher compared to the others. Because there was Daniel's fear of the dojo coming back, and yeah, and Miguel's first lesson as well. Just seeing how Johnny tries to be a sensei at first, and he's still trying to find his footing. But yeah, I think looking back, because I and other people have evidently just let the show do its setup and take its time. But yeah, I think for others, like the people I trying to recommend to, it's a bit slow for them, and it's a real shame, because when you stick to things, they do pay off quite well. But I think this episode could have been a bit quicker and a more effective introduction for Sam, considering what happens later on. So yeah, we'll hop on to the next one. Okay, so next up is the moment of truth. So this is where Tori's first introduced, where Stingray joins the dojo, and most of it is set on the beach, especially with Daniel saving Robbie and Dimitri joining Miyagi-Do at the end after being hit in the face by Kreese at the start. So yeah, this one definitely has a lot of cool highlights. I like when Daniel saves Robbie from some delinquents, and just really showing how well Daniel acts as a good defender, just like Miyagi, and I really like that moment with the fisherman as well. Just a really nostalgic moment for Daniel and what he learns as well. That just letting the students find them instead of vice versa. And there's more emphasis of how Cobra Kai seems to be the winning dojo compared to Miyagi-Do. So Daniel does reach some kind of low point, which is quite interesting. And Tori's introduction is, I think at this point she just, we learn, some elements of what she's like. She's quite competitive and very forthright, and then it does set up being a potential foil against Sam. And this one has like a lot of really cool moments, which does help this story stand out, helps expand on other things better than the prior episodes, and a lot of really cool solid moments as well. Really helps emphasize the kind of theme season 2 was going for. But I think this too was just like a little bit slow at times, and I feel like Tori and Sam's beginning of the rivalry could have, maybe I think it is the point to go for, because they're teenagers after all. They won't fall out over something more serious. But if that was the case, I feel like that could have been a bit more effective, because their rivalry kind of started with accusations and what's face Aisha kind of being won over by Tori as well. Because I think Tori coming in as well, that's it added to how more kids were coming in to take more of the spotlight. And whilst Tori definitely earned herself more as a main character later on, season 2 did start to get even more cramped in terms of the kids cast. But at least that was neatened way more so later on. But this one just has like neat highlights every now and again, but not an awful lot happening. With the world around them, and it's just like waiting for some of the cooler moments. I think that's why I put this one there. So let's get on to the next one. Alright, so next up is season 1, episode 4. So I do feel really bad, because looking back, I just remember still being invested in the story. But I think like I said, all the episodes are consistent in quality, but it's I think it is just season 1 and how it takes its time a bit more. And I feel like because because at this earlier on in the story, it can't really have enough climatic moments without enough of the build up first. But I think I don't know, it's just because I feel like some of the starting episodes of the following seasons, they kind of jumpstart to get quicker in some way almost, and have more significant events at the start. But this one, however, like I really like when after Miguel was back to the flat, and Johnny's just like back to his low point again, like that I kind of like. And what I will say is that the billboard prank was very amusing. It did also introduce Cole, who was like Daniel's car rival, and despite a couple of moments later on for season 2 and 3, Cole doesn't really have like much of a presence. So whilst there's I like the moment where Daniel kicks the drink away from him, and he nearly having his advert duplicated, but that doesn't really do much in the long run. Although seeing the billboard get tainted, I tell you what, I think it's because Daniel thought Cole did it, but no, it was Johnny in the end. So finding out it was Johnny, that does add more tension between Johnny and Daniel. Like really setting that back up again. And I think some people would find it exhausting for characters to constantly go into some kind of low point, but this is at the time a new low for Johnny. He was nearly getting there until he lost Miguel, but then after, but it has like a second chance after giving Carmen some time. So now she knows what Miguel is truly getting into. yeah, to be given like another chance, yeah, that is quite bold. And we at least see Johnny and Johnny and Robbie, seeing what their dynamic is like, more of it. Um, Although I feel like a bit like Sam, Robbie didn't really have like much of an effective introduction. He only found more of his footing later on instead of from the beginning. Because at first he looked like Robbie was just another thing that was dragging Johnny down, because of how much Johnny failed him. But no, he just suddenly become more on the forefront. And I think this is where it introduces Robbie's mum as well, so at least we see how she helps out some way. But yeah, I think most of it was also just like focused on the billboard thing. And also it was a funny thing at first, but then it did like quite an emphasis and a focus on it. And I guess it was also tied later on with how the kids body tan later on, but even that was like quite short. So yeah, not an awful lot in the show for the long run, but yeah, I think I still like. I think the billboard thing is like an extremely funny moment. I'll give it that, and the moments for Carmen as well, and how she does decide to give Miguel a second chance. Yeah, I think that's nice and effective, and I think that's where, seeing what Miguel's second chance looks like, and also with Johnny and Daniel's, rivalry kind of building up again. I think that's where the show really starts to quicken up. I feel like yeah, I think when you're just watching anything, you should always watch it in full. Maybe definitely like a full season at first before continuing to see how it goes instead of like the first couple of episodes. Because yeah, it just creates a question: do people not give shows enough of a chance, or do episodes fail to capture audience attention from the get go? Who knows? A very interesting theory, but yeah, it does depend on various factors. So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Alright, next up is Pulpo, which is basically the kids' house party and the double date of the adults. So I like how neat this episode is, just very on point with just those two main events, with little bits going on, such as Miguel and Sam have having their fire relit by one another, which yeah, that kind of makes them both look a bit bad. Um, Although night cheating can just be an extremely complicated topic, but yeah, it's nothing against the episode. It's just simply another significant event that happens. And whilst both storylines do have their moments, but I feel like this episode, where because when season 2 was heavily criticised for having the kids too much in the spotlight, I remember rewatching season 2 thinking, oh, it seems to be fairly balanced, but then when you get to episode 9 and then 10, that's where you kind of see the problem, seeing how the payoff is the adults having far less screen time. Because whilst the school fight, I can still kind of see being a result of Johnny and Daniel's rivalry, passing on to the other students and then going, too far, and how it still affects them. But in episode 9, however, what the students rival about doesn't really have that kind of thematic through line or poetry in there. It's just a lot of it was very snobby stuff, like Sam winning a drunk contest against Tori, or when Dimitri completely calls out in front of Hawk. In fairness, Hawk, does go against Johnny's new advice in going more of a crease approach, so that's an interesting part. But yeah, the kids were just in the forefront of all of that climatic build up, because Johnny and Daniel seem to like almost get on, and it is like some people probably would call it a bit of a loop to have Johnny and Daniel constantly getting on and off, but at least it's for different reasons, and I feel like it was just a good first step for them to to share a double date and that, and how the ladies bounce off one another like that was really endearing. um and so yeah, if anything, this episode I kind of see as a possible representation of what people aren't as keen on regarding season 2. Well, I still like it. Whilst I do prefer the adults, I still really like how the new characters still found their footing, and there is like something to be engaged about. But this at the same time, it is very teen drama, as a lot of people have described it as well. And yeah, nothing hugely deep or thematic. I like Pal's Party subplots any time of the day, but I feel like I have seen that being done better in other episodes. And but yeah, I think this was, alongside, having some setup before the so yeah, it does have like some setup for the following episode, but not a huge lot other than kids messing about with one another. I think that's an oversimplification, because there is, because you do believe, the rivalry, and how the rivalry was also affecting the house party as well. So yeah, there is that, and it does feel like a more significant episode compared to the prior ones. But yeah, I think a lot of it is still petty regardless. So yeah, let's go for the next one. Alright, so next up is the episode Into the Fire, which is the 11th episode of the 6th season. And yeah, it's the first time we've got a more than 10 episodes in the season, which was very bold of Season 6 to do. Yeah, and there has been a debate on whether Season 6 should have been this long or not, but I'm all I can sort of see why, but yeah, I think many of us we could find ways. I don't know. It's just it just depends on what the story is like. But anyway, so focus on the ranking. So why this episode? And this one I thought was like that too. I thought was a like only like a tad underwhelming at times. And yeah, this, unlike the other two episodes though, this one definitely has a good collection of significant moments, especially because I think my favourite scene in this episode is probably the conversation on the table, because it definitely it's like some of the final pieces of character for Silver. Well, I say final, but just definitely some of like the just definitely like some of the final elements added to him, which definitely influences the rest of his decisions going forward. So yeah, I just thought that was quite interesting, and I liked how it did. It did answer that hospital visit, to which I did wonder why that was the case. So yeah, and so yeah, there is that as well. And this episode does have a good collection of memorable moments, like like him taking down per sensei or per grandfather. That to see what he's like as a fighter. I did quite like seeing, and also when they were considering going back into the tournament. When they were thinking of using a move like that against their students, especially after losing Quan. I thought that was a really interesting idea, and thankfully the story frames it as a not a good idea. So yeah, as we know, Tori went there in the end, because it would have been like a very interesting what if scenario if more of that Cobra Kai lot decided to go, and although it's something else I just thought about is that I just wondered if there was like repercussions with Kim killing the grandfather. Like, I know it's like I know, like, not the most populated area. They seem to be in the middle of a like a rural area, but yeah, I was just wondering about that. And and also, like, there's not a lot of scenes towards that, which I can kind of see why, because those two characters haven't been the most focused, but at the same time, it's almost as if the climactic points of the episode were kind of given to them. And I know it was like to round up, both of those characters. But yeah, I think it's just that it's things like that which kind of made me wish I have had, a bit more of them, because yeah, Kim definitely had had like quite a decent role throughout the story, but with the sensei, he who trained Grease and Terry as well. So Yeah, like imagine if he was like around a lot earlier, but that would mean drastically changing the story around. Um, so yeah, and even the I think this episode did well enough to with the twist, with what a twist is like the wrong term or wrong word rather, where Kim was definitely encouraged to get rid of Kreese, but instead she decides to go for the for their grandfather instead, and yeah, because that caught me off guard because I thought she was yeah, it's just like I kind of let stories go go lead the way because when some people try and predict things as to watch along, I'm not really good at well I just that's just not the mindset. I kind of just try and let the story flow along and then see how it builds up over time. I'm kind of like that when I'm first viewing anything, and so yeah, even the because whilst each episode is quite good at cliffhangers, but with this one, it actually no, like the actual cliffhanger is at the back at the car place where they're like, oh, let's get going with the battling again over the tournament. But even with Kim and Kreese, the way their last scene play it out, as if like a cliffhanger that way, but. Yeah, I just remember finding the framing a bit odd at first because it sounds like they were going to do something else dramatic, but ended up not being as dramatic as I thought. So I was a tad misled by that, like the shot of the blade being thrown in the fire. But I think that's just me. And even I even thought that to the consequences after the Sakataka, at the end of episode 10, I thought the consequences were going to be a lot bigger. And although they definitely did stop the tournament, yeah, that's one thing, and it did you know, make I keep forgetting the grandfather sensei because is he called Kim too? Like her granddaughter Kim, is that how that works? I think so. It might be her surname. So yeah, there was like a sense of them wanting vengeance, which was only relegated to that one episode. And yeah, with what happens with Johnny and Daniel, like they yeah, although because I think I'm used to stories where I've seen low points of characters being perhaps the root lowest, but in here I just felt like they've reached lower points because for like at the end of season 2 there was like this proper this it really communicated how there was no idea how they're going to build up for this, but with this however, like both Johnny and Daniel they're like the like they still got things going for, but it's just like a sense of things that could be better. I just remember wondering, if because as the final season, I feel like it should have like the most dramatic low point of some kind, but I think it is like a really daft idea of me to think because because unlike the early seasons, everything else is going fine for them. The families are all getting on. It's just more just about Johnny and Daniel as individuals. Daniel has completely lost interest in karate, and Johnny is in a position where because with the baby gate scene, because it's like Johnny's is able. He looks like he will still get support and get things given to him, but he doesn't feel like he's earned it, and it's not like he's got everything in his control almost. So there's that part which quite like and find interesting as well. And also when Terry was taking Johnny about in the car, because Terry could have been told off for speeding unless who knows. But I did like his business card though. That was kind of cool. And yeah, for a majority of this episode is Terry being like, hey, bring the tournament back, and um, yeah, and yeah, like the car racing about is definitely one thing, and also being able to find various locations. Because I nearly said how he could have been more forthright about it, but I don't think he could really do it anyway because yeah, it's not like it could go into a fight to be like, oh, he joined the tournament now. Like, I think that would be going too far. I won't really know how to improve that. I think that's totally fine. It's just it's just I've seen stories where when it comes to like the final chapter coming up, I've seen that not only better in the previous like couple of like first type of episodes in other seasons of this show, but just other stories in general, and not to mention did after the conversation at the table, I think did Daniel and Johnny then have like one more chat thinking, oh, we definitely could do with doing this, because if it was there then cool, but if it was missing then it just makes it quite a very quick decision to make after agreeing to tarry with the tournament. Overall it's just one of those episodes which I find it's one that I did find a bit slower at times, and it did have to check a lot of boxes. There's some ideas which I wish were explored more, and that's how I kind of feel about this episode, because when just like looking through the other ones, and I remember thinking, oh yeah, these other episodes they're at least a bit quicker and just not as many missed opportunities, but it still definitely is like a good starting point for the rest of part 3, that's for sure, because it does set up the art and definitely like rounds up some of the final like elements which the entire show wants to do, so it definitely does good for that, that's for sure. What's next? Alright, next up is skeletons, and looking back at this episode, I don't, because whilst other episodes, after this list, I find more, has like other like favourite moments, and had like a more, I'm not sure, like but when there's so many episodes to rank, you almost don't know. I think this is just definitely like another case of me just simply preferring the other episodes, but quite small margin, as I kind of see with all the episodes. So there's no like significant inequality between this episode and the ones going forward. But yeah, even this one is is it rather good at some just throughout really, because even this episode is almost like a Robbie conclusive one, which I still quite like, because as others pointed out, because even though I think Robbie's winning moment is definitely with Kwon, that's definitely like his winning moment, like his I like his most grandiose moment. But in here, it's at least proving that he definitely can beat Axel, and he's definitely using everything he learned. And despite sadly getting defeated by a cheating move, he at least despite losing, he still has everything else around him, which is far different compared to what he was like at the end of season 2, where sorry. Got something on. There you go, sorted. Because if you remember at the end of season 2, Robbie, when he oh wait, that sounds weird, because it sounds like if when he won, he ended up running away from everyone, but when he lost, he still have everyone. Sorry, that was not an intentional parallel. Let's just scrap that. Sorry. But I think that point still stands. Just thanks to this sport, he's grown and made a whole load of connections, and a lot of his life has been mended as well. And even in the moment when he was like lying down, he does reflect of how much has changed, and you still feel happy for him. It's almost like he's still winner at the end of the day. Which is which is quite nice, because I even like how in the advertisements of the show, it was almost going to be like almost like the final fight almost, which would have been interesting, but it would have been almost like a shifted protagonist almost, because what this third part does well is bring Miguel back more to the forefront. And I know that Robbie was almost like a protagonist in his own way, but after all of us see Miguel first and come to learn him more, especially in the first two seasons, it was definitely like the primary kid character. And and I think thanks to this third part, we do kind of wish that there was definitely more time with him, because looking back, he didn't have like the number of significant moments for him definitely lessened because of the more characters coming in, therefore more focuses being created. But I do really like because to see Miguel fight and then Johnny fight, I think those were super ideas, which like I said, the advertisements and the trailers hid rather well. And because what I thought was going to happen, especially seeing Robbie and Axel fight this early, I thought it was going to be, like that was going to be like the end of the tournament, and then it was going to be, I don't know, like a city battle with like Terry and I don't know, fighting in the valley somewhere. Although that does sound really daft. And because whilst I really like the out of tournament fights, especially the end of season 3 and season 5, but they do unfortunately have more type of story problems, which many have pointed out, like police and law and that. But anyway, going back to this, so even this is where Daniel and Samantha's stories almost kind of concluded as well, like because they do assist with a couple of parts later on, but this does feel like their own struggles overcoming. And I feel like this one was like, I really like the idea of knowing that with some things being mending in its own way anyway, means that they don't have to fight, to which I still like the idea, although it's just because even although the idea of Samantha struggling to keep up with the fighting, that I think should have had more setup to really make that effective, because even obviously, like season 4 where Daniel was like making her out to be in like all goody two shoes, only for her to act rebellious at times. But imagine like during moments like these where Daniel keeps trying to prompt her up, only for her to be like, I really can't do this anymore. And she could have had really tough time at the tournament. Something like that I think would have paid this moment off better, even if I still like the idea. And whilst I really like also Miyagi and Daniel fighting a battle together, like I really like that on the surface, but as many people pointed out, because I think if it was given more time, or actually other people said, just film from the back of Miyagi's head without the need to digitally recreate him, it's I can see how not many people aren't too keen of what they decided to go for in the end. But regardless, it is because if not fighting will help things later on, it's still a concept which I really like, and you can definitely imagine Miyagi saying those kind of answers which Daniel and thus Samantha kind of work out themselves. Just make the end of the Miyagi stuff like a tad underwhelming at times, because it makes you wonder what else they could have done. But thinking about it, I'm kind of lost. But because even a lot of people, when looking back at the show again, aren't too keen on Daniel's new focus throughout the season, because with the way it's concluded, it's just like he did definitely do some. Miyagi did some just like the more to the story kind of thing. It's just I guess it was learning more about Miyagi, which was interesting, but there's just the conclusive parts definitely could have been better as well. And I think this episode could have helped with maybe it could have been more part of the answer that would have made it more purposeful then, because it's like rounded up Daniel and Samantha then, and then when it comes to the end of the season, that's the whole thing about Miyagi's history, then giving his roundup in one singular scene. Yeah, it's just something about that which I'm not as keen on, because I'm also thinking that maybe because what it is, because they do relegate some concepts just to one episode, which I quite like, but unfortunately in here it's almost like rounded some of it here and then a bit of it later on, which just just not too not really sure what to make of that. But yeah, just some ideas on the surface of story I like at the end of the day. And and this episode, still has other great highlights as well. I quite like the TV intro montage. I was surprised that didn't come about in the what was it? Like the prior 5 episodes, but at the same time with the following one, they now have like footage to work with, so that's why they created TV footage for it. But it's something you can infer as well, and the way the senses, the way they're interviewed and they call shots of all the students in action and with emotional bits and bobs, it's something that's but yeah, I just thought it was really cool, like a really good snappy opening. Although when looking at this episode, the way Terry talks about how how he was talk about how Miyagi was losing Miyagi was a big loss, but deep down, Terry would have like some kind of grudge against him, because whilst Terry kind of did that to annoy both Johnny and Daniel a bit, as we would have seen. But I just remember thinking that because when Kreese used to go on to Daniel a lot about how much he disliked Miyagi, I kind of wished there was more with Terry what he thought of Miyagi as well, because that was like the only time he ever talked about him, and that's within a facade. So yeah, I just remember thinking, right, throughout this show, just would have liked to have more insight about it, because like Terry, like Kreese, Terry also like lost to Miyagi, and it just makes you wonder, because because I don't think Terry would have lost to many people throughout his lifetime, so it must be one of his biggest lost in a fight. So yeah, so I'm not really blaming it on this episode, just throughout the show I just thought like how what he really thinks of him. I guess we can infer it, but yeah, I still would have liked that kind of insight regardless. And but anyway, so I've got the other highlights. Oh yes, the Johnny and Kreese stuff. Yeah, this is where both Johnny and Kreese really like find their footing in this third part. Well, I think with Kreese, it's just definitely like one of the his final grander moments in the story. Just with one of his final scenes as well. And yeah, because at the car park, it's really nice to acknowledge what Johnny did to Kreese earlier, and Johnny's just like yeah, whatever. But then once all of them are at a severe low point, I think that makes Johnny like frustrated at that point where because he just got told that Daniel's backing down the tournament, and Johnny's just like, oh no, what on earth is he doing here? And I think because when Johnny saved Kreese earlier, I think it was almost like a spare the moment kind of thing, despite wanting to go after him initially. But yeah, I think he just ended up winding himself up at a point where he started emitting a lot of unspoken emotions. Well, at least just a lot of feelings that he's kept inside for ages, and he's finally outburst it in front of Kreese. And yeah, I think that alone is definitely my favourite Johnny and Kreese moments, because yeah, you normally think of him as like edgy characters that like to fight, but to have that kind of layer to them, yeah, it just really adds to them extremely well. So yeah, like I said, yeah, definitely like a top-notch scene between the two, and yeah, and thanks to that, it helps Miguel join Cobra Kai back again. Yeah, thanks to Kreese's idea, because whilst Kreese never really saw the other students he got to know, but especially like Miguel, it's almost like in favour of it kind of thing, because Kreese because even at the end of season 4, Kreese was like, oh, it's Miguel, fine. So it's almost like Chris, definitely connected with Miguel a couple of times. Yeah, because whilst he didn't mention Miguel whatsoever, but it almost feels like something good that he's done for both Johnny and Miguel, especially at the end. And I think by going for that kind of choice, that definitely made would have made Chris happier, and yeah, definitely motivated him to save Johnny after fighting. To save Johnny when fighting Chris. So yeah, it's just not only a really good standalone scene, but just because I know a lot of people are mixed about the fight on the yacht, but I still really like how that's like an extension slash payoff of that moment. So yeah, all of those moments is oh yeah, this is even the last chat Chris even has with Tori as well. Yeah, quite a nice one as well, because yeah, they're almost like one of the more definitive sensei slash student dynamics across the show. So yeah, even that guy gets a nice payoff as well, because sometimes when you have like final exchanges between characters, it's normally normally a bit more dramatic, but when it comes to a bit more just like quieter ones, just having like a chat to in a where the place Tori's setting in that. It's just something about that I quite like, because especially when Chris used to help Tori a lot, especially with home conditions, and so it almost feels like that's come full circle as well, where because it's not just Chris helping Tori, they almost like helped each other quite a lot from time to time as well. It's definitely giving Chris a lot more of a purpose in a way, but he starts to see that as he talks about, yeah, his time is nearly up, and I think if it wasn't for the Johnny exchange, yeah, I think he would have um, ended his own journey, um, whilst acknowledging that he's failed all sorts, yeah, because he would have felt really bad for what happened with Quan and everything else that's happened throughout the entire show. So when Johnny and Chris pipe each other out, I think that definitely made trouble really just pipe each other out once again. So yeah, it's just a very, very cool episode, and yeah, I've talked about some areas which I think could have been improved, but yeah, it still has some proper highlight moments. Well, how even that final exchange between Johnny and Chris, yeah, it's like a really good final exchange. It's like pitch perfect in their final moments between one another. Although not to mention, when Daniel was going for Chris during the mid parts of season 6, not to mention in season 3 as well. Like, unless what happened in season 6 is like a continuation from that moment, especially when Sam comes in to stop both fights, well, just simply by appearing, because Daniel doesn't want to do anything to like traumatize her, etc. But I thought that was gonna to much like a much bigger payoff as well. But I think in the end it's just like a moment that could have gone further at the end of season 3, and between and in that mid area season 6, I think that was more of a part of Daniel being frustrated that he's not only missed a tournament, and feels like he's failing his students, but the way he got misled, and with Chris kind of showing an impression like he might have been involved. And yeah, even Daniel was probably in a life risky situation as well. Yeah, the way he's got baited. So I think it's just more of their own scenes rather than interconnecting. But yeah, as I thought, I thought it was just going to be a payoff. Regardless, what's next? Alright, next up is season 2, episode 3, which is called Fire and Ice, which I kind of like as a title, especially with Daniel having his ice blocks, which he sadly didn't get to slice. And then there's also Cobra Kai's explosive advert later on. So this is basically like advertising the episode, where there's the promotional festival, and both dojos try to promote, and Cobra Kai ends up winning at the end with a very like I said, a very explosive performance. yeah, beforehand, however, there was a Daniel's YouTube video, then there was Johnny attempting to make his, and then yeah, I think this episode does hint at a like more theme in the first half where Cobra Kai is just like having more students one by one, and with Miyagi-Do being a very still position with mainly having their two students, Sam and Robbie. And and this moment also has a couple of elements I like for instance, it has Johnny not knowing what copyright is, saying about how he does own a cassette in the car instead of owning the rights to a song. So that was really funny. Yeah, definitely one of my favourite comedic moments. And then you have Daniel being like, "Wait, hang on, why are they saying this about my video?" Which gets me every time as well. What I also like about this episode is that it's the first hint of Amanda really spotting out Daniel's misbalance, because not only has he spent a lot of money on the advertising video, but instead of promoting more of the LaRusso car business, he promotes more of the karate instead, which Amanda's not pleased by, and that does later pay off in a scene I really like, but that's for another episode. But yeah, this one is just like, unlike other like build-up episodes, or like the more less going on kind of episodes, at least this one has a bit more of a theme to it, with the whole advertising thing. But yeah, it's not hugely eventful. It's just like adding some progression and some build-up, and also some breadcrumbs for later episodes as well, with a couple of amusing moments as well. So yeah, that's why I put this one down at this spot. So yeah, still rather fun, but there are other episodes that have done more. All right, next up we have Bice Valley, it's season 4, episode 4. So to Happy Jogging Memories. So this is where Terry finally joins Chris at the dojo, and then Daniel and Miguel have a couple of moments with cars. And I think this is either, I got the scenes mixed up. There's the scene at the garage, which is quite nice, and there's also the moment of them two driving in a car as well. And also I think this is where Johnny gets a tad jealous of the jealousy that Daniel is Johnny getting jealous of Daniel training Miguel, get him more of his attention, which gets Johnny worried. And then that later pays off, where when Miyagi-Do do like a sprinkling method to trick Cobra Kai into the baseball field, which is quite a cool way to humiliate them, because this was like one of the first instances of, oh no, if they're going to fight again, then once again the police aren't going to get a show up. But this time they arranged a meeting spot, and then they pulled a prank on them, which it's like a neat way of things, because we've already had the fight in a house not long ago, and there's the tattoo store, I suppose, and there is the tournament as well. So so at least we do get to see the students fight each other one way or another. But I think the baseball field, I think it was baseball field, sprinkling them instead, as Daniel would say, it's just they're getting them in another way, whilst Johnny would disagree with that, thinking it was just nothing but prodding. And so you do get a mixture of these, which is rather cool. And I just got my list right here. So there's another instance of Robbie warning Johnny to get the kids to stay away from Kenny. So there is that kind of grey area where, because normally it's the Cobra Kai being very much the targeting lot, but for Kenny to be targeted, it does how it makes things up a bit. And there was also the thing with Tori, with the mermaid thing, and how Samantha ends up having the glitter thrown at her later on. So yeah, this episode doesn't have quite a. I think what would be like more the theme of this one? Like, you know, with putting all of the subplots together, I think yeah, it is actually quite a mixture. It does help with progressing some bits and bobs, you know, especially when Johnny at the end kind of has like a bit of a breaking point with Daniel at the end just before Terry and Chris arrives, which is like a really cool moment on its own. But of course, you do see the rest of that in another episode. So yeah, I think sorry, that was dust. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think this episode does help. You know, just progress some bits and bobs, but I think it does the least for season 4 compared to other ones. Almost as if you could, kind almost skip it. But obviously, no, none of the episodes should be skipped. That's for sure. But if some people were trying to dare do that, then I think they would be going for this one as a choice. So yeah, it just manages to advance an awful lot, and yeah, and there are a lot of other bits and bobs that are like stated here, but not later on. You know, like Tori finding a job, that becomes more of a thing there, but later on she just only gets help from Amanda later on, which is, you know, really nice. But it is just one of those parts of a character that kind of comes and goes. So yeah, I think this episode just just feels like a lot of progressive steps for other moments, but not as much as a thematic theme, because the prior episode at least was about the whole competitive for advertising, so there is like all the plots be relevant to each other in that way, but yeah, just a tad less of focus in there. But if, like I said, it is still has some really nice moments, especially for later on. So yeah, let's get to the next one. Right, next up is The Prize, which is season 6, episode 2. So this one has, its highlights. I like the Crease plot the best. Really cool to see his sensei after quite some time, and then him going to the cave. It does act as an obstacle for him to overcome to really earn the sensei's trust to give Chris a chance to be a sensei himself once again, and yeah, like the vision in the cave when he does fight Johnny, that had definitely has its scary moments, and for him to face a snake as well, like that was like really bored of him to face. Yeah, and he managed to get rid of it as well. But yeah, on the other hand, you do have the other students, at the open day, and then they make up with Tyler, and they've even helped defend him as well. And yeah, it is just like a cool way to see all the lads together, and it probably acts as a pretty good send off for Kyler as well. Yeah, not gonna lie, there are some moments I have recorded before Cobra Kai season 6 part 3, which is the final 5. So yeah, it might not have been the last we see of Kyler, but if so, then they still do well for him in this episode. So yeah, as well as the Kreese subplot being like a massive, great step in progression alongside adding all sorts to the overall story. Because even the flashback at the start where young Kim finally has the chance to train. Yeah, that just seeing how she first came about it, yeah, that does fill that part of her history. And yeah, whilst it was kind of nice to see all of the lads make up with their past bullies and even defending them and fighting them, it's it still has its usefulness, because the whole idea of what their futures are going to be like, it just shows there's more to the life going on, especially how the Sakataikai can help with their CVs or personal statements, etc. Whether when going on to further steps in education. So yeah, it's it just helps fill that context, but it is just later on in season 6 where it does get a bit more exciting despite what's been achieved. So yeah, I think that's why I put that one there. But yeah, regardless, yeah, we'll go on to the next one. Now, this episode has a pretty nice theme, and it's also like a bottle episode or a time to rest kind of episode, which is done in a rather nice way. So yeah, the title does give us some idea for what the episode's about. So that's where Johnny goes dating. That's where Daniel kind of makes up with Amanda, and the four main kids have their own dates at the roller skating hall park. No, definitely not a park. Yeah, just like a roller skating place, that's for sure. Probably like Roller World in the UK. So yeah, there is once again just a nice it has like its own theme and vibe, which helps make this episode stand out. And yeah, and the Johnny dating stuff, it is like a moment where Johnny and Miguel have their time together, which is always like really nice to see, because after all they were like the main dynamic that helped start off the show. So for Miguel to help Johnny in that way, it's it is pretty cool. What I will say is that in season 1, episode 8 or 7, when John goes to the meeting and Miguel has his date, they help each other out then, but in this case it's just Miguel helping Johnny. And I wondered how Johnny could have helped Miguel, but that's it's just some comparison, I suppose. But yeah, it is just nice what Miguel does for Johnny, especially trying to set him up on the app, and Johnny goes through all sorts of dates, but in the end Johnny just likes Carmen in the end. And I like how Johnny takes down Carmen's date as well, considering what he said while she wasn't around. So yeah, they got some comeuppance then. And and I also really like when Daniel and Amanda have their moment in the car and they like reminisce on their past times. Just showing that what spark they have, it is still there, because this is after Amanda was just showing frustration of Daniel constantly not being around and he's doing too much karate. So yeah, it is him making up for it in a very nice and nostalgic way. And even Daniel's mum coming back, and how she remembers one date with Daniel's dad, which was just really nice to hear as well. It does add to her history. And I think what I will say is that the roller skating day, that one, I guess it emphasises more on how it's like a 2v2 kind of situation, and I think that's where it isn't as serious or as meaningful as everything else in the episode. Because like I said, it just emphasises it a tad, and of course it does further get complicated once Sam and Miguel cheat. But yeah, it is just the teen drama thing, which once again has been heavily criticised, and not to mention no, I didn't know what to say then, but yeah, it's just I think that because I don't really remember an awful lot for what it does for the episode. If anything, I guess Miguel and Sam are trying to have a moment to catch up, and Tori sees that as like a jealousy thing. So like I said, it's just sunset up. And even Johnny's dates, as entertaining as they are, it is just a streak of comedic jokes, which is nice. But I think some of the best Cobra Kai episodes are the ones that still make massive steps in progression. But like I said, as a slowing down kind of episode, it is really good in that. And I like the theme of a dating, or I think that's like the best way to describe it. It's like dating the episode. So yeah, and hang on, just look through my notes. It does have Johnny trying to extend and sending a message to Ali as well. So that at least is a nice setup as well. So yeah, and I think looking back, and I'm yet to remember all the episodes and how they come back to me, I think there are like other partial episodes or take a break kind of episodes which I think are done better and add a bit more to the story compared to this one. But like I said, still a pretty solid one as well for season 2. So yeah, let's on to the next one. Alright, so this episode is kind of similar to the input of the previous one, So yeah, sorry, by the way, yeah, season 1, episode 6. So this is after season 1's midpoint, and after Johnny gets a whole heap of new students. He does have like a moment of, have a full class now, let's see how it goes, and yeah, he tries his best, and he does lose more students over time, and then he does have his flashbacks, which show him how he started off karate in the first place, and through his own means, he does discover that he too wasn't the hard man he always was. He too was. He saw himself as quite inferior at first, and then it did take a lot for him to build up. So that's like a realization he kind of let himself, which is a really nice part of this episode, probably the best part of this episode. And yeah, and there are like other bits and bobs as well. In fact, where's the? Oh, I think that's all the notes I've got. Actually, my mistake. Yeah, and then this was started during Samantha's bullying, to which is partially solved with Miguel and Sam having a science lesson together. So it's like the first time them properly bonding, and the first hint of Sam knowing karate, which she shares with Miguel. Yeah, it's this is a really nice starting point for them too. And then you have other neat progression parts. Like this is where Robbie starts working at the Russo car place, where Daniel and Robbie start bonding more. So because from my notes, Robbie isn't trained yet, but at least it's like a nice starting point between Daniel and Robbie, and how it starts, that parallel between Jolly and Daniel having their students, later down the line. So yeah, it helps with some setup with there. So yeah, it is one that does like little bits to the story. Although there are like still some really good moments. Like I said, the Johnny flashbacks are extremely cool, and in his own lesson in what he learns, that really helps this episode up. But it does still feel like a miniature step compared to what else is done. But it is, I guess it is nice for things to slow down a bit after the midpoint. So I will say that, and at least the following episodes do make this one more useful as well. So yeah, it is just a very nice one. So yeah, let's get into the next one. Right, next up is season 6, episode 1. So this episode felt like it. I can't really say it. I think meandering is probably like too harsh of a word to use, but I think from Johnny going from, because the last time we saw them, they took down Silver, and they were all getting on fine, and then that's where Johnny goes from thinking that his name should be primarily used, and then he tries to do some training with an axe in a tree, but then he suddenly gets a text from Stingray, and then Mia counters his Stingray, and how he has his own quite extensive scene in the episode as well. I was trying to figure out if it was too long or not, and whilst it was slower than other episodes, I think it's at least something nice. And not gonna lie, I was kind of let down about how we didn't really see how Johnny and Chosen would have fought each other. Like we got snippets, but I probably would have preferred a proper fight. I know that they decide to get on and have fun fighting anyway, but I would have liked to see way more of how they play out, because that's the fun of this series. How do other characters play off one another in terms of their fighting skills, and to not really get that opportunity here, it's that I find a tad of a letdown. So it is. I remember other people thinking that thought that season 6 started out quite slower, and whilst that's the case, but considering how big season 6 is, it's going for an approach that help the whole season take its time more, with what it wants to set up and how it's wanting to end the series as a whole as well. But yeah, regardless of what I wasn't as keen on. I suppose there's still like some really cool highlights. Like considering this was the most waiting time between seasons, season 5 to 6. It was really nice to to see them all catch up, and a good amount of months has definitely passed. That's for sure. Because normally it's almost immediately between one seasons to the next, but this time to have like a few months pass, I think that does it's like a bit adds like a brand new flavour to the show, which I quite like. I mean, we're still all caught up as well, because we would assume that they've just been training whilst they're still going for the Sakataka as well, and of course Christmas stuff. Wait, if this was months later, it, I would have taken like quite a few days, but months to get from America to Korea. I just suddenly realised that. We get to see that gap being filled. And once again, this is before season 6, part 3. So, maybe been proven innocent, which is, I suppose, be walked a lot of the time. I suppose, maybe that's like the best thing to go for. And in this episode, it does help with other steps, like trying to get Kenny back into the team, and there was also and there's Stingray's like on probably his final scene, just made him being like a sensei himself, and he's very reminiscent of Johnny and Johnny's way of things. So that's like a fun idea that's played with. And then and Johnny also just has this moment of because despite having his own beliefs, he does decide to make the whole thing Miyagi-Do in the end, and even keeping the name, making Eagle Fang no more. By the way, I do like Dimitri and Hawk's idea of a potential name like that. That was kind of funny. But I think it does just cover another part of the dynamic that did need solving. Which name to go for, and what to represent, because even Daniel did clarify, like, even still going for Eagle Fangers, at least carrying on Miyagi's legacy. But for all of them to be all Miyagi-Do despite the exchange of methods, I think that's still really nice. But I think seeing Stingray as well beforehand, it just felt like something that just needs to get resolved like quite earlier on before everything else happened. That's like one vibe I've got. And these getting older Kenny as well kind of acts as like a nice way for for something for their kids to do, and almost acts as not tension, but it at least changes the status quo for the kids a bit, before everything else happens. For Kenny to finally come along, I think that helps with the starting point. So just like a slower one, but reasonably slower one. And not to mention you do have chosen to be devastated about losing Kamiko, and the way he splits the wood in the end, like, that was quite an impressive move, which is inspired by his uncle. Wait, hang on, I just suddenly realised that once that's Chosen's uncle, not his dad. I think I got that wrong at a previous commentary, so I will apologise for that. Just a lot of nice moments. It's just I've already outlined what I'm not as keen on, but still a rather good nice start to season 6. So we'll get it going. Alright, so now on to the episode, the only episode that has a part 2 in the title. So I can see where they're coming from or going for, because it's calling the previous one Mercy, and then it's an exact continuation from season to season. So I think that's what they're trying to go for, but I think with no other episode having a part 2, this one kind of sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of episode naming. But so at the first episode of season 2, that's where Grease comes along, and Lennon and Robbie, they get back on track with the whole training thing, especially with going to Miyagi's garden as well, which it's really nice to see. And Johnny and Grease do have quite a decent catch up, and with Grease finding out about the victory, Johnny was getting quite defensive of the students, but then Grease manages to win him over by repairing the trophy. So yeah, it's kind of cool to see what happened to that trophy, even considering the last time we saw them together was the that first scene in the second Karate Kid film. So yeah, I think this kind of reminded me of season 6 episode 1, where it's like a calm before the storm kind of episode, and because this one does have its sort of moments, and some setups later on, because this is where we do first see Stingray at the at the store, and not to mention I really like the scene where Stingray was talking about a cartoon, and when he was asking Johnny, did you used to watch that? And Johnny was like, no, I was probably partying with babes back then, which I really like. And then and when Johnny and Daniel see one another, in that store, it is just yet another moment of not a lot happening aside from just simply seeing each other after the tournament. I bet they wondered that they would have nothing to do with one another, but things do get more complicated later on. So I think I like the Grease stuff the best, for him to get a pretty decent catch up, and you would think that he goes, but for Johnny to ask him to stay, that does create a pretty fascinating first start, the start of Johnny and Grease. What would they look like if they ran a dojo? So it's a pretty good starting point. And there's the students having their after party as well, and Miguel finding out that he's been blocked by Sam, and I think Sam also counted them on social media being like, I couldn't skate this. So it is just its own episode with its tidbits. I think Grease coming back is the highlight. Just it really does well with getting Johnny and Grease dynamic back on track, considering the original trilogy of films. Because I didn't really know, because I was just one of those people where I didn't watch the films at all. I only knew very tiny snippets. But after seeing him, I was like, what, I've been quite fascinated by what he's going to bring to the story, and and he didn't disappoint. So I think once again, I think there were other first episodes of seasons that start off their seasons better. Like this one, does help carry over the events of the end of season 1, but like I said, just it is just yet another one that's can be a bit slower at times, and still its own tidbits to the story. But I think it still starts off some really cool moments. Even Johnny and Carmen have their own chat as well, like a really good chat. Just wondering about Miguel, and then how that moment pays off later on, because Johnny thinks about that moment with Carmen at the end of season 2, where reassuring that Miguel will be fine, but then he doesn't. So I feel like that does raise this episode a bit more for me as well. So that's my thoughts on that one. So let's see what I'm going for next. I don't know how to pronounce this episode. Obstaculos, I think. Oh, I could be wrong. So season 3, episode 7. So this is yet another, because looking at other moments in season 3 that had in progression to the story, if that's what I mean. This one doesn't have as much once again, but not only does this have a really cool theme of recovery or getting back on track, but it is another calm before the storm kind of episode, and an episode post to midpoint where it does have some genuine good ideas which it explores. So in this one, to jog your memory, this is where Sam was kind of put off by karate, and Daniel just help her get back on track. This is where Johnny starts off Eagle Fang, so there's that. Miguel finally comes back to school, so that's something. and what else? Oh, and even Dimitri first getting into his relationship as well, considering what's happened to him. Yeah, it is like a really nice for him to find someone because after his the armor cast gets vandalized by Kyla, and for her to write something afterwards. I think that's still a nice moment, even if it's not a relationship that's as developed compared to the other ones in the show. But yeah, it does. There's like other highlight moments as well. Like Johnny does start off his dojo in a park, and when Johnny confronted Hawk in the school, because it was been some time since they've last seen each other, and so despite Hawk being tough, Johnny really says some things which does influence Hawk's choices later on, because I think Hawk does get like a bit hindered or affected by what Johnny was saying, but it just takes more time for him to realise that, because he just wants to be Team Crease throughout. And I think a lot of us know that joke where Johnny just slaps the stuff off a kid's hands, because Johnny hasn't been in school for ages, and yet he still names it as a habit. I still kind of like that. And that same kid who whacks the books off, he decides to join the dojo anyway, which is I just felt like that's quite funny. Not to mention the way Johnny announces his dojo, and Muscles was like, wait, they don't have teeth. I need to get a t-shirt lobbed at him, and then the shirt doesn't fit him. So there's a really cool comedic moments that does make this episode stand out as well. And then for Miguel to be caught up everything by Dimitri, and kind of getting a bit antagonistic against Hawk as well. Miguel and Hawk don't really have anything. Because they're outside of Miguel confronting him, and there was also that small moment in the park as well, because they both act as like their best students of their dojo. That doesn't really pay off later on, because do you have Miguel and Hawk fighting in the forest, but that's like the worst they've ever really got. So yeah, like I said, with being the best students at their dojos at the time of that point in season 3, that doesn't really like pay off later on. But I think it is just it is like a really like, of course Miguel needs to be caught up for what's going on, and it does because it does. I think it definitely finalises Miguel's position about how he definitely wants to stay with Johnny as opposed to Chris as well. So that's that at least that's like a story moment that's been achieved. And then for Daniel and then Sam to go into bow fighting after fishing, because for fishing to help with bow fighting, it's it's like a really cool thing. He can presume Miyagi would do, that Daniel managed to carry over. And I'm surprised Sam didn't get like mad at the end, where she was like, "Oh wait, hang on, you're taught me how to bow fighting despite fishing." But I feel like Sam was already made better by what Daniel's been saying, and it's where Daniel does finally get to understand how much Toy has affected Sam, because they do get to catch up on that. So that's like a very nice moment as well, especially for Sam to get back upon their feet. And not to mention an episode of season 5 where it's Sam who she's like the more confident one, when Daniel's at a severe low point, at a point where he didn't want to do any more karate. I think that levitates this episode as well. And because unlike the prior episodes, I think there are episodes like these that are made better by the later episodes. So I think that's another part of this ranking standard as well. And it's just karate names for new dojo. That was because I think Eagle Fang, it does have like a ring to it, but of course isn't as cool as Cobra Kai. But I think that was just like another fun moment between Johnny and Miguel. Just an informal conversation. Another one which I do enjoy watching. And it even has a Daniel showing Sam for where season 3's tournament takes place, which must have been a different stage compared to where season 1 took place, unless it was the same. I don't quite know, unless the end of season 1 had a different tournament compared to Karate Kid 1 and 3. Not sure, but he just talks about the events of 3 regardless, which does help add more context to how Daniel was feeling at the end of Karate Kid 3, where he was losing focus, but then he does, and then he manages to beat Mike Barnes. So yeah, it is just helping, using his own history to help Sam out more so. So yeah, I think that's a really nice moment too. Yeah, it is just just like a really nice theme to the story. And yeah, it like, and I feel like despite being an episode that is taking its own steps to pay off and set up some more things, it does feel like a bit more of a significant episode, and it's a tad quicker as well. And I think that's kind of helped by the comedic moments. It does have its serious moments, which it still does rather well as well. So it does feel like the drama and comedy is nicely balanced, with the drama not being like too serious, but yeah, it is just like I said, they do seem to be really good at things like that. Yeah, there isn't any like tonally breaking moment as far as I can remember. So just a very neat episode with its own identity overall. So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Okay, season 4, episode 6, Kicks Get Chicks, which is basically how Johnny tries to find a female student for his dojo, and yeah, that's where they come across Darren at the end, who does have a pretty solid introduction. I was very interested by what she's going to be like once she joined the others after her intro, so that's done well. But yeah, I think when looking at the whole of season 4, this one also had like the least going on compared to other episodes. Like because not to mention, this is where the karate board, the karate community, that the meeting of them who they thought to add new additional rules to the season 4 tournaments, like the weapons, and to have male and female students, and yeah, I feel like that's probably something that should have been set up earlier, but I think it at least still works at this point, considering it's the midpoint, and last minute changes can still be plausible. So yeah, I think Johnny and Miguel. Them two are having their fun on their own again, which it is nice to constantly go back to the original dynamic, and as I would call it, because when you have like a dynamic that starts the whole story, it is just nice to keep them together on their own from time to time, and they have their quest for a female student, and they nearly got hold of Piper, but that's where she gets taken by Cobra Kai instead, and just like really showing that Cobra Kai can still has a lot of that influence, because that's where Terry puts more input in with all the merchandise, and something like that would have got hold of Piper. Well, we would assume so, and the social media could have been part of it as well. So it's almost like what Terry can do for the dojo, and especially how he was able to promote season 5 as well. Does make him even more of a scary foe. And it's also like the first episode where when Daniel and Johnny first split, and you do have Johnny managing to find some old building to settle around. So because after a somewhat explosive midpoint of season 4, it is an episode that did need to start setting up some bits and bobs after the midpoint, and you do just see them separated, and because with Johnny needing a female student, he was the one in trouble. So that does become like a big part of the episode, and it does have like some comedic moments, but it's just like a some boxes to tick for season 4. Some very useful boxes, that's for sure. But yeah, just like I said, just not another one that's not as significant for season 4 compared to everything else. Alright, so yeah, like seeing what the rules of the new tournament were going to be, those were still interesting, and they definitely didn't disappoint. And it also has Dimitri getting hold of Hawk as well. I think that is like the heart of the episode. For seeing what the Binary Brothers was. It was like a thing they did together for YouTube or something. And for Hawk to join Miyagi-Do as well, that's like a very cool turning point for Hawk as well, considering his payoff in at the end of season 4 as well. Yeah, which does make him like a favourite character in that season. I would definitely one of them for me, but it was like a lot of favourites for the fan base. And even it's the first time where Tori decides to see Amanda, because it was another relative that taunts Tori outside of the dojo, and then that's where Tori just said finally admits that she needs help, and to go for Amanda as well. And I think this is where Amanda also talks to Daniel about the car she wrecked with the baseball bat. Like, that was quite an interesting piece of history, to hear from her, and how she kind of sees herself in Tori as well, which does make Tori, more sympathetic as well, and something for Amanda to relate to as well. So that's like a really nice moment. And then because I think this episode kind of has, it's like similar to the previous episode, where just has that theme of get him on track, just considering everything, getting the Hawk back on track, getting Tori help, or Johnny trying to find his female students so he can get back on track in preparation for the tournament, and how everyone needs to adjust to the new rules. Like, this does have its own little theme in this episode as well. And it even sees Aisha then as well. This is presumably the last time we see Aisha, and before part 3 or season 6. Once again, this episode recorded before then. Just really cool to see how Aisha was holding up, what's happened since then, and how she's in a pretty good place. And it does help with Samantha a bit, but I wasn't that the biggest fan of how Samantha's like, Dad, I'm totally fine, and then she just goes to taunt Tori at the school. Like, I feel like there was a bit of a snide moment from Samantha. Like, I know that Tori has done all sorts to scare Samantha and that, but it was just like at a point where Tori was like seen as the more sympathetic one by many, which I think that's where the writing intentions kind of missed the mark at times. What I think it's represented best in that moment. When listening to what the others in the fan base were thinking of Sam and Tori at the time, and how Tori was preferred. I'll start right there. This episode, just like a pretty cool one. Let's go on to the next one. So Underdogs. So this is season 6, episode 4, and I think this one is like a much more simple episode. It is just simply the premise of which students are the best to go to the tournament, and I think it is nice to see one singular subplot, because every other, except for the first episode, like ever in the show, every other episode has had a subplot. And whilst Underdogs does have characters having their own moments, I think it was just fun and refreshing to see everyone at the same spot. If anything, we don't see Kreese until the following episode, but at least we know what he would have been doing in the meantime after seeing what his dojo is like. So it's just really cool to get a singular episode. And So yeah, it is just you know some character progressive moments, whilst the focus is seeing who's willing to pass. So it is like an action heavy episode, which means not an awful lot of time for character moments, but there is still some really cool moments, even if their character progression has played a bigger role in either prior or following episodes. Because you have Daniel and Johnny having their own views of who should go, and Johnny and Mike have their fight, which I quite enjoyed, because you do see how Johnny's how he learnt defense did help him win in the end. And and also finding out that Mike too wanted to go to the Psychotaika, and he already knows how much of a big deal he is, how much of a big deal the tournament is. Sorry, and and also just him seeing the garden being like, this place hasn't changed much. It's like a call back to the third film, and like I said, this is some of these recordings have been done before season 6 episodes. No, season 6 part 3. Recorded before that point. So if this was the last time we saw Mike, I think that's like a pretty nice way to end his role in the story. Because he does go back into his carpeting again, and when he's sold one of Terry's paintings at the end of season 5, it looks like he's going to find his footing again after playing a decent role in the story. Being a no biased critic for all of the students. That was like a very smart and very smart idea. And because obviously we have our main 5 at a push, which is Miguel, Robu, Sam, Tor, and even Hawk. They're like the big 5, but it's just wondering who else would fill that slot. And and you do see a lot of students can really tell which ones are more skilled than others. And this one episode also has a bit more emphasis on Devon, which is kind of nice, because she did have a lot of moments, but this time you can see how urgent she is to reach for something bigger, considering she's never won any matches, or how she felt a little bit downplayed compared to everyone else. It does add more to her character, and even Johnny trying to support her as well. Now, granted, the cheating was quite a bold move, but at least she realizes that's a mistake later on, so that does make her more likable, to really regret that decision, and how it was resolved later on. And it was also like the breaking point between Dimitri and Hawk, which definitely adds like some decent setup for the following season. I do feel like Johnny and Daniel's breaking point was, I think, that had like bit more dramatic weight, but I think Dimitri and Hawk, falling out in their own way, I think that still adds like a bit more like conflict to the story. And and I was also unsure about what was going to happen to Kenny afterwards, but at least thanks to season 6 part 2, at least he's there back in the story and back on track, because after what happened, I think that would have been an awful ending for his character, and he kind of like left so suddenly with like nothing to hear about him for that following episode. So like I said, at least he's acknowledged again. But I do like moments in stories where just everyone competing for spots and who can win it, because we've been watching these characters for ages, so it was generally interesting. And it's also some of the last time, presumably the last time, we will get to see the other background characters in action, like Anthony, Chris, Muscles, etc., even Bert perhaps. And it is like a more singular action heavy episode, but just like how tidy it is, and it does do well for the other characters as well. And I think also sets up a bit of a like a good start to Daniel and Johnny's next fallout as well, so it does well then as well. And also how Mike interacts with his students as well. He's very forefront as well. Yeah, I think that was also just very cool and nice to see as well. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, next up is Molting, which is season 1 episode 8. So this was the least climactic episode after season 1's midpoint. Actually no, I've already put 6 below 8. So yeah, it is an episode that although this was coming after one of my favourite episodes, which is episode 7, you'll see how that ranks up later on, and with Gina was like a very like a big stepping stone in the story. And yeah, this is Molting is where things do slow down a tad. They got Cobra Kai back in the tournament, and it does just it still can still have Johnny maintaining who he has in the dojo, and seeing bringing all the students to the junkyard for additional training. It is like something that he adds to his training, which he continues later on. So that's like cool to see. And then for Sam not to tell Daniel about Miguel as well, that also just adds a complication, which definitely pays off later on. Because as season 1 was like extremely grey between the two dojos, and for two opposing dojos, to have that relationship getting like in the middle of all of that was a neat idea that was I guess explored from time to time. I feel like because they do have that a chat, and especially when Miguel was like, not leaving like Johnny at all, or like I'm moving to any other dojo. It is like an interesting conflict that's touched upon. And even Miguel like it sees Robbie from afar, outside that dinner, and just not knowing what to think of it. It kind of acts as like the start of Miguel probably getting like jealous and a bit tense around Robbie, despite lacking information, but because of what he's been trained so far. After taking down Kyler, who he's been after for ages, he's been just like trying to find where else to put his anger, because the way Johnny was teaching at the time, it was just very forthright without that Miyagi-Do balance, you could say, or what Johnny later learns with the other students. So at least it's a nice setup for that. But this episode also has a real highlight of Johnny retelling his perspective of the first film's point of view, because there has been there was a very popular video essay about if Daniel was the real bully of the story. And and it is like a very interesting alternative perspective to look at the story, and for the show to carry that over quite accurately without twisting anything. It is nice to get that confirmation, and to get to more Johnny's perspective, because Johnny is just like mostly your average movie bully when you rewatch the film, but scenes like this definitely add more hoot to him. Because my favourite moment of Johnny in the first film was where he was like scared of Kreese telling him to go further as he fights. That's like, it gives you an indication for what could be going on, but now we know what actually goes on when Johnny gets taught by Kreese, how much gets pushed. And it also has like a nice training moment of Daniel teaching Robbie. So there's additional training in the forest, which later pays off, like balancing and how to focus, and even the double leg kick. It does. I really like training montages, and it was just scenes like these where you really get to see how Daniel works as a one-to-one kind of sensei. So it does. And this episode even ends with Johnny's car being set on fire and going after the cousins. And he fights Daniel's cousin, who brought his mates along, and for Johnny to go after Daniel as well, it does bring that tension again for the following episodes after having a lot of positivity, especially considering what Johnny and Miguel had achieved recently. So yeah, the way it like transitions into that is done quite well, and it does make this episode a bit more meaningful compared to other building up or slower episodes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that moment to like, yeah, and like I said, it is just Johnny retelling his perspective of the first film after finding out about Miguel and Sam, which Johnny did definitely would have found out one way or another, and his training as well, and the potential setting up of Miguel as well. So yeah, this one definitely achieves more, especially for the yeah, it does a lot for the first film in the trilogy as well. Just gives you a real good idea about how much reverence the films get thanks to the show. But yeah, let's now get on to the next one. Alright, so next up is Long Way From Home, which is the first episode of season 5. So firstly, I wish I said this in my commentary for this episode, but this episode, well, the name of the episode, I think it's a reference to one of my favourite Roxette songs, which is Fading Like a Flower, and one of the most significant lines of that song at the start is, she does say long way from home during one of the verse lines, and yeah, it's like where the emotion of the song really starts kicking in. So I think that's what it's in reference to, especially when it does have its reference to pop culture and rock and that. So, but yes, it was a '90s rock song as well, and Roxette may have been '80s at first, but in terms of the music. But yeah, if that was like a reference to that, then yeah, like good on them. That kind of puts this episode a bit higher. Regardless, this one does act like a very good starting point for the episode, because you have Johnny and Robbie looking for Miguel, which it's like a tense start to slightly tense start to that quest, and then Daniel and Chosen have their moments, and well, just like trying to figure out what to do with Terry, setting up a new status quo, Chosen being familiar of Terry from time to time before they get to see one another, and yeah, I also and there's also the beginning. It shows Terry like advertising his dojo, and it like really sells that vision he has, because the way Chris and Johnny presented it, I was like very like grounded, and although Chris stamped it up by having like weapons on the wall to make it a bit more vicious looking, but with how Terry presents his dojos, it's more dojos, definitely not the main one. It's like all flashy and gloomy, and it definitely has like a higher budget to it. I know that the show was getting a higher budget, but that's where having a higher budget kind of pays off, especially when Terry actually being like a rich character as well, but in terms of money, of course. So yeah, just yeah, like it represents like the primary type of evil that is going to slowly grow throughout this section of the story. And yeah, you would think that's like the highest point of tension, but no, there's a ball tournament that happens afterwards. So yeah, it is yeah, those parts are like but yeah, the Mexico trip, like there's some people that are kind of middle about it, because I think some people might have thought that maybe this could have been like a far more long term thing, like up to the midpoint perhaps, where it takes a far longer time for Miguel to find his dad, or how his dad could have been a character that came back or had like way more effect to the story. But yeah, I think even because of how it was paid off, well, no, how season 4 ended, it did feel like a more significant event. But I think at the end of the day, it was Miguel, learning that his dad was wasn't worth getting to know, and even the dad didn't know that Miguel was his in the end, which was quite a bold twist at the end. But I think I think in season 5 of the story, it is like about Miguel trying to find his place again, because you have Robbie being his stepbrother at the end, and he has a new sibling coming along, and and trying to get over Sam's breakup as well. So I think that's the main point of like what they were going for, and hence why his running away type of story was relatively shorter than some of us thought. Yeah, and I think looking back, the Mexico quest, it does have its fun moments, but it's not like my favourite subplot ever. But does do all sorts. Seeing how karate goes against MMA, and how Robbie and Johnny do get to bond a bit more, and Miguel getting to know his dad in some way or another before it gets dark later on. But I think this also was like a sign of how Daniel and Chosen, they were almost going to be like, they were like the main forefront of this story, because they were the ones going after Terry, who's set up to have the need to be taken down. Because I think it is sometimes in stories you can have like the protagonists having their own thing, and have some secondary characters to try and fight them evil, only for the protagonist to them come along afterwards. Like that's fine, but I just felt like considering what this episode started like, I think Johnny could have been a bit more involved, maybe. Well, I don't know. He does get like more involved later on. It is just him finding his own footing in life, with a new job and a new sibling, and not a new sibling, sorry, just having another kid on the way as well. So yeah, it's some really nice like moments to explore with Johnny, and how how he's going to live the rest of his life. So it is just really nice. Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, it is just some thoughts I've had, and the Mexico trip, I think, has more significant moments later on, especially when they get close to finding Miguel at that cage fight, and this one does have like the game fight, which has its moments, like breaking a surfboard as well. Like that was kind of cool, and for Miguel to attempt to be confrontational, despite not having any answers in that specific moment where he was trying to confront some gamblers. And I also like learning how how Miguel gets easily robbed, and then Johnny just doesn't get robbed very easily. I like that comparison and parallel. So yeah, sorry, that was a bit of a mixed match of points, but yeah, I think it is just that the setup of Terry, and how Johnny and how Johnny and Robbie start some elements of bonding, especially when they fight with one another, and against the goons, and then how Daniel and Chosen are going to make their first steps in taking down Silver. And he even provides a hint of Amanda getting a little bit fed up, because Grace may be in jail, but Terry is just the next big thing to stop. So yeah. What else was there? Oh, and even Sam trying to look back on how she lost in the previous tournament as well. Like, that is definitely a moment I like, because when you do after a tournament fight, you do wonder what could have been corrected, and the way she tries to figure out. I like that concept, and Chosen in the pool is like a funny comedic moment. Because it's where Chosen and Amanda first meet each other for the first time, and what else happens? Sam and Miguel call probably in the following episode, or it could be this one, I'm not sure, but it does set up for what their dynamic is going to be in this season. But yeah, they don't really see each other much in the season. I said all sorts already, so yeah, let's move on. Alright, next up is Benvingut a Barcelona. Once again, apologies if I didn't say that right. So this is episode 6 of season 6, which makes the first episode of part 2. and this also, yeah, it's sorry, how do I start off this one? So yeah, this one, yeah, does well with setting up with what the second attack is going to be like. Having Miyagi and Cobra Kai immediately fight each other, and we see how all the negatives that Miyagi is going through, it's affecting all of them. Robin being distracted by Tori, and Hawk and Dimitri aren't working so well. Although I think that's more of a how they affect their performance. That's more something from the following episodes, but in this one, it is just their friendship not really being mended, and he also sets up Robbie and Quan having Robbie and Quan having a bit of a rivalry, which it starts off pretty low scale at first, but then it does get worse when Quan is teasing Robbie with Tori, and then and how they try and fight again, but with Robbie having far more confidence. By the way, that is a brilliant payoff. I love that moment. And it does help with other snippets, like for instance, seeing Wolf at the buffet, and Daniel thought he was one of the sponsors, but no, he's one of the senseis of two of the most powerful students, Axel and Zara. So that was, I think, if I didn't watch the sneak peeks by Netflix officially, I feel like yeah, it would have been a bit of a oh, okay, but yeah, not for those who would have been on top of everything with social media. But yeah, we got some idea for what the tournament's going to be like. We do get a pretty introduction thanks to the host. I forgot his name, but I do like him. And there's some unsure moments of why Tori switched, and while she did justify herself, and I like the way it's kind of split, and how it could be seen as a reluctant decision by both sides, really. Even some being oh no, I don't really want to fight you, but if we ever have to encounter each other, I won't hesitate. He does still manage to maintain that grey area side of things, and we got some Barcelona exploring, just tidbits, but that's not until later on. And I'm not the biggest fan of Chosen's breakdown over not being able to see Kamiko after trying to see her once again, and for him to go around with the flowers. I know he was drunk, and sometimes people can get silly when they're drunk, but I feel like his character was quite I don't know, it's just he's been used as a more comedic character from time to time, but he does have some genuine tragic moments, both in Karate Kid 2 and parts of the series. So I felt like that was one moment where I felt like it should have been played out a bit more seriously, but I feel like maybe it was just played out a bit comedically, so it on purposely, sorry, not really a word, makes Miyagi-Do not a good first impression in front of everyone, and even with Grease being oh, what they're going to be up to, because Grease has never seen Chosen before, so he's going to be he's this, and I think we would presume that Kim catches him up. But yeah, I think this one just acts up as a fairly decent first start. Yeah, it just helps sets up for what's going to come. But I feel like there have been introductory moments that have been done in other times, and similar to part 1 of season 6, this part 2 does start out a bit slower and making you wonder, oh, what's going on and what's going to happen. But once it starts getting itself going, that's where it does help make this story more engaging. I just feel like the whole engagement side of things was in similar throughout the episodes, but even then it's still a relatively good first step, and it's kept in a low scale as well, because we know who the teams are. Even with getting an introduction with the Iron Dragons, at least they get introduced here, being oh well, so they're not the only force to be worried about. So yeah, there is that. And so yeah, it's just a rather good first step for this season, well, part of the season anyway. Alright, so let's get on to the next one. So this is another earlier one of season 6, except this is part 1, episode 3 of season 6. So this one, once again, the Kreese stuff I preferred once again, where we see how he would fit into the dojo, how he would mix things up, and not because Kim is like, oh no, he's the best student, but then you see Kwon performing better, and then Kreese is like, you know what, I think let's make him the better one, and it does a choice that does still pay off despite Cobra Kai losing in their moments during later on in the tournament. But yeah, like because there's hardly any screen time of Kwon, but I really like his introductory moments, to see what his personality is like, how he clashes with his dojo, and how he performs as well. Like he is like unhinged. He's an extremely formidable fighter. I was just on my seat being like, oh my god, I can't wait with how he tries to how he interacts with the other students, rather, to be more precise. And this episode also has the likes of the baby shower, which does have a funny moment with with Dan being covered in pink. Like, that was kind of funny. Although, not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of these modern trends with gender reveals. It's it's like a modern trend I'm not personally just not the biggest fan of. But I like the way they played it out with it being like a surprise box. Because Daniel and Johnny are like, oh no, this is like a serious threat done by Kreese or something. But no, definitely wasn't the case. And it was a surprise as well, hence why they weren't given a heads up about it. But yeah, still comedic nonetheless. But yeah, it is like an episode that does have its funny moments, because you have Johnny trying to start up a gully sleepover with this help of Devon, and it's to try and get Sam and Tori to be mates, which this episode does act like a very good step for for the early part of season 6, because that's where season 6 starts to pick up its pace a bit after the first couple of episodes. And because Sam and Tori finally being mates, and even proper mates, is where it I reckon it does properly start here, after getting on a couple of times at the last episode of season 5 and even at the start of season 6. But this is where they really start breaking some barriers, because even the way they talk about how what started their rivalry in the first place and what they'd done to each other, and even with Samantha being a bit more apologetic, that helps make her a bit more likable, because if if the fan base hasn't been as keen on her, considering how Tori's been presented as more sympathetic, and how Samantha kind of made herself look like because she was like a victim of various attacks and moments, but there wasn't as much acknowledgement. I think that's what what the general fan base tends to say. I think I might have got it wrong, but I still like Sam regardless. But I can see where some people are coming from time to time. But to get that proper acknowledgement, I feel like that does help like improve her character more so. And but it was like a general emotional moment when they when they break down barriers like that, and how they then were able to spar with each other confidently. It's like really nice. And because even if Johnny's methods don't quite come to plan, but if the way they mend their problems in their own ways, it's still quite nice. And as Johnny's never raised a girl before, it looks like he's done a pretty good job trying to help with a girly sleepover. That's like a very neat concept regarding that type of fatherhood he's going to be experiencing soon. And it's where they first see the Miyagi chest. Now that is a big step up. So I remember, because not gonna lie, when I thought I've got hair in my mouth. There you go, it's out. Anyway, when I first heard about the Miyagi chest subplot, because I thought it was going to be like even more like additional moves or something. Because I remember thinking, why not use the teach the method to the students to go for the pressure points, but I feel like that's more for serious situations, and it would be like probably too much of a cheat for the tournament. I think that's the show just tried to justify it because Daniel's like, "Oh, it's a move I hope I never would have to use." So in season 4, so yeah, I think it does try to justify itself with that. But yeah, regardless, the chess actually has hidden historical secrets, like a robbery, and later we find out with the Sakataka. Although the second part is not until later, but and to hear about that, does like question Miyagi as a person. Just only moments of weakness, but he's still a very good role model for Daniel at the end of the day. So to try and go for that kind of storyline, you have to tread carefully. But I feel like it's handled rather well, especially with that first step. So yeah, acting out the midpoint for part 1, and even like a proper good starting point for season 6 overall. Yeah, this episode does rather well. Because the sleepover and the baby shower were moments that were treated kind of lightly. But yeah, there are like the other episodes that do have more significant moments, one after the other, and yeah, that's why it's a tad lower. But it's still nice as fun overall. So yeah, let's hop on to the next one. Alright, next up is the episode Mole. Assuming that's how to pronounce it, because the E does have a apostrophe at the top of it, so forgive me if I do mispronounce this one again. But this one, it does. Yeah, I think the name of the episode kind of hints with what type of episode it's going to be, with Chosen acting as a literal mole in Terry's territory, you could say. And then you later have Robbie and Miguel acting as fake FBI later on in in the cage fight. So there is like that kind of theme to or type of premise this episode has. So yeah, helps this one helps make that episode stand out a bit more. But yeah, to go for everything, so it does have them the Mexico subplot where they do lose the car, but then Robbie wins the chili challenge, which he does, does cheat through, but it is like a rather clever way of cheating, which I quite like it because nobody, because they need the money somehow, and and they do finally get Miguel, and just like relieved to get him back, and then you have Miguel seeing Robbie and being like, we know what's gonna happen then, knowing that he was involved in the quest, because like Miguel and Robbie are still yet to make up. And then Miguel and Carmen call each other at one point, so at least there's that contact. So it shows that Miguel isn't totally out and about. He still can contact others, especially with the call he had at Sam with one point. Those are some of the moments, especially with Miguel also finding out who his dad really is, and so that's one subplot. But on the other hand, you do have Chosen attempting to be a pretty decent mole, and I remember thinking, if Chosen has to be a different person in order to get information, how will he do it, and will he get through it successfully? And sadly, he doesn't, and it's because of using one word. Like one word, you wouldn't think would reveal everything, but it turns out it does, thanks to Terry's historical knowledge. To like make those connections, and even making more connections to find out that Chosen was next more for Daniel. What I will say is that Chosen does threaten Silver by saying, stay away from them, and Terry kind of does, but at the same time Daniel and Johnny continue to go for him. I guess in more subtle ways, trying to get Mike Barnes and then trying to call someone, and then that later backfires. So, and sometimes there are moments where they couldn't help seeing each other, like Terry appearing at the auction, much later on, and then appearing at the golf place in the following episode too. But regardless, I do because you do more moments with Terry. You completely transform his house, or it could even be it's a new house actually. It doesn't live by the beach anymore from season 4, and in yeah, it does set up the katana, and also just shows Terry's appreciation for Asian culture. With the like I said, with the katana that's set up, and yeah, and then I do really like that moment at the end where when Terry like sends the senseis to try and fight Chosen, but he just takes them down effortlessly, and the way Chosen threatens Terry, Terry just not budge at all. He still maintains a very menacing facade almost, and yeah, it just really sets up another type of rivalry between them. Yeah, just extremely cool to see those two characters interact with one another. I even like the moment with Chosen and Tori as well, because I think this episode does have the only flashback of Chosen where he was belittled as he was being trained, and he kind of uses that to help Tori a bit, explaining the concept of honor, which was a really nice part of the their conversation. And so yeah, as a starting episode, it's yet to be it's yet to get going later on, but to have moments like Terry finding out who Chosen is and finally getting hold of Miguel, so there is like significant moments at the end of the episode. But yeah, I think it just goes back to how the Mexico thing, despite what it achieves, it isn't my most favourite subplot, because even if seeing how karate and MMA like fight one another, I just feel like it's not like a necessary exploration of the story as a whole, when there could have been like other more meaningful things to explore. Yeah, and even just like the other moments, like getting, well, I guess their car getting towed to provide Johnny and Robbie a bit of a challenge, in the meantime, and to get they had to get another vehicle, did they? What does no Johnny, I think, managed just to get the car back, I think. But also just seeing how them two would how they explore Mexico as well. At least that's like interesting to see. But I feel like is Miguel running away? Oh, well, actually, well, yes, because Miguel at least needed to find out who his dad was, so at least he gets the answers, even if the dad never truly knows about him. But yeah, I just felt like I personally would have written it differently. But even then, it still does well as one of the starting episodes in an early part of the season. A lot of whole heap of cool ideas, and it does help make Chosen more of a permanent character in the story later on. So yeah, it does well in that regard as well, because yeah, he's really cool. Alright, so time for the next one. Alright, so next up is season 6, episode 7, which is Dog in the Fight, which I guess it hints at when Daniel gets locked in a dog cage alongside other dogs. So I think that helps that makes this episode stand out. So this one does explore some interesting ideas from the previous episode, where Daniel's trying to find answers of Miyagi and how that backfires, and seeing how Johnny would handle the students on his own, and just showing that he cannot handle them on their own. There's even Devon admitting to the cheating, and what else happens in this one? Yeah, even like some more additional Sakatakai fighting, mainly at the start. It does this have the platform challenge? It does. Okay. That's like later on, but it does have the introductory parts where it just shows all of them and the team not doing their best. If anything, Miguel acts as like one of the only decent fighters during that early point of the story. Just no distractions or anything. He is top notch, even fighting 2-on-1, which at least makes Miyagi-Do more impressive later on in the story, or in this season rather. But yeah, I think looking back, so from the beginning with Daniel's quest, so he shows the band to the higher ups. He's like, oh, when was this made? He hears about when it was made. Then he hears about another figure, and Daniel wants to see more about this, but then he gets a notification of the sensei, which turns out to be false, and yeah, that was Terry's scheme, but Terry, nor of his associates, even more, wasn't around to know that. I'm just kind of struggling now to because I keep thinking that I wonder if I've missed something. I'm sure I have somewhere, so yeah, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think right now, if I'm I think I'm just struggling to make those kind of connections at the moment with how that notification for Daniel was made in the first place, and how Daniel went out and about. Just a bit puzzled. That's all. I could be missing anything. Anyway, but yeah, it just goes to show Daniel does decide to stop looking at answers, just focus on the tournament, considering he was like in proper danger. And and he does get an answer from Terry later on, just something additional. And I feel like I think hearing with Miyagi and the robbery, that's like the first sign of trouble, or the first like negative thing about Miyagi, I suppose, from the chess. And then it just further, that hints it, and then the rest is about how his Sekatakai performance resulted in a death, which that could get expanded upon. It also just depends on what else is like found in the chest, because that's two things. And we see the boxing gloves as well, which shows how he could have been fighting from an early age as well, so that could be something in the air, to try and for us to fill the gaps. But the gaps we can definitely imagine. And and also put Daniel in a dangerous situation as well, because he's not the kind of character who would be likely to get into situations like this. But to see how he gets out of it, granted, he got a keyring, that was a tad contrived, but how he managed to get himself out, and then he just face someone who was a former Goon, Terry. Well, actually, no, he is a current Goon still. For a refight, that was kind of cool. And then Daniel does transition from defensive to offensive, which gets him the upper hand. And I also really like that moment where Daniel confronts Grease, and he stops when Sam is around, which is quite reminiscent of the end of season 3, where Daniel was about to perform a final strike against Grease. And I feel like something like that is going to pay off later on. And what else happens in here? But yeah, like Miyagi-Do is already at its wit's end. Like normally, you would have, if going from the structure, like Miyagi-Do, in another version of the story, could have been doing well, only to then falter. But instead, they have them falter that first to then get better later on. So yeah, it's just all of that team overcoming some obstacles, including Johnny as well. So yeah, at least there's a hope of success with Miguel doing well with their platform challenge. It is just the some of the blasts of the negativity. Because Dimitri and Hawk need to sort themselves out, and definitely Robbie as well. But you also have Tori doing even better than Robbie. So yeah, that was it is exploring just all sorts of bits and bobs, with all the students and what's going on, and endeavouring to admit the cheating with Johnny, because she doesn't really tell anyone else about it, but she does admit to Kenny later in the following episode. So it is a very good start for her. And so it's I think Daniel being locked up, it reminds me of the Exco thing, where it's not a concept that I would have gone for at first, but at least it is imagining what would Daniel do in that situation, how he would get himself out, and the motivation for why he started in the first place, to try and find more answers, just explores him more so, in a way which it's different. The platform challenge is definitely a highlight in this tournament as well. Definitely a very memorable thing. It does sell what kind of danger you could go into with this tournament. but yeah, like me getting a puzzle back then, and yeah, just I would say it still acts as a much better stepping stone, because there is just constant tension from time to time, especially when Johnny and Daniel still struggled to get on, and Johnny struggled to handle with the students. So yeah, it is very well done in its own way. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Alright, next up is the episode Snakes on a Plane. So this one I thought was slightly better than the last one, because there's a bit more exploration with Barcelona, and it also has some really nice moments with the characters, because there's Johnny and Miguel having more sentimental moments, especially with the tension of not knowing if Carmen was going to make it or not, which was definitely a tense moment. And it doesn't have any fighting in, which I was surprised. Well, there was a little bit with 7X getting approached by Cobra Kai. I didn't know how Cobra Kai found them too, but regardless. And yeah, the students like having fun, and there's some amusing moments, but then there's some sad ones as well. Like with Robbie getting messed about with by Quan, and Dimitri getting broken up as well. I do like the contact. What did the contact say? My goddess girlfriend or something, which was kind of amusing. And let's see. Being also has that cliffhanger as well. Finding out who the goon was, and seeing that Sensei Wolf was also tied to Terry. And whilst that was like more of a cliffhanger of its own episode, and more so explored in the following one, I just thought that was like some really satisfying answers we've come across. I know I was a bit lost of how the information was going to Daniel in the first place, considering neither of them two were present, and even Chris and Kim didn't know about it, so I was a bit lost there. If anything, it does at least try and make us think, what were their schemes, and how come Kim didn't know, could Chris be involved in all of it? That's like a way to misbalance the opposite team. And also by doing all of those, it makes the Eye Dragons a bit more significant as well. They're not just yet another opposing force, they're tied to a previously established opposing force. So yeah, and we do get a bit more of Axel as well. Seeing that he doesn't he doesn't rest. He just trains quite constantly. Yeah, so just seeing a bit more to his personality, it was quite nice. And Chosen and Kim, they do have an ongoing gag, which because they do fight one another, but it's always been presented as kind of a comedic from time to time, and so it just pays off with what did later that night, and what Chosen said they did in the morning, which was extremely funny. And and it does like complicate both teams as well. So yeah, just overall, what I will say is that the guy on the plane, he was kind of annoying, and I also wondered how Johnny and Miguel were going to get back to Barcelona that easily. Must be, I know, it is like another journey to pay for. Well, at least it's 2 tickets, I suppose, because I don't think the Sakataka would discount any of that. So that made me wonder about something. But yeah, regardless, what else happens here? Oh yeah, Amanda trying to get hold of Kenny. Like, yeah, she has like some rather nice moments. At least the Kenny thing was over and done with. Yeah, because it was treated significant to him, but small on the scale in the story overall. So it was yeah, all done at once, because sometimes some story moments either need more time, or they can be started or resolved in a one episode in once, and I think that's where there was just like a moment to that point where it did need to be resolved quickly, considering everything else, just for the pace of the story, really. Because yeah, when Kenny comes back, yeah, it just leads to some proper cool moments later on. So yeah, nice to get to see him. It was satisfying to see him back again, and a time for Anthony as well. Yeah, just seeing how he's been doing, and Yeah, it's just this episode managed to do a lot because not every episode has action, and yet this one still manages to, well, very less action compared to the other episodes, but still does extremely well of its time. Definitely compared to the other episodes, a bit more significant setups and payoffs. So yeah, according to my thing, we're definitely getting on to we are a third of the way already. So yeah, let's see what the other episodes are like. Alright, next up is Nature versus Nurture. So this is episode 2, season 3, and so in terms of these moments, so this is where the quest for Robbie comes about, and it ends with him being arrested. So that's like one main quest, and then it has the first Grease flashback where he's working in the cafe, and then it's him going on the bus, and then Grease saving Tori from the landlord, which is a moment I like, by the way. It even has the likes of Bert and the others getting kicked out of the dojo because of Grease finding out who wouldn't do the task of feeding the snake with the mice. It even has the garage fight as well, which is a favourite of mine, to see Johnny and Daniel work together, but then they turn on by this, well, just end up fighting each other due to yet another disagreement, another different type, and Johnny and Miguel chat after some time as well. So yeah, this one, when I think about season 3, I think of it being like one of the more laid back seasons, because it does help set up tournaments later on, and it does blow back on the school event, just treating that quite seriously. So there isn't like anything hugely bombastic, and episodes like these kind of show how laid back season 3 is. So, it's not a bad thing. It is nice to have a season that takes its time more, considering how the other seasons are quite big in its stakes. So it's I think it is an early episode that definitely does better than other early episodes. You already have some cool bits and bobs, like Robbie getting arrested, or Chris kicking out some students, or seeing Chris's first flashback. Even that does have a lot of potential down the line, and obviously does sell on those quite well. And this episode is also higher because the garage fight is rather cool, has a lot of neat moments, and I really like the moment where Chris, Fred's the landlord. It's a very satisfying moment, because normally when it comes to antagonists, when they just have like a moment of getting rid of another antagonist, I think moments like that can be quite satisfying, because the landlord should have been a bit more fair. It was a pretty good starting point for season 3, and things do maintain a serious nature despite no, I think that's the case, but it does have like some comedic moments, because this is where Johnny and Daniel confront the Robbie's like former mates, and then the call with Amanda talking about smacking the prison guards for answers. It's just extremely amusing, and Johnny and Daniel winding each other up as well just goes to show that they kind of get involved with one another in one way or another, whether they like it or not. So so I think it does have a long-term kind of use. And I think with Johnny and Miguel chatting, that's where Miguel ends the chat being quite upset, being like, I showed mercy and then this happens to me. Like, that was quite a devastating moment. And that because when the next time they see each other, they're partially laid back despite what's happened, because it goes, the next time we see each other, it's when Donnie's like, try and reach for your phone, but enough time has passed, and both of them would have had time to think of everything. So, um, yeah, um, um, I just really like the Daniel and Johnny question. It was like the main part of it, and yeah, a couple of useful snippets in between, but um yeah, it's just like extremely nice setup and other moments as well. For the season it's a part of. So yeah, it is very good for that. All right, and now we're going on to Aftermath, which is, funny enough, episode 1 of season 3. So this episode I did prefer more than the other because I did quite like how the aftermath of the school was treated. Like it did like sprinkle in some funny moments, like for instance when Moon led a anti-karate thing, with the tune for the news. It does present it in a kind of minor comedic angle, or at least not hugely serious. That's like the impression I've got. But I think yeah, her and the others, yeah, did it in good intentions. But yeah, and would it be a total clash then? Or everything else was like done seriously. No, 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 I don't think so. I think it's just mildly amusing because they were like, oh, of course that's what we would do, yeah, because she was yet another anti-karate kind of perspective. And but yeah, it does have like other moments like how Daniel and Johnny, no, Daniel and Amanda were hardly listened to during the what's it called? PTA? Is it PTA? Oh yeah, pupil teacher. Is it a PTA meeting? I don't know. Yeah, with all of their parents and the yeah, talking with the teachers. Yeah, just wondering what to do. Yeah, just like one way to cover the aftermath, and Daniel's business is also affected, and Johnny hits the booze again, and yeah, I think the beginning parts were quite strong, and not to mention, oh yeah, yeah, just going through my notes once again. When Daniel and tease Kreese again at the dojo, like Kreese, decorated the dojo rather quickly, and I really like that setup for later on. That's definitely probably my most favorite moment in that episode, probably the whole of season 3. I'm tempted to say it's just because when Chris insults Miyagi, Daniel like nearly goes for him, but then he goes all chill and he's like, you know what? He's actually beaten you like more than once. So you get there is really cool back and forth. Not to mention, I also really like when he talks about how Miyagi's form of karate is the true form of karate. So he already kind of had that bias before it was tested in season 4 when the mix of methods was a wise thing to do, and so yeah, but yes, as well as like those neat aspects in this episode, oh yeah, even has some looking back on it as well and how she overcame it, and Miguel only manages to wake up later on because of hearing Johnny's voice. So yeah, that yeah, I can see that's been a reasonable factor as because if all you're thinking of is karate and hearing the kind of words Johnny would use, yeah, because I'm not the biggest medical expert, of course, but I just felt like, yeah, I think that's I can see why Miguel would have woke up afterwards, yeah, considering his dreaming as well. Um, and yeah, if we do see the students kind of briefly, just like make sure that it reminds us of the rivalry and Johnny trying to get to Miguel. It's not extensive, but it does take a bit of a long bit in the episode. Yeah, just almost like the episode's own goal, really. And because yeah, previously he was arrested and trying to fight some men in the bar as well. So um, yeah, because yeah, like I said, it's just the episode's own thing. So yeah, not a lot of long term story moments. And um, I think overall, yeah, this one does have like a lot of cool moments, and it does already seem like an improvement from season 2 as well, like a good step in the right direction. So yeah, the episode is rather good for that. Yeah, it is just like get from one highlight to the next. So yeah, it's that kind of episode. Yeah, and it's still rather good. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Alright, next up is season 3 once again. This is episode 9, which is called Feel of the Night. So this is where Johnny and Ali see one another, which is definitely a highlight. Just seeing them catch up and get on, and seeing what kind of people they are now. Yeah, it is rather nice. And then in between, you do have moments like Daniel walking on Sam and Miguel, and Daniel has a pretty nice chat with Miguel, and also wondering what Sam's intentions are. And there was also Robbie going for the dirt grease for his dojo after avoiding Daniel and Robbie, and then Daniel and Johnny, and then he tries to see Sam at the Miyagi garden and see Miguel there as well. And oh no, sorry, that's the previous episode. Sorry, my mistake. And no, it's where Robbie's already settled at the dojo, and then the snake heist, I kind of call it, where they sneak into a zoo, which that I find a little bit questionable. You're just wondering how that all works. But yeah, because other than Johnny and Ali, being like the stars of this episode, there's the rest of it is very yeah, it's once again just a quite a laid back episode. Like quite a later calm before the storm, because everything does ramp up quickly in the following episode. And but does have some cool build up towards that finale. Like Sam and Dimitri and everyone else, just finding ways to bond their dojos together. And Sam actually has quite a nice speech as well, especially when Charlie sees Alien and Daniel together. Yeah, just set up for the following episode. And yeah, so getting hold of another snake, it shows you that Robbie seems to be, capable of shooting for that dojo, but I don't know where the snake goes, but not to mention it just managing to rob from a zoo like that. I just remember scratching my head, when paying more attention. And even, when Daniel seeing Miguel and Sam, it does feel, it's Miguel and Sam reconnecting again, which is nice. So I think it is more purposeful than I think, but I can just recall other moments where they connect a lot more, reconnect. No, what, I think this is a pretty good step for them, so I'll give them that. So I think it is just a rather nice episode overall. Yeah, it does have a lot of memorable moments. I would say. So now let's get on to the another one. So funny enough, we're on a streak of season 3 episodes. Yes, sorry about that. So next is the good, the bad, and the badass. Which this episode is essentially finding out the tournament has been stopped, and then it's our 3 senseis, trying to get it back on track, and then you do have Miguel and Sam helping out to make it legal, or at least help resume the tournament again. Yeah, not gonna lie, when I first saw this, I remember thinking, wait, does that mean it's going to be another tournament fight? But no, it stayed for the following season, which was like a nice way to subvert things, I reckon. And I think a large portion of this episode is trying to get the tournament to be legal again. So it's kind of similar to the episode where Mike was critiquing all of the students for the Sakataka. Like a lot of it's like focused on one single moment with like tidbits of character from time to time. Yeah, it's that kind of episode where it has have more of a primary premise. It Yeah, and also I think in the courtroom you could say just have its moments like Amanda speaking over now she and like getting kicked out and Johnny saying, or just clarify, it's where you put someone's head in the toilet when Miguel was talking about his speech and trying to be serious, and then Daniel's saying, "Hey, Chris, you were the one who put a snake in my place." Like, it does have a good feel last, and also I like the way montages everyone's speech at the beginning as well. That was a pretty cool detail. That is definitely enough to make this episode a highlight. And yeah, this is actually the episode where Robbie does go out of prison. He tries to see Sam, but Miguel was there, and Robbie goes for Kreese instead. So yeah, there is a lot of interesting moments because even Kreese approached Robbie because Kreese kind of went for him when Johnny wasn't let go of Miguel. So yeah, that's a quite a nice payoff then. So yeah, like I said, it is just one of his episodes where it does have its primary premise with select character moments from time to time, and this is yeah, I think some people might say, oh, just having the episode, most of the episode being in a courtroom could be quite boring, but no, I just quite like it, just seeing how all three senseis, have a go, but they just keep clashing with one another, and then it's Miguel who and Sam that they all help get it all back on track. So I think it is just another nice episode. It does act as like yet another like slower one before everything starts building up again, especially when yet another tournament's coming about, and I think it's just like a pretty neat one overall. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Alright, so next up is the finale of season 2. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was going to be lower because it's a quite a split episode because there are like some who do dislike it because of how the kids have far more have far too much screen time, and it's also focusing on a lot of kids as well alongside the main ones. Plus, the fight is also a tad long as well. And when I was rewatching this episode, there were like tidbits that kind of puzzled me, like how come Dimitri managed to like why were those classrooms dark and some of them being locked as well. So yeah, it got me questioning a couple of times. And whilst it was satisfying to see Johnny and Daniel fight for the first time, and it was like an interesting idea to exchange it between the 84 fight as well to like emphasize more of that duel, or like a rematch almost. I think it was like partially distracting, but I can see what they're going for. So I still liked it, but yeah, I think alongside episode 9, this was also just another moment of the adults being sidelined. But unlike the previous episode, at least the adults still get some really nice moments because, like I said earlier, the school fight, I still see it as a consequence of Johnny and Daniel's rivalries kind of passing on to them, and because Grease was partly around when these events were happening. If anything, he came after, and also why was Johnny going back into the dojo? Was he wanted to check up on it? Did he get told it was open, or did he want to fetch something, or somewhere quiet to be? It's just a lot of guesses. It does make us wonder. And also, Grease was teaching a karate class, presumably quite late as well, I think, because every lesson we've seen has always been like in the daytime. But even then, there was also, I guess Daniel being was he no if Sandy didn't come home and she stayed at Sam's instead, and Daniel's erratic nature and Johnny trying to calm him down. That's like almost like a good first indicator. Before season 5, for instance, where Johnny was like the calm one, whilst Daniel was being quite very reactive. Although I feel like season 5 had way more justification for that. because Sam drove out and about in a car before, and yet Dana wasn't really acting like that in the very first episode. You know, there's no moment of her wondering where she's gone. So yeah, I just literally thought of that just now. But wondering why he was at Johnny's house. Although that does kind of spoil everything, considering a pretty decent double date that happened in the previous episode. So I feel like I need to rewatch that again. However, the school fight does have its moments. Like for instance, Miguel, losing his fight because he showed mercy. That is definitely one of the most significant episodes in this whole show. Yeah, that definitely comes back from time to time. At the end of season 4 and midway season 5, yeah, it's referenced a ton. And yeah, in the moment so significant, it's a major part of season 3. And yeah, and it was a rather decent cliffhanger. Like, I just remember watching the end of the episode with no season 3 yet, thinking, oh gosh, everyone's at such a low point. And like, so low at a point where I thought the following season was going to be like the last one. Yeah, imagine if it did stop there. Yeah, what a sad moment that would be. But yeah, like in Sam getting injured, it's absolutely traumatized. Well, not just for herself, but with Miguel as well. And then Robbie and Tori, end up spoiling their chances at school. And there's more to go for other highlights. There's Amanda being like, Daniel, please stop with the whole karate thing, and he does temporarily give up. He is really disappointed, and also, oh my god, yeah, there's that other moment I just remembered as well, where after Johnny gets I can't say told off, but when Carmen showed how upset she was in front of Johnny, and then Johnny listens to a voice message from Miguel, and the devastation on his face, yeah, that was like really yeah, it just gets me emotional thinking about it. Yeah, because I think people mostly talk about just the school fight itself being, you know, I guess like kind of questionable from time to time. But I think the episode itself still holds like some real good gems, because there's even a scene later on where Johnny and Daniel, they share the lift and they have nothing to say to each other because they brought all of this upon themselves almost. Because Robbie, is what was part of how the fight ended as well, which that something like that could be on both of them really. Yeah, not just Daniel's training. Yeah, and it's almost like a very like a very another grey area explored. It's a Miyagi student who ended a fight in a very violent way. So yeah, it does explore it's not just Miyagi good and Cobra Kai bad. They both have their own differences, and Miguel show mercy as well. Like what a jump, and it's coming off from previous setups. Especially with what Johnny tried to teach Miguel at one point as well. And yeah, the ending as well, where Johnny does ditch the car, which we at least see again, and the alley cliffhanger as well. Yeah, quite a gripping way to get us hooked. So yeah, whilst the school fight does have its flaws, which I've mentioned before, but at least the two main duos have a lot of focus into seeing how they fight one another. But yeah, it was just a bit too long from time to time. Because there were other long fights as well, but they progressed, like they stuck to the characters who were more important, and it also like felt like quicker. There was still like more emphasis on them, on progression, between locations and everyone else's status. Yeah, because or position. There's a lot more variation to like the end of season 3, or even the end of like episode 10 of season 6, for instance. That felt like had like way more going for it. Throughout, a lot to keep us on our toes. But yeah, like I said, I think the school fight was probably a tad too long looking back, despite being a rather go to fight. It is, yes, it's still quite memorable. But yeah, just have those other gems, which I think just put it on top. And for me to be feeling that devastated for other characters, like I hardly feel like that when watching any in the media. So yeah, it did really test me how much I cared about everyone in the story, really, how invested I was in all of this. Chris coming back, and also the idea that Miguel could be gone, like, gosh, that just adds to it. So yeah, it's I think it's definitely better than what other people would say, but I do agree with the potential flaws, more mainly just in the fight, and maybe parts of the introduction as well. I guess another quick thing, Rob and Johnny having a moment in the car as well. At least that was kind of nice as well. And there was some rising tension when Tori was not texting at all, and Miguel and Tori later had that look in the fight, just having that realization as well. That's pretty good visual storytelling as well, I would say. So yeah, let's see what's next. Alright, so next up is a Student, which of course is the very first episode of the show, and for those who may or may not know, it was a nickname that Johnny was given to during his introduction in the first Karate Kid film. So yeah, I like that reference. And I think from how much I like this episode, I think this is where we're, we're already halfway anyway. So the last lot is definitely episodes which do have, to me, more exciting moments and much more purposeful moments in the story. But yeah, this was a really good, solid first episode, because when I look back on shows, because there's many shows that I watch all sorts of episodes before the very first one, or sometimes when I watch the first episode of any other show, well, like either way, sometimes you're like, oh, would this first episode be like the best jumping off point? Would that be the one that gets me hooked the most? And yeah, like I said, whether it's going from mid episodes up until the very beginning and not being as impressed, or not being very impressed from the get-go, I've had tons of moments like those, with any show I've watched, whether comedy or drama. But with this one, however, I was just like, I was just like thoroughly impressed, because I've said this before, where I did just fancy watching something else to help pass the time, and I had karate stuff, so just why not? But no, I was just already invested and impressed, because I watched a show a good couple of months before season 3 came out. Well, when the first two seasons of added onto Netflix. So yeah, this is about 2020, 21, something like that. I don't think 2019. That sounds a bit too early for me. But yeah, it's just I really like how the history was referenced, and just seeing Johnny's day to day, and I was generally feeling sorry for him. And I am like a big fan of where characters do reach like breaking points or low points, and then just trying to find ways of how to overcome it, whether they have to solve problems by themselves, or even with the help of others, to get motivated by them. And yeah, because we've seen that in Logan, when that was done really well. I'm not gonna lie, EastEnders actually does that very well multiple times. And so yeah, for Johnny to have that kind of storyline, and it does go back to that low point of him a good couple of times, which does make him a like a tragic character. And but yeah, it's just we get a good catch up with the 84 tournament, just trying to figure out who the names were and trying to get familiar with this world. And then onto his daily routine, we get like bits of comedy, and then Miguel is presented to be nice and likable, and definitely in seconds, in such a in a short amount of time, we already quite like Miguel, and then we already feel defensive of him when he gets attacked by the others, and when Johnny fights to protect him. It's even though he does decide to attack the kids first, but it does feel like it's a way to protect Miguel, which is just quite nice. Just make it a bit more of a reasonable fight. Yeah, because a lot of people say they like this fight because it is just more protecting someone else and not just themselves. But yeah, we would get other bits and bobs, like their dad Junior finally seeing him and other background information, and then the reunion with Daniel is it's like a proper surprise, because I remember seeing the trailer of the show before, and I just thought, is it just Johnny kind of being on his own? But no, it does start to integrate people from the past, including Daniel. So I was just like, oh wow, this is getting really good, and they kind of talk about like the events and how they look back in a very natural way, and I just remember thinking, I'm really getting into this. I feel like I'm getting like a good flavour of these characters. Like, some people say that Daniel's made to be unlikable to make Johnny more sympathetic. But I don't know. I just didn't really get that impression. And Daniel is always, from time to time, he does have like a cockiness swag to him from time to time. Like in the second film where he was like pleased to get the signatures, after his victory. But even Daniel too has moments where he's like, let's forget Cobra Kai's everything, and despite him joking about his victory, he at least tries to be nice with Johnny, and he just had that genuine shock of okay, if you don't want your car to be serviced by my place, then fair enough, So I think what people tend to say, like, I guess there are like instances later on in the show that I might be able to point out, but I don't know. I just end up just really liking both Johnny and Daniel pretty much equally, even if Johnny's like the funnier one, I suppose, and the more tragic one as well. Yeah, and yeah, when he like finally becomes the sensei at the end, and yeah, it was just like really getting us going. So yeah, just an extremely well done first episode. I think the only problem I can think of is that during the in the first flashback that starts it all, Johnny lands like flat on the floor, motionless, but in the original he lies forwardly, but then he crawls away. So, but I reckon it's just like a representation dream thing, something as if Johnny was like dreaming of it, and yeah, it's an episode that does what it needs to do. Just introduce his main character and that. And there are like some unexpected moments, like you would think that the I don't know if Johnny was going to get arrested, and the stepdad does help him out. I think it had the time it needed. I just felt like the use of time is a bit more reasonable here because it does take its time and it only has one action scene, and it's just very confident to introduce what it needs to introduce. So yeah, I do. I like this one a lot. So yeah, now let's get on to the next one. Alright, so going from the first episode that started it all into the first finale. So yeah, this one has some pretty cool moments. So firstly, the way it carries over from the previous episode onto this one, like for instance, what happens in that LaRusso house when Amanda's like, "Come on, you two, let's just get up and go." After all, we're one of the sponsors. So I like that kind of transition. With Johnny, however, it's so because after finding out about Robbie and just not having a chance to bond with Daniel, just all of that progress kind of falling away. He he's seen by the car drunk, and then he's like mostly intact to normal. With then see him again. So, although like whilst Daniel, that the truth hitting him, it does hurt him more than more than more than I don't know. Looking back, I don't have said that in my commentary. Yeah, would that I can see why it would upset Daniel in the way it did, but with Johnny, although that's how he solves his problems, going back to drinking. But yeah, I feel like if he no, there are like times where he does worry about Robbie, especially when he gets hurt in that. So I think more of a emphasis on, Johnny being like, what on earth happened last night, nearly bonded with Daniel and then he does this to me, kind of wish that was more the case. So that's one improvement I could think of. But yeah, everything else is rather solid. It is like very reminiscent of the first Karate Kids way of the tournament, just seeing everyone's skills pay off and then everyone goes far, and then you have a lot of Robbie's training paying off, like the focus and even the double leg kick, that's rather good. And for Robbie to fight with a harmed arm, that's quite impressive as well, which we don't really see that kind of improvised in, maybe like different types of improvised in, like, I don't know, like the weapons at the end of season 5, I suppose, but yeah, that's quite an impressive feat from Robbie, and the way Hawk cheats as well, just goes to just explore the way of how Cobra Kai is taught and its consequences, to which Johnny does try and tell them off for. So, Johnny does have more of a lid. I think Chris would have been fine with that, really. And then there's Miguel stealing the crane kick. That was like a very self-aware moment. And I also like what's his name, Xander, who was like the previous champion, when he has this deep speech and then Johnny just says to Miguel, just kick him in the face. Or someone along those lines later on. I forgot what terms he uses, but I just like the self-awareness of that. Not to mention the host just like swoops to get the mic back after the minute, the couple of seconds of silence. So the comedic moments are rather good. And not to mention, this finale really culminates a lot of cool things at a point where it could be, I think it just goes to show why for season 1, I think a lot of us would agree, is like the most well-written one, despite me subjectively preferring 4 and 5, for instance. Because if there's like this real like morally grey area, because do you have Miguel, who he's on the Cobra Kai team. We've watched him throughout, and he's seen in a team that used to be like the negative team, but we've seen Miguel more at a point where we could end up rooting for him more, but at the same time it could be rooting for Robbie because he was trained by the previous hero of the trilogy, or quadrilogy if you want to count the 4th one, and just have a name mention. So I think that's why I could still count it. Anyway, but it's just you almost you don't know who you want to win almost, but at the same time, you still root for them, and both of them have their pros and cons. So it was just really not in it, because normally there's like a hero and a bad guy being a fighter, and you're just like, oh no, who's going to win? Is it either going to be a win or a lose? But in this time, you're just like invested in both characters, and it's just like the whole morally grey aspect of two characters fighting. I've never seen that kind of balance ever. I just felt like that's a real impressive writing feat. Even when I rewatch it, I just feel like investment towards both of them equally, just like Johnny and Daniel almost, despite Johnny having a bit more screen time. And then there's that moment between Johnny and Miguel, which is very reflective, or very much a parallel of when Chris was like, oh Johnny, break the rules. Johnny's like, Miguel, put a cap on. And there's like that proper parallel. And because in the past Johnny was hesitant, but Miguel, however, was resistant and was wanting to go further. And he goes for Robbie's weakness, which is something that Cobra Kai does teach, and then does try to that Robbie again as well. And and then you do have the sense of Johnny finally winning, which we would we understand why we would find that satisfying, and that causes Chris to come back, which was a pretty decent way to great cliffhanger for the end of season 1, and not to mention the way Sam ditches Miguel as well. and how that would have added to his rage during his fighting. That was just just like seeing constantly build up. Yeah, it's almost like tempting to say that Miguel's best season could be his first one. I like a lot of his moments throughout, but to see Miguel going a downward spiral almost, it's partially intimidating. And because there's that one instance where he nearly goes for a leg shot towards Robbie, which would have got him excluded, but he stops himself, especially when Johnny's like, please don't. And so you just go show that, the Miguel, that we've once knew is like still in there. And it does gradually come back, especially at the end of season 2. And I'm listing all sorts of like really cool moments. And I also like the moments where, there's Xander's mom who keeps shouting, and then you also have Daniel being like, oh, yes, Robbie's doing well, but he's try not to want him back because, what has happened. But he eventually just goes invested in, Robbie again. So, just seeing his Daniel's hard work paying off. I was like wondering why Robbie decided to go for the tournament, because it wasn't like, maybe it was to go for Miguel, because they do look at each other a couple of times, but he didn't exactly say it. But if anything, there's that speech in season 5 where he thanks Daniel for giving him like a new direction in life almost, and learning new things. So my first impression was Robbie wanted to at least use that martial arts in good use, such as the tournament, and he wanted to finish the fight as well, just like Daniel. So um, so yeah, I think that might be the answer. Another thing I kind of like as a comedic moment, but not as keen on as a reference, is where Daniel rubs his hands like Miyagi, but it is like this mislead where he's like, oh, let's call for a medic afterwards. It just made me wonder. I thought Miyagi was trying to teach Daniel everything, whether it's karate or even other methods. But not to be taught that unless Daniel nearly attempted it, only to be like, now let's get a medic. I'm a bit mixed on that. But yeah, other than that, it's just like an episode of a lot of solid stuff. And I think the whole mixture of greyness, I think it's probably used the best in this episode, well, just throughout season 1 really, and even season 2 has its morally grey areas at times, but it is still a thing from time to time, even if season 6 and season 3 and onwards becomes like a hero versus villain kind of narrative. Alright, so let's go on to the next one. Alright, All In is season 3, episode 5. So this one is which event to go for? It has the supermarket fight, and I'll just find the notes. Yeah, the supermarket fight, and there's the circle method paying off, and then this hawk that has his flashback, and he later loses Moon, and then they decide to trash the dojo, sorry, and and that makes Daniel, go for Johnny and even nick some students. There's, I think, let's talk about my favourite moments. So I really like, because there's one instance of, Johnny, coming back to his, I nearly said the campus, but no, the flats, coming back drunk, and it's because, have I missed that on my note? I think it's, something to do with, how he's lost more of his grip with Robbie almost. I think that's what it was. I can't really think of what else. I'm surprised I haven't got that in my notes. But so that leads to being drunk. Carmen helps him out, and once Carmen has been updated about the rivalry, she said about how you can always be the better man, and then just before the episode ends, Daniel's like, oh, you can, fight me if you want, stop me from stealing students if they, want to choose to come with me. And that's where, Johnny decides to stand down, goes to show, sorry, that, that it can be, doesn't always use his anger in certain choices. He doesn't have to use that all the time. And I think some people might be like, oh, what a unlikable thing, to like storm in and act all snarky way. It's like, I'm not the one who strikes first, and then to influence like the students. Although, like, yes, it would be annoying from Johnny's perspective, but at the same time, of course, Daniel would be, quite because he really wants Cobra Kai to not be a thing and really stop the influence. And the way he's like extremely angry from not only the dojo being wrecked, but losing the medal as well. It's like one of my favourite angry Daniel moments. Even before like season 5 and that. Yeah, because I think that's like kind of a great area where it just goes to show that there's some that would go all the way, but Johnny and Kreese weren't really into. I think Kreese at least it made the likes of Hawk go like, oh, you don't have to like stop the fight right there, but Johnny doesn't seem to be into the idea of wrecking dojos, so or disrespecting them, as you could say. Just goes to show that there is like a mixture of perspectives, and Daniel does like let the students choose. He doesn't exactly wait for them. He just leaves, and then because I think he does get surprised by whoever comes around. Sorry, that's my jacket, by the way. I really like that moment, and and then you have Hawk's flashback. Does fill the gap of what was that phone call like, and then we just see the other end of that phone, and seeing him more distraught. But then you do see Hawk is more of a unhinged student, and the way he goes after Dimitri, just to explore more of that targeting kind of behaviour that a Cobra Kai student can have, which makes Dimitri vulnerable. And Dimitri has had hardly any time for training, and but he still has some use in the fight when Robbie and Sam come back in the supermarket, and the circular method was like a nice payoff, which kind of makes the previous episode better, even if I put that one at the bottom. And just had that reference to plays that song. I think it was also made by Commuter. I might be wrong. Because Dimitri was running from Hawk when Daniel was running away from Johnny. So that's what the song is trying to like reference, and almost like a dual meaning, and I guess kind of representative of history repeating itself, which is another big theme in of itself. Although I think to highlight two things. So firstly, this is an episode where the kids have one of the more climactic moments and a bit more time towards them, which could further add to that impression of kids getting more of the focus and the limelight. But Johnny and Daniel still had that moment later on, so I feel like that almost makes up for it. And not to mention there was like no security in the supermarket, and nobody, no like police afterwards, which was a bit of a like a tiny plot hole from time to time until season 4 addressed it with the sprinkler prank. So is those two things that kind of might knock it down a tad. But also for Hawk to lose Moon as well, it makes him a bit more banker down the line, and him gets him a consequence. So he's almost like one of the primary characters in this specific episode. Just like one of his higher peaks at his most dangerous, I suppose. And in the end, I just wanted Dimitri just because of the review. Considering when Dimitri got hit in the face, that it's a moment that pays off as well. So it's just, I think it is just the Johnny stuff, and the moment at the end, especially with what happens to the car as well. It plays that flashback, and the way like Daniel's like suddenly turns. It's yeah, like a very good moment. So yeah, I think because of how much I like those moments, that's why I kind of put it up, because I think that's kind of part to the ranking, is that even if there are like subplots or moments that I don't find as impressive, but if it still has some of my most favourite moments, I still put it on top, because how much like how much is achieved in seconds or minutes. It's just yeah, it's yeah, and this the ending of season 2 is definitely one of my favourite moments throughout the entire show. Alright, so now let's get into the next one. Alright, so the next episode is simply called Lull. That's season 2, episode 7. So this is where the Coyote Creek comes into play. There's Chris having a chat with Daniel, around Miyagi's garden, and then Chris gets kicked out at the end. And oh yeah, this is where there's a different circling method with all the Miyagi students having a go with fight one another, and then going on to the fridge, and the Daniels miss a call, and Amanda reaches some kind of breaking point. I think we'll talk about that moment first, because that one I really like, because I think Amanda wasn't as liked compared to, because season 3 and onwards definitely makes her more likeable and purposeful, but in season, I think just more like season 2, she acts as like a karate opposite, almost like part of Daniel's confliction. But I've always liked her role in the story, regardless, and I do especially like this moment where she does explain to Daniel that he hasn't been balanced overall. Because she said how she seems to be waking up alone all the time, and handling the business on her own, and Daniel does try and make up for it later, but he like losing a worker at the one of the more prominent workers at the car place. Yeah, that's a big one. So yeah, it is just like a realization and part of a breaking point, which does come into play at the end of season 2. And and even Coyote Creek, a lot of it is, so a lot of the Cobra Kai subplot is Grease's mini game of fight for the pet bands, and it does have Miguel and Tori having messing about with the lower ranking students, you could say, but then Miguel does take the medal off Hawk after he has another unhinged phase, but then Miguel fights off finishes off Hawk in a way that disturbs Johnny, because it looks like all that time Johnny was away, Kreese manages to make the students even more almost like lose their way and get confused between tournaments in real life. And Johnny showing that kind of concern, that's definitely part of the development of season 2. Miguel just not falling for that idealization anymore, or eventually stops that kind of mindset. And Miguel just give the medal back to Robbie. So it's like a partial attempt to make up, but that's where because Miguel only goes for Robbie because of how Robbie seemed to be physically probably seemed like physically threatening Tori from Miguel's perspective during the school fight. So that's what stops them both making any progress to get on at that point anyway. Yeah, I also really like the conversation between Chris and Daniel. I kind of forgot why Chris went was like around there in the first place, but he talks about how he sees the students as soldiers, which is like a very extreme way of looking at the students, and even Daniel recognises that not to be like the right way to see it. And you do have like Chris putting a cigar in one of the bonsai trees as well. Just that idea, well, just further showing Greece's distaste for Miyagi, because I don't think Greece has lost to anyone else other than Miyagi really. So just that partial humiliation, which he kind of wishes he had. Just I guess just wishing he won against Miyagi at some point. And I do have Robbie and Sam they finally start their relationship there, which adds more to the theme of the following episode, which is the Glory of Love episode, which is that what's his name, Peter, what's his face, his track was featured in the second Karate Kid film, so that's what I reference. That references that, and so yeah, I just feel like some more significant moments. Because it's similar to Mike critiquing the students and having a lot of action with some snippets of character in between. The Coyote Creek scene that kind of acts like that, it's all across that episode from time to time. But yeah, I do really like some of these moments because even Robbie and Sam, getting together, that does it kind of starts off the whole couple versus couple kind of dynamic, which later on pays off in the end of season 2. So just quite a lot of moments in there. Even Dimitri starts finding his footing, so that's nice for him. So that's good for him. So yeah, just the right amount going on. So look, to judge from a ranking, we are getting into more fun territory. Subjectively anyway, I suppose. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. Alright, so next up is the first episode of season 4. So this one, I really like how this one, sorry, I just got distracted by a YouTube notification. I think this one starts off season 4 rather well. Starts not only put like certain I guess like knowing where to place its cards kind of ideology. I think that's the best way to put it, and and also like the themes as well, because they just show how Johnny and Daniel have a long way to go in terms of merging their abilities, because they struggle to get along, then and try to have their own groups of students. Then they decide that maybe we should like split the dojos, because they're not neither of them wanted to budge at all, and then the students take it upon themselves to make their own stage, which becomes an extremely useful part in the later parts of the story. So yeah, very nice way to extend the garden. Yeah, something I really like about that. And then it does set up other moments like Hawk being left down, not being quite forgiven, because he was he was the only one that went from one dojo to the other. So yeah, it's like setting up his idea, trying to find his footing, which does have some amazing moments later on. And then we have Chris finally getting to see Terry, and there's some bits and bobs which I guess kind of puzzle me. Like firstly, so we do get a catch up. What happened since the third film. Apparently, Greece went away after the failure, and Terry, since then he said he went into therapy, and he goes into like certain kind of food, and he has all of his gatherings, and you can see that he's trying to present himself in a way which is not how he used to present himself. And and after putting on that facade for like more than 30 years, the way he manages to, well, he doesn't snap into it immediately, because it's not until the third episode where he just gets the flashbacks, and he's starting to remember of his fighting ability, and then he puts the the pair back. So it does become more gradual. This was just like a first step, once Kreese starts showing up, because because I think some people might be like, well, how come all of these characters seem to be fighting good after years? And I think with martial arts, sorry, I got struck from more notifications. But I think after a long time, I think you were able to maintain like your knowledge of fighting. It does stick with you. Even I can come from experience where I haven't done kickboxing because I stopped at 2016, and then I managed to get back into it in 2021 or 22, and I was just fighting like no time has passed. Like it is like a far more simpler martial arts because there's just the moments of how to defend, how to counter. There is those moments which probably could do with a refresher, and we can assume that all of the senseis have refreshed themselves over time, or maybe they are that intact. Who knows? But yeah, it was quite I think looking back, I seem to like the idea, to although yeah, every like when you go from Johnny, Daniel, and Kreese, all of them kind of stick to their familiarity until they start becoming senseis again. But with Terry, however, he's his status quo is entirely different. Almost like I said, if he's a guy who likes to make facades, then that seems to be the one to go for. And it's not the idea, not the first idea what to go for. Could have it so he's probably just a businessman, and whilst the could still be no, of course he's always have the money in that. But you're looking back, I do seem to like the idea, and we find out that Terry was familiar of Johnny all this time, so that's nice for him to know. And Terry refuses to Kreese at first, but then because Kreese talks, I mean, normally does, he's not manipulative at all, but like him showing up and of talking about how Terry helped found Cobra Kai, just those moments that do sink into Terry's head. It was just because Terry was also one of the main characters who me and others watched in the films before the season, because everyone else we were getting introduced to through the show with flashbacks to the flashbacks to assist. So to have one character to watch on the film before watching it on screen, there was just something they're quite excited about that, which is partially why Terry's like a fan favourite to me, really. I think he's super interesting and intimidating in that. Anyway, so that's just like one big chunk. There is still other moments because despite Robbie doing well, he's I think he still continuing karate and going away from Johnny and Daniel, but he still sees himself as not quite part of the dojo, to which I can see why. But then but then he tries to cover the class, and then he manages to fight all the students because of Miyagi-Do, which I think Robbie is just more trained in general. And then that's like the first step of mixing abilities, and Robbie nearly leaves, but then he decides to join along anyway. And not being like, so he's a bit like Hawk, where he almost acts as like the black sheep of his own dojo, although I think they both get warmed into it a lot quicker. There's not as many things going on. This does feel like a more focused episode, which I like, especially if we're going through these notes. There is like the moment of Miguel, trying to talk about Ali with the table, and then Johnny's clarifying with Carmen that it's just a catch up and that's it. So at least that was nice to acknowledge. And I think that's it. So just I think it's just a rather good solid start season 4. Not too into the action, but I just really like how it sets up. There was just like more of an exciting feel for what was coming up next, because I kind of see season 1, 2, and 3 as like the grounding season. So to see the stakes start to like really ramp up, and it starts to become, I guess some people might call it unrealistic, but it's just a nice direction which gives it that new bigger feeling, which like I said, just seem to really like. Let's go on to the next one. So just before I move on, the previous episode I ranked, we have the Lex Bigin episode. He does have some, at least attempting to get Robbie back, to which he refuses. So that also feels like a major thing that's covered. not to mention, when I was just rewatching, some bits of that previous episode just to jog my memory, it turns out part of the motivation to create Cobra Kai by Chris and Terry was because they were seen negatively after Vietnam, and so they thought it was a way to teach discipline towards everyone, well, a certain few anyway. So yeah, that is a definitely adds to the motivation in the history. So yeah, that I really like as well. Anyway, let's rank the next episode. So it's called the Then Learn Fly, which sounds like a Miyagi-ko, or at least part of it, because the previous episode is called First Learn Stand and then Learn Fly. So it does feel like a continuation, especially when season 2 had, the second episode of season 4 starts off with both senseis merging abilities, and it's just seeing how it works with the students. And then let's go through the notes to further jog my memory. It is with Johnny in the building and Danny with the fish pond. So it's like swapping mindsets almost. With Daniel going for the circular method and a Hans way of focus, and then Johnny's ideology is if you can jump across this building and can face anything. So yeah, definitely a difference in approach. I did feel kind of frustrated that with Johnny's method, it was just some of the students just like sitting around, but we can assume that they were like sitting around for about 10 minutes. But yeah, it did feel like a time sensitive situation before the tournament. So although I think that's just a personal thing, because when it comes to karate thing, you need all the time you need with breaks in between to make progress. I just thought, because I think only Sam jumps across the building, unless the others tried. I'm not sure, but yeah, I just felt a bit sorry for Johnny. But there was that moment when Sam and Johnny do clash. I remember liking it. Yeah, I just need to remind myself of the context. And then, and even Johnny and Daniel try to exchange other things, what the food taste is like. So that moment I like as well, to further enhance the theme. Because it's like where they do kind of start working together almost and start getting, more friendly with one another until their things go all, downward again. Definitely not as down as like the end of season 1 or the end of season 2. And what else is there? Terry seeing Chris, just seeing Terry still able to fight, and it turns out Terry had a tattoo as well, and then it also leads to that really cool flashback of because the reason Terry wasn't around was because he had to focus on the business, otherwise he would get cut off from the will and all sorts. Well, just more specifically the perks of the company, and and Chris's ideas of drawing tournaments as well. And I think something like that would have started off the tattoo trend as well, that specific snake one. So it's I really like that. And I do remember the behind the scenes thing of Terry dyeing his hair back, just them talking about how exciting it is, and they care about it as well. I think that's just a more important thing. It's both effective and cared for. So it is just like fantastic. It just feels like Karate Kid 3 is just like really amped up thanks to moments in the show. And then it's where Kenny tries to join the dojo as well, because he was bullied in the previous episode, and then that's where tries to join in, and he does manage to, thanks to his own methods of running and being quick. So it does manage to get into it, because I remember some people being like, why introduce Kenny, but he does a lot for I think it's just exploring another character concept, and it adds to Robbie's arc as well. And I guess it also goes to show, what if there's this kid, no karate at all, but he goes straight into a dojo of under both Chris and Terry. Like Johnny just went in we're just Kreese alone, but we're both senseis because because Kenny becomes like a protege to Terry almost. There's even times where Kenny becomes like an extension of Terry, because that menacing grin he gives Anthony at the end. I think that just goes to show how much Terry goes, how much his influence can go so far. I probably would have liked to see more moments of it if that was the case. Because they have like a decent chat in season 5, but imagine season 4 where he says something at a point where Kenny just becomes extra vicious, like more of that transition. But I think most of his viciousness comes out of revenge against Anthony. So yeah, what Cobra Kai is teaching him anyway, still. I think my ideas still work into it. And yeah, and this is either car scene, is it the driving or the garage? I don't quite remember, but either way, it's just seeing Miguel become more sensible after the traffic light thing, and then that's where like Johnny's influence does like disperse from Miguel, or like fade away from Miguel, only a tad, but it was still enough to make Johnny jealous. But it's kind of cool to see Miguel learn some things from Daniel, and it does make him softer compared to what he was like. He still has like moments of rage from time to time, but yeah, just he's like a more gentler version of the character, which I've heard split things about. Which I think he's definitely more on the forefront in the first 3 seasons. I wouldn't say inferior though. I think he's I think he's rather good throughout this whole this whole show. But yeah, and the General shares Miguel some music, which adds to Johnny's jealousy, and just with a 80s bit, for him to explore that, seems to like Miguel liking history from the past. And although if this episode had the garage scene, Daniel talks about how it goes from education to Japan, and then trying to start the bonsai store, and then it gradually gets to the car business, which it's nice to have that history filled in, and then talk about how life goes in circles. So it is the garage scene here and the car driving bit in the previous episode, unless the both are in there. Oh, these notes, man. Anyway, so I do just Ian is a really good step in the story for the students to exchange methods, and also see what Miguel is like with Daniel. Comes from what season 3 somewhat set up, and the Grace and Terry flashback does an awful lot, and Johnny being jealous of Miguel, does kind of add to the next split between Johnny and Daniel. And it's just I just really like the kind of theme that's explored here. And for Terry to come in, of course, the tension would rise a bit. Sorry. So yeah, some extra good stuff. And Robbie does help Kenny right from the off, so yeah, that's nice of him at least. Let's move on to the next episode. Alright, so simply named Takai. So this is the season 5 episode 8. So this is pretty much both dojos trying to have a go with having a spot for the Sakura Takai, and in the end both dojos make it. Although I think what would have happened in season 6 is like hearing everything about Terry, and then Cobra Kai just managed to continue as a spot from Korea. So it looks like the tournament can allow multiple countries from multiple teams from one country, unless and because with Kim coming about, would Cobra Kai be represented as a Korean team instead? I can see that happening. I think that's their way. But I really like because once again it is like a action heavy episode, just having the action parts, take a majority of the story. But in this episode, however, it's a bit more exploring. You actually see way more of how Terry works his ways, and you see Johnny and Daniel just mixing methods effortlessly despite choosing two different locations, and with one being very like really well built up, and then you have the other one that's unconventional. It's is built up the right word? It just seems very, I guess, just looks very professional, especially with the amount of money Terry puts in it. But yeah, like professional versus unconventional. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I managed just to win them both, dojos, and either contestant also wins the dueling as well. Yeah, for a spot, and yeah, it was quite tense at the end there. But yeah, I do really like the yeah, because it's the first time we see the Sakai Taika host as well. All of them. Yeah, I don't know about the other lot, but the main guy, yeah, I do like him. Yeah, just strike as someone who can definitely lead the whole tournament. And then you have the beginning episode where, because after finding information from Kreese, Terry gets interrupted and Johnny, goes for a jab at him, and yeah, and then also during the fighting at the end, or just at the later on, I suppose. Yeah, Terry manages to pay another person, to bend the rules a bit, but they managed to overcome the cheating. With Sam being told to go for far more believable attacks, and she, yeah, I think she was definitely able to do that because of Devon not being as trained. And there's like some acknowledgement of Devon, being sad that she's on the opposite team. There's like some sad looks from Johnny, but Devon's also been motivated to like impress Kim and the others. So there is that way, which was a decent progression for her, or at least interesting. And what else? Oh yeah, Kenny being taught the bullying method. Yeah, that was a really cool setup and payoff because he just explores what else Silver does his methods. Like, imagine if he did introduce Kenny the Quicksilver, because I was partially disappointed that the Quicksilver didn't come back in in the show. Like, granted, there is the stone model instead, but imagine if Terry did go for something like that for all of his students, to all of them to break wood, if not stone had to push. But instead, the stone thing was used as a punishment. So yeah, that was extremely intense later on. Yeah, it's Tori's ditching in this episode, which she gets punished for later on. Because she recognised the cheating, sorry, and so yeah, yeah, that was a quite a section of events. But yeah, I think one reason why Terry didn't teach over the Quicksilver is because he was like partially embarrassed of how he treated Daniel at the start of season 4. So I reckon he didn't want to take anyone through that kind of pain, or at least not go that far, because he was fighting a Robbie in season 4, and Robbie was really like more beaten. Although I think Kito did go for him because he was a bit ahead compared to everyone else. Sorry, my nose squeaked. So yeah, there is that as well. So I think that's why the Quicksilver didn't come back. But anyway, so Terry does teach the new silver bullet method, which is been an extremely effective move, and it yeah, it's an extension of Terry's abilities, and of course he would come up with a move like that, especially when he has his big three: can't stand, can't see, can't breathe. So yeah, a very effective move, and Kenny just use it again at the end of season 5 as well. So yeah, there is Kenny taking full advantage of it, and it's almost like a partial cheat as well. But on the surface, it just simply looks like another move, and the students not being able to take a punch. And yeah, and Terry and Kenny do like bond a bit as well. Really selling that student teacher dynamic when they're on their own again. So yeah, that like little dynamic I like as well. And oh yes, also like finds a necklace and finds out, Miguel was attempted to move on, their celebration party, and then for Troy to admit the truth, like that was like a massive turning point in the story, and the midpoint was already passed. So it is where things do get far more serious. So yeah, this very straightforward episode with a very um just nice and straightforward. Yeah, I really like the structure of this episode, but it does feel a bit more neater because a lot of these episodes feel a bit like EastEnders, where you just hopping from one character to the next to progress their own stories. But in this one, yeah, it just feels more precise, and I think it's just because all the characters are in the same room, and there's just Bob literally at one point. But yeah, I do like more straightforward episode. I like that. So uh, yeah, that's why this one's as high as it is, alongside the other positives that I have for it. Right, so let's hop on to the next one. Alright, so funny enough, the next episode I rank is the season 5, episode 9. So yeah, we see the aftermath of Sam finding the truth, and yeah, she has goes all out against Tori because she was right that a lot of suffering did happen afterwards. So yeah, both to her and Daniel, well, and stopping Miyagi-Do as well, and Johnny being put on pause. So yeah, I feel like that was like a rational reaction, yeah, reasonable as well, and oh yeah, this episode does have the adults having their party, and oh yeah, because is this the hospital visit? Yes, it is. Yeah, when Johnny and Carmen see what the scam was like, which goes well, but then it turns out Terry was there, and I don't know why Terry was there in the first place, and he was lampshaded later on when they made a joke about organs, which could be true, but I still don't know why he wasn't there. But it was really tense to see Johnny and Terry, talk in the same lift, because even the way Carmen looks, she looks as if she remembers what Johnny would have explained to her about Terry, considering how much of a bad loss Johnny had from the last time they fought one another. So yeah, really tense conversation there, and but yeah, speaking of gaps, there's that moment in so at the adult party, where the 5 of them go about, maybe 6 are to push if counting the cousin. I wonder how did Mike hijack the car? Like, where would so the keys must have been placed elsewhere, yet the driver didn't have the keys on him, despite I don't know whether he was at the party or not. And I remember being a tad confused about that. And another small pet peeve I have is that the the party, they as like during the dancing montage, which was really nice to see, but they did decide to go for Spin Me Right Round, which I like the song, I like the band, but it has been a song that has been played multiple times elsewhere. Like, granted, not so much in whenever it was referencing having in the Chipmunks in the second one, I suppose, and I swear it's happened other times, but it's just what also really grabbed me about the first episode. I can't believe I haven't mentioned this. It played that song by Foreigner Head Games, which was a superb track. Because in that moment in the very first episode, he gets inspired by what he was watching, and then he gets annoyed by seeing Daniel again, and he decides to drive. And I think he was driving out and about to like relive the glory days almost, especially as if he was looking back, and he goes to the same car park where uh, him and Chris last met, presumably. I was still quite unsure of that about that plot wise. But regardless, I really liked that driving scene, because that song that played, I was just like, oh, I never heard of this song before. This is a pretty cool track, because I think that's what modern media should do nowadays, is to try and go for songs that were vaguely successful, but you can like put in the spotlight a bit. And then that's what the Guardians films do extremely well, going for slightly less popular songs. So yeah, when I heard Spin Me Right Round, and even Eye of the Tiger being used once again, that too, once again it is a fantastic track, but it's been used so many times across other places. You could say that, I've watched a whole heap of TV and films, and I haven't heard either track for a long time in other media, and you never know, there could be a new generation that have been introduced to those songs by this show. And whilst I guess that could make a good counter, but it's still been played an awful lot in other media beforehand, and everyone will be accounting of media one way or another. So yeah, I just wish during those moments they could have played you know tracks that could do with being popular again. It's just because I think that's just another massive pet peeve of mine, is that we have been in an era where people really stick to familiarity at a point where they just forget everything else. Because like Aha is like a big example, because I've listened to Aha's entire discography, and a lot of their other tunes alongside Take On Me is absolutely top notch, but except that people don't have the mindset that makes them think, oh, I like Take On Me, let's listen to all of this. What else have they done? But instead they kind of stick to Take On Me, and it gets to a point where the song has 1 billion views. It is a fantastic track again, with very good music video as well. It is really good, but once again, why not balance all of all of that discography? Why does it have to be just that one track? You could say, oh, maybe that's how good the track is, it's leagues ahead, that's why it's like replayed loads. But I'm just like, come on, listen to the rest of their stuff. It's just I can just think of a whole heap of other 80s tracks that could have been used during those dancing parties. Anyway, sorry, that's a small rant from me, and I would like to talk about how my music plays into recent times. Yeah, it's like a completely original video. I feel like what I could say, and if it's like spread around, I think we all together could really help with music's positioning, because on top of everything else we've got AI sneaking in, which I think will really harm the music industry and culture as a whole. Anyway, so let's stop that ranting. It's just a minor pet peeve in the grand scheme of things. Sorry, it's just got more dust on my phone. In this episode, it does have chosen admitting that he still likes Kamiko, and he goes for the phone call, which it is quite sad considering what happens later on, more so specifically in season 6, episode 1. And to seem like all cheery and happy, to get beat by Silver, in an episode after that is I feel like that's like part of the tragedy almost. And I do like some of the comedic bits, like the Daniel's cousin, finding the other worker and being like, wait, hang on, is that my sister? And then Joseph trying to sneak in his weapons. And again, seeing all of those adults get on, in the way they do as well, because we've there was that double date at the end of season 2, which was rather endearing, but to go on a full-on party does feel quite nostalgic for all of them. And they just get on super well. They're all definitely friends at this point, and because Johnny and Daniel even the way they used each other's titles in the previous episode, doing the Psychotakai fight for a position kind of task, I guess you could call it. They're just proper mates. So I think this episode still do those moments quite well. And I also in looking through the notes, I also really like the when Stingray has his World at Warcraft and he's created some custom figures, and the way he admits this true stories is told through his figures. Hawk manages to pick up on it, because he used to be a nerdy person, well, not nerdy in that sense, but he just Um, yeah, I think that's just like the one of the only connections I can make for why Hawk can tell what Stingray was going on about. Um, because like the way Stingray was also being rather subtle as well, because I felt like he must have been recorded or threatened to be like, oh, don't say anything because you'll lose all of this, or have words to be afraid of. But yeah, I can just see that really working, when the students demanded answers, and Stingray being like, let me tell you a story. Yeah, I do find that really clever, and because yeah, we've seen all sorts of media where a character finally cracks and they're like, oh fine, I'll tell you everything, but then yeah, and to do that, yeah, it's like a very smart way of doing things. I don't think the students like captured anything on recording, but at least some knowledge, and oh yeah, it does thrive them to try and expose it, but then they do expose something else about Terry, and then it does lead to Stingray changes his statement. Sadly, it doesn't go too far, as seen in season 6, but at least it does diminishes Terry's reputation by quite a bit. So there is that at least. But yeah, I just thought that was like a really clever idea, and uh, yeah, and Tori punches the stone as well. Yeah, like a very it's like one of the scariest scenes in a dojo almost. Yeah, just yeah, very a scary scene. Yeah, it's like episode tense as well, and it does make him like a proper rival to Tori, and yeah, really adds to that dynamic. So yeah, now let's get on to the next episode. Alright, so next up is Party Time. So this is an example of one storyline I'm not so keen on, but the other main storyline, whoa, top-notch stuff. So yeah, this is part of it is the homecoming party with all the students, and this is where Johnny loses to Terry after a super build-up of scenes. So we'll go for the homecoming party first, because yeah, that is a part of the season overall which other people aren't as keen on, and I can let's just go from two sides again, because yeah, it is like trying to reference and follow up from the previous season, but it does have that teen drama kind of flavour, which we didn't really get that hint again since after season 2, but for it to come back as well, and yeah, to really like um have that difference between what the teens are up to versus what the adults are up to. Yeah, just kind of bring that back, which yeah, I think some people aren't as keen on as far as I've researched. And also, there's the fight later, and the two couples fight, and yeah, some people did describe it as like a bit of a dance, and it was, I guess, it was trying, being clever by intertwining the dance moves into karate, but I think some people didn't like that. Not to mention, when I was during my commentaries, when I was watching it, there was just a moment where Miguel and Sam just stand and do nothing as they just let themselves get kicked. Because they could have had time to put their defenses up easily, and so it did feel a tad silly, especially when Miguel and Sam were accusing each other of staring at them. And I suppose it was still the early days in their relationship, and I really like in season 6 how what happened with Axel was just treated a lot more maturely by them too. So I guess it was like a new experience which they eventually grow up about. Although I think Robbie and Tori is like far more complicated, but yeah, part of me was kind of frustrated where they were like, stop looking at them. Because imagine if they just like had a honest conversation about it, just being a bit put off by how them two are together now, and how it they could have talked about how all of it's just nonsense, and they just they get worried about facing one another. I think they could have done something like that. But to go for that instead, it just felt a little bit petty again. But it still has like other nice moments. There's poor Hawks on his own, and just adding to how it feels a bit isolated until more Moon does come along at the end of season 4, which was really nice for him, and then Dimitri has the best suit ever, so it was really good that, and yeah. Um, yeah, let's look throughout the notes. Oh yeah, this is where Stingray does come back, and he's not my most favourite character, but I think what happens to him in this episode does help me rank him higher. Like, what, I'm not saying that him get beaten up was satisfying. No, but I did feel really sorry for him. Then, yeah, that's not why I rank him higher. It's just I think it does help him become more part of the story more, and for a reintroduction after being away for more than a season, nearly two even. And that for that to happen to him, has all of these significant moments. Yeah, just helps him make him more purposeful and more of a part of the story. And I guess it does make him more tragic as well. To get beaten up by Terry, you need to be threatened and given all sorts in order to keep his mouth shut. There is just a sense of feeling bad for him, and this just kind of starts it off, because it was, I guess it felt kind of daft, with Stingray and the neighbour having these. I felt like the introductory conversation between them did go on a bit too long, but at least it did pay off with the neighbour just getting whacked by Stingray, and it's like a way for him to get back. Although sadly it doesn't even go back to the dojo. He just he's just bought a load of stuff, and to keep his mouth shut, and yeah, it's just something kind of eerie about it. But I guess it's nice to see what he would have done now his promotion is done. He tries to join back to the dojo, and yeah, but Greece used to be quite celebratory and impressed by Stingray, as seen did too, especially with the Coyote Creek. But I think considering what Stingray's been up to, like finding out about the probation, and I think also just seeing we're trying to take Cobra Kai more seriously. I think that's why Kreese wasn't keen on having Stingray in back in. But also I think his involvement kind of makes the Homecoming plotline a tad better, because he tries to break in the party to talk to Bert, and then there's the later he has the after party host in his house. And yeah, he managed to maintain that cool nature that it has. Probably his best presented cool nature in this episode, I reckon. But anyway, let's get on to the best part. I think it's the best part anyway. So although I think the one thing to address is that Daniel and Amanda do have their scene with their cousin's new partner and having to go with a therapy session. I guess I like the start-up parts of the Homecoming with them getting involved, but then for that to happen, looking back, I didn't really see any long-term effects nor a point. I think it was meant to be like a long-term comedic thing, but yeah, I don't think that does much either. I'm surprised how much I've ranked this episode high, because yeah, let's go on to the next other subplot, because it's absolutely superb. This single episode certainly makes Johnny and Terry's rivalry believable and well built up, because if Kreese has his if Kreese and Johnny have rivalry, and Johnny and Daniel have Daniel and Terry having their rivalry, and with Daniel being affected by Kreese as well, that brings up the question, how do Johnny and Terry bounce off one another? And it has an interesting concept. Once again, it makes the Homecoming subplot better, where Robbie gets given all of these perks, and even at a point where Robbie's mum finds this concerning, and then it leads to Johnny breaking into the dojo, which they had questionable, wasn't reported, but I suppose Terry let that slide. And yeah, like Johnny threatens him to get him away, and yeah, because Johnny has no idea what Terry's fighting ability is like, so he's still like really keen to have a go fighting him. And then Terry manages to bait him at the dojo and get Kreese to come along, and they come back to the old dojo, which is a massive flashback for the previous Karate Kid films. And because I think that old dojo is what gets repurposed into the... No, it's not, because that's like in a corner. I think Terry was aiming to buy it, but his new official dojo for 5, it's in that longer road, I think. Yeah, looking back. But yeah, like a very clever plan of Terry. Although it was, I guess when Johnny walked in, I wasn't Kreese like, somebody's coming, but I reckon Terry was like, oh, we are going to have a visitor, just wait there. I presume that's what he might have done, but that is a bit up in the air. But then Johnny and Terry fight, and Terry gives himself an advantage by deterring Johnny's eyesight a tad, and then Johnny goes all offensive, but then all he can do is be defensive. And if he did learn more, he probably would have done more better against Terry, which would have made him probably like a better fighter than him, even because Johnny can easily beat Kreese. Well, not easily, but he's managed to fight against Kreese twice and still kind of win. Because he showed mercy, which kind of made him lose, and then the second time he was getting distracted by Robbie. So there is those things. But for Daniel for Johnny's defensive training to pay off there, that I kind of really like, because I think it's still, I guess it helped, prove that, Daniel was right with some times of how his defensive methods can be like the better option, and how not being there is like the actual first step to avoid a fight, to which, of course, Johnny's making his way there anyway, so it just goes to show that they're right about one another, because even Daniel later on, Johnny's way of fighting isn't quite into play, it's also with the attitude, and it turns out Anthony didn't need just some light slaps on the wrist. He needed a proper shaking up, and that's why Daniel to use the quiet moment, and then it makes Anthony behave a bit more. So that's like a really cool payoff as well. Just really seeing that how they exchange abilities is it just goes a long way. Both in this episode and what happens later on from time to time, and then. But I think because if Robbie's getting won over by Terry in that way with all of their gifts and that, and the extra amount of money, I can see how that would rattle Johnny up, and even more so now that he's lost a fight against Terry, and then and Terry does his all three. He takes away Johnny's sight, then his breathing, and then he no longer stands once he loses. But then even Kreese has a moment of weakness where he tells Terry to spare Johnny, and Terry's like, oh, well, what about mercy? To which Kreese challenges Terry about, and Terry would have been confused. It's almost as if Kreese has this double standard where he's like, we'll be relentless against any of our foes, but just not Johnny, because of how much he still cares about Johnny from time to time, especially from what we see at the end of season 4, where they have that chat. And sorry, I think I squeaked again with my nose. Sorry, that's why I was taking too much of my own breath. But also Terry, he's trying to twist some of these things his own way by saying, I maybe focusing on the tournament, but what I'm doing right now will, still kind of relevant if you see it that way. So he too is creating his own double standard, especially when he was telling all the students not to do any more fights before the tournament. But even what Terry manages to achieve is to put Johnny off balance, and therefore put the others, including Miguel, off balance, and that's a subtle scheme which does actually work at the end. So like Terry's way of scheming is still, because Karate Kid 3 isn't the best written film ever, because how I see Karate 3 and 4, and I think 2 is still rather good, just not as good as the first, but the season film 3 and 4, they still they still write a moment of cause and effects, even if it doesn't have as many satisfying or as memorable moments as the prior 2 films. But in the third film, however, it is still quite a clever scheme between Terry and even Mike, and for him to come up with this plan as well for season 4, it's really impressive. And I think it would have been a bit cliche for him to do something like that in season 5, some massive, although he does have some secrets of his own which the others do find out about, and how the cheating, he tries the cheating again, and how he manipulates Kenny. So there is moments of that, but just no long-term plan, because there's this theory about how once Terry shows up in front of Daniel Johnny, that is the first step of them splitting them off, and there's this idea that Terry could have predicted that. I guess that could be true because he was satisfied when he heard about them two splitting off. So I guess that could be an idea. Yeah, and there's the moments in season 6 as well, with his own ideas and plans and the reveals as well. So yeah, because they do act as surprises. Even season 3 was a surprise as well at the end when they turned out that Terry and Mike were working together all this time. Yeah, but now let's come to the final episode. So Terry does have a moment of breaking down and even going for drinking as well, which kind of makes him like Johnny in that way. But the way he was like, talking to himself as well and how like messed up he is, it's it was that too was like really like really on edge stuff. Because when he was all messy like that, I see that as like the true version of himself coming out. He's not always that neatly presented rich person with a load of charisma. He can have this side of being extremely vicious. And once Stingray shows up, he gets a bit irritated, and then I think that's where Terry does quickly take advantage of that. Sorry, I just had someone over. Anyway, but Terry like quickly plans on the spot with with the Stingray showing up and being like, and Stingray was like, oh, can I just like join back the dojo, please? And that's where Terry thought of an idea that, if he does really want to, go back to the dojo, even though he doesn't, but some kind of way to at least get Goose into trouble, because Terry at this point has absolutely had enough with the clashing with Kreese, especially with what happened with his double standard, and so that's where of course he beats up Stingray to a pulp, and then we later find out in season 5 he gets Stingray to be like just save his Kreese, and considering Kreese's rejection earlier, that does make it easier for Stingray to go for Kreese to get him locked up, even though it's not exactly the truth. But there's two other moments as well where not only is it just that long shot of Stingray getting like more hits, like that was just like so scary, and the way it zooms out as well, just to really show how isolated the incident was. And there was also like one more feature as well, where because in Karate Kid 3, like Terry does reveal like a sinister smile, which is almost like symbolic of, oh yes, I've got an intention, and that intention is working or is going to work. Like Terry kind of has that. Like at first, it looks like he's being like, oh, if Stingray seems to be fine, and if he does seem to be aggressive with the students, then why not? But in actuality, he has that plan of his own, and that too just makes him like even more scary. And I'll tell you what, I've said this before, but Kreese and Terry and probably the other villains in the story, I think they are just some of the best villains we've had in mainstream media. Yeah, they're just very layered and the complex and the motivations, and they all still make sense as well. So it is just extremely cool. So I'll end it off right there, and that's why this episode is in that position. So let's move on. Alright, so next up is season 3, episode 6, which is the episode King Cobra, and a title which I like because going through my notes, at the end of the day, Kreese at this point is almost like the King Cobra, especially when the tax man plan with Daniel and Amanda, that doesn't work, and they try to report Kreese and that doesn't work, and it's made worse by Amanda smacking him earlier. And then you also see probably just a lot of flashbacks in the 60s, seeing Kreese in the camp, and you see him interact with two of his mates and getting some training by his commander. So that's some of his early moments of getting trained, which was very cool to see that. And because whilst the previous episode, it does have the Johnny and Terry stuff, which I really like. And not to mention, I forgot to mention the moment where Miguel breaks down in front of Johnny after what Johnny steps out after drinking again, like massively, because he's being beaten by Silver, and badly beaten and, really losing Robbie as well. So, when Miguel thought they were having a moment. So, yeah, that was really devastating. But with this King Cobra episode, however, it does have a good couple of moments which I really like, and I feel this one's a bit more of a coherent one alongside the really good moments. I really like the flashback and also when Grease sends the snake down the carriage. It's like a certain point of leverage that Grease is really going to be a really tricky opponent. And I also really like the scene where, because this is where Miguel is still working on standing up, which he does at the end. But he also helps Johnny with Facebook, setting up a good profile and up to. I think it's just the one where Johnny ends up liking all of Ali's posts, which that was really funny. Yeah, it just reminds me of more just anyone just going into social media. Yeah, it's just the first steps can be tricky to get your head around. And then Miguel and Tori have a pretty decent catch up because Tori in season 2 talks about how unfairly her and her mum was treated, and then making Miguel sympathise for her. But then, well, yeah, that's its own thing. But in this case, however, with what Tori did to Sam, etc., Miguel now sees Tori as slightly less sympathetic, which upsets her, and Miguel then is upset by that. And I think that's probably my favourite moment of the episode where Miguel shouts him in front of Johnny, calling him. He probably called him a failure at some point, or at least something similar. But all of that anger is what actually gets Miguel to stand up again, which quite an impressive moment of recovery. But they bug each other, but they were both like, yeah, we both needed that. Miguel needed that outburst, and Johnny needed to be shouted at in that manner. And and it also goes to show that what Tori said and how that relationship ended between them two. It still affected him, and he still felt bad about it. So yeah, at least that's a bit more acknowledged, despite how quickly they've moved on and how they've barely got to see each other during that during that season after the season 2 finales. And I think this is where Johnny ends with Johnny replying to Ali, and had a long message, but instead it goes for a short one instead, which was nice. And I think that's what Miguel nearly judges him with as well. Slightly amusing. And once again, it is just more of Johnny and Miguel acting as their own little duo, and it's like that throughout the most of season 3. Very reminiscent of season 1, except that it's both him and Miguel on their own up until Johnny starts Eagle Fang, where he starts getting his own little team built up again. But of course, in a way, he finds more of an improvement. And it also has other meet moments as well, because this is where Grease has other new students, including the return of Kyler, and he manages to take Muscles' spot. And Muscles is what is the guy who Mike gives the new name to at season 6. Yeah, I just like to use that name instead. By the way, probably done it a couple of times, use that nickname. Yeah, it's just much better. But yeah, Kyler takes his spot, and Hawk takes revenge on the other bully as well, and the way he just completely beats him up. Yeah, it's just absolutely mad. And although I felt like some of the new recruits, there was one that was beaten by Tori. I don't remember seeing her again. So was she actually added? Unless Kreese was really, was it like a test perhaps? For instance, Kyler beat Muscles, therefore Kyler was able to stay in the team and Muscles going. But what about the new recruits? Do they actually help add up the numbers, or is that more test, and also just to see if these new recruits could be potentially better than some of the others he has already, which I guess could be plausible because Bert and the others were kicked out for refusing to feed a snake. because they really like the mice. So, yeah, sorry, just got once again another notification. So I think that's the impression I've got. But anyway, you're like, oh, Hawken, having like his flashbacks and really losing his anger against another bully, because we hear about the damage that the bully gets, in season 6, where he ended up having new teeth, which yeah, it does sound brutal. But yeah, I think I talked about earlier about Dimitri in the supermarket was like on super hunter mode, and yeah, whilst he was at like peak Cobra Kai, then I reckon this one outclasses that moment. Like, yeah, just like it's just really shows all of that experiences he's like built up and used it, and then afterwards he just start to go back to more of his normal self again, but whilst learning all sorts about karate, etc. And so yeah, this was a really solid episode with a lot of moments that really get to you, and I like what all of the characters are doing. Like, granted, Daniel and Amanda, they do go for something a bit more sensible and not karate, but I still like the payoff. It's just it's like that moment of being scared and just being like, oh yeah, he's now a problem we need to get rid of. Because previously Amanda didn't really take Grease seriously, but not until Dimitri got hurt and Samantha being traumatized again. So yeah, just like I said, just a rather good episode. So yeah, now let's get on to the next one. Alright, next up is season 4, episode 2, First Learn Stand. And this one is where Johnny and Daniel exchange methods, etc. And yeah, this is just like a massive building block. Not only is it great exploration, like a great story concept idea, even despite everything else going on, because because the purpose of it is to win yet another tournament, but with um yeah, just basically that. But now they work together, they do have the need to exchange methods, but just see what they're like. And before the students get involved, that's where they see how each other's methods go out, and do because both of them are very like skeptical of each other's methods. Because Daniel partially tries to get into it because he has revenge against the hockey players who kind of step the mark, but then after beating up the hockey players, that's where Daniel to gives himself like a moment of peace, because got some satisfaction, but he knows more that all of the anger afterwards isn't needed, and yeah, just kind of brushing off almost well, I guess some of Johnny's words, because he fully realizes it more once he tells of Anthony and the way he did in a much later in season 4. But yeah, so you have Johnny being taught like the chore methods, and because with the painting, for instance, he's like, why am I on earth am I doing this? And then that's where we find out that Daniel can slice a bottle, which is rather good. And then Daniel telling Johnny that the best fighter out of all of us is Miyagi, so that's who you should build up, try getting inspired by him, and that's where Johnny starts to get into it a bit, and he learns some of the methods and just the platform around the pool. That's where he does have like a good go, but once he falls in, he's like, oh, this is loaded nonsense, and then he doesn't agree with Daniel's ideology that he's got from Miyagi about not being there. But I think what I also like about this moment is that Johnny calls it like ridiculous in that, but then it helps him against Silver later on, and many other moments later on as well, especially when he fights Mike later on, and then Johnny takes Daniel through a journey of how he normally trains students, like in a harsh environment. I feel like he pushes it with Daniel because he's an adult, the chain climbing and the hot coals, and then Johnny takes Daniel to a poker game where to teach more about why should be a bit more forefront, and trying to put Daniel on the spot. The hockey thing is a little bit now to know. I can see where they're going for, but that's where I kind of prefer Daniel and Johnny training each other and testing each other's methods. Like, I know that Daniel needed more of a transition into that, and Johnny gave it a good go. But even then, I think that story concept alone is just fantastic. And this is also where we do get introduced to Kenny, and at this point, so people are like, why put another kid to the mix? But I've already explained earlier how he does fit into the story in more ways than one. And then, we just see his first day back at school. He's heard that his dad's away in the army, and he's also the brother of, was it Sean? In season 3, the guy in prison. There was that connection, which that was a very good twist. That was. So it does a lot of things pretty good, and he even makes Anthony like a mixed character, as in he's quite antagonistic against Kenny after watching Kenny for quite some time, but at the same time Anthony's being like put under pressure by his mates as well. The love interest, or the girl that both Kenny and Anthony like, she doesn't really appear again. It's just almost like a first step that adds like tension between the two of them, but I feel like it could have been something that would have paid off later on. Why not just the whole picking on a new kid kind of thing, or maybe Kenny could start being more picked on once. I know, because Kenny joins Cobra Kai because of Anthony and the others. And so it is like a rather good little story of its own, especially for the Kenny fans, I suppose, or who would soon to be. I think how the later episodes do does help this up a bit. But I think the real star of the show is is Johnny and Daniel stuff, and I like the other moments too, because there was there's the Niagara methods which Cobra Kai learns. Now that was an interesting thing. Because it was touched on there, but you get to see how way more methods was given to the Cobra Kai team, which did help them win the battle, the tournament rather. So that was all right. And then because Tori loses the first job because of Amanda's threats and that, and really getting Tori fired up. And but because despite getting all antagonistic against Tori, I think Amanda's defensive at a point where, because after all she's traumatized Samantha multiple times. Why ask for an explanation for her behaviour, and that's where Kreese does come to clarify her about it, because them two don't really chat to each other after that supermarket chat, but there was like some kind of tension there, and Amanda trying to get some leverage, and Kreese being like, well, actually, and it does make Amanda go into a realization. So once again, it is just playing around with morality and grey areas, and Amanda immediately tries to help, which Tori just refuses at first. So I really like that step, because that too has like a bit of a payoff when Amanda, she does soften herself with Tori too, and even in the tournament where she's like, this rivalry between you two better finish off after this, and it kind of does. There is some pretty neat steps as well. I'm still happy with my episode ranking. Next up is, hang on. Let's just hang on. There you go. Just trying to be consistent of how I record each section of the presentation. All right, next up is the episode Bagged Eggs, which is definitely season 5, but whereabouts? Let me just read through my notes. 7, there it is. So just before before episode 8, where competed for the Sakataka. If anything, this episode is where we first hear about it, because there was this mystery of if like, yes, Terry was trying to take over the valley, but what was his other intentions, and that's where we find out about that. I guess it does create the question of why it wasn't exactly brought up in the third Karate Kid, but I think Terry just needed to make his own steps because, Terry was asked to do a favour by Kreese, and Mike gets involved. Mike too, at least confirms in season 6 they want to join the Sakatakai, and maybe Terry was probably would subtextually try and take him to there. That could be something. Or unless he just, once he proves to be a winner in front of Daniel, he would make him more worthy of, the Sakataka if he ever gets judged. So that's something. But in the Sakataka, does that mean you can just go as an individual? Did it have to be teams and countries? Was Miyagi part of a team in his time? I don't know. Because I'm recording this just before season 6 part 3 once again, so we've yet to have those answers if they ever come about. But I think in Karate Kid 3, I think it was just the focus on taking down Daniel, because Terry does talk about spreading Cobra Kai all over if his plan turns out the way it does. But he had like other bigger intentions, as well as, if anything, taking over the valley, which he partially did in this show. Would be like a good first step first. It gives him a lot of leverage. But so I think we'll continue talking about that. So they see Grease in prison, and they're like, what's up with him, and that's where we do get a really good flashback. I say, I'm sure I said this in my commentary because I'm yet to re-listen to those to check it before releasing, or whichever way round it was, because it's just I've been completing them, then I've been recording this, and as I'm recording this, there's no other commentaries that have been released on my YouTube other than my storybooks, my original ones. Going back to one intention is that when Chosen mentions the kind of karate style that Terry has, I thought Terry knew that other martial art as well as karate, hence why he's better than Kreese. But Kreese and Terry were taught by the same sensei, so it just made me wonder why Terry was more better than Kreese, and I think Terry was able to practice more, or maybe him being smarter made him a smarter fighter, because he blasted many rounds against Miyagi when Kreese gets taken down immediately twice. So I think that's like some explanation, but at least we do get confirmed that we're both taught by the same sensei and how they got their skills expanded. And this was also in the early 80s, waited just a good couple of years before 84, because Kreese may wanted to go in these tournaments in the valley and that, but past Kreese said that he wanted to focus on his students, and instead of going to Sakai Taikai, but it would involve those students, unless was he talking about there is a difference between, because the valley tournaments are like smaller in comparison, and it's like low stakes, and it's more time to train then as well. So I think that's where Chris is coming from, but because Terry was being quite ambitious, and even having that idea of spreading Cobra Kai all over, that was quite something. And not to mention, we do get to see more of past Terry being more towards his sinister self, because after Vietnam, he was like quite scared in that cage, and so I think all of that wealth and the ambitions, I think that's probably what got him to be the guy who we then meet in Karate Kid 3. Like just all of that confidence back. I think that's what it would have been, and plus learning more karate as well. I bet that would have done something too. And we also see, Kim, much younger Kim then as well. And what else? But yeah, it's just also just the stake of, if Terry does go to, win the Sakai Takai, then that too would just give him a whole heap of leverage, Cobra Kai all across the world. Like, yeah, that's just a master plan, because once they reach that point, how on earth you're going to take him down, even if he were exposed Terry. I don't think that all of those global dojos would shut that easily. That would take far more, because trying to stop either Grease or Terry in like one dojo is already like hard enough for either Daniel or Johnny. And yeah, we see the consequences of that, like what happens between Daniel and Amanda as well. Yeah, because I remember once I heard about this, because I still thought that. Did I still think that? Why did I think that season 5 was still the last one even after that's such a weird moment of madness in my head. Although I guess I didn't want to be gullible and thought, oh, is this not the next season idea then? I don't know what I was thinking back then. But looking back, it is just the biggest obstacle. Can't really go bigger than that, other than, I don't know, fighting aliens. That will learn karate as well. That'll be the next stage. Or like the multiverse thing. Yeah, that'll be absolutely mad. Anyway, so yeah, it's good for Daniel and Kreese to Daniel and Johnny and Kreese, having the three of them then, and Johnny just seeing Kreese, setting him well out to the prison at a point where he commands the others, and they all like have pretty good exchanges, well, every now and again, before trying to get to the point every now and again, as well. But alongside that, you do have Chosen teaching the students, and whilst it is like a bit of a long-winded lesson to go from, protecting the eggs individually and then protect them all grouply. But I think, as he intended, it was letting the students figure out for themselves. It isn't just fighting off your own eggs the best way you could. It's to defend them in the group, and it's a group method that does well, or just pays off nicely in both the end of season 5 and even helps a tad in season 6 as well. That kind of idea is helpful then. So yeah, and not to mention I do find that shot really funny where they all had the eggs on the stage and Chosen's in slow motion and just like runs across the garden in slow motion. There's something about that which is quite funny. But yeah, like after that egg protection lesson, Chosen does have like the moment of making sure everyone's techniques are on point. So there is that at least. And I've also got a note seeing that Devon joins Cobra Kai as well. So okay, yeah, I think that I think she does get learn a couple of things before fighting in the following episode. Of course, yeah, Terry's advertising and promotion goes through the roof at a point where Carmen gets hold of a leaflet, and yeah, that it's just more showing more on Terry's influence, spreading all across, even adverts on social media as well, and that was like the most invasive that Terry got, and and it was just like a glooming danger which everyone was like worried about, because when we see like Anthony getting defeated in the way he did, it just goes to show what could end up happening. You have like a whole heap of students just bullying one person, which sounds like absolute madness, and imagine that on a global scale. Like, that's like definitely part of the point he wants to come across. So yeah, not only a simpler episode, but it's very effective with the because it's a less number of things going on. Well, no, there are like tidbits. Hawk and Robbie decide to get on the Tad, and Dimitri, out of all the people, is like no, come on, let's you two need to start getting on now. So yeah, so there are tidbits like that, which is rather good. But it's just the concepts in these episodes, and just first hearing about the Sekatake and that way did just make it a very solid start, and also seeing how Chosen trains students or how he decides to approach those in the valley. Yeah, it is yeah, really good concept. Yeah, because yeah, Chosen uses like the birds protecting their eggs, like that kind of point of view. And yeah, it's a really neat concept. He's almost like a sensei more connected to nature. Um, all right, so yeah, the next episode ranking is another season 5 one. So yeah, so let's hop into this one. Or the next one, should I say? So Downward Spiral, a very good suitable name. Representative as a water slide, I suppose. But also, this is where the auction appears, where Daniel ends up losing Amanda at the end. But yeah, I think we'll talk about. Let's talk about the water park stuff first, because that's like simpler. And despite the balance in subplots, I do feel like it's a bit more balance between the adults and the kids. Even the kids, does feel it does like have its own petty stuff, like, oh no, you punctured my ring on the water slide, but it does feel like more serious when the security guard, is like constantly around them and getting them all to kick out, and everyone gets super tutorial. Anthony gets bullied again, and Sam gets absolutely fed up of what's happening, and and Kenny and Robbie are not really um um not getting on's not quite the right term. Just Kenny just not listening to Robbie at all, and it does set up a bit of Hawk and Kenny having like a tiny bit of a rivalry, which does make the episode 8 fight a bit more built up prior, because because Hawk has a fight with Kenny before. And Hawk only got one smack, but Kenny was quite an easy opponent to him. But so he did have that scuff, but presumably thanks to Kenny's training, aside other than the silver bullet, yeah, it looked like Kenny ended up being a bit harder. Yeah, I think it just goes to show how efficient Terry's training must be as well. Not to mention, I think the other senseis like Kim would be around then too. So yeah, that already like builds up like multiple senseis as well. Like, oh my gosh, how much does Harry have? He must be what's richest characters in fiction. Scrooge McDuck, Smaug, Tony Stark, Bruce Wayne. Terry must be in that top 10 somewhere. Because if you think about it, he runs that's the most expensive dojo ever. He's aiming to spread all over, even buying other dojos. There's all the advertising, leaflets, clothing. Yep, clothing's another thing. Merchandise another. Social media adverts. There's multiple. There's the multiple drinks, which he was like, oh, there you go to others. Season 6 has him mention a yacht as well, and oh, what else? He's able to move house probably without a scratch, and he has like a whole heap of items like the sword, and also stuff so expensive he removed it off his wrist. Then there's buying Robbie a car and the suit. He's buying Stingray an apartment with all those stuff, including the PlayStation 4 or 5. Oh my god, what else? Getting Johnny's car back, and oh my gosh, what else is there? Oh yeah, paying like 2 coaches to cheat. Like, how much did he spend there? And also offering double if any sensei in episode 2 were to beat against Chosen. Like, oh my gosh, that does. Oh, well, Tony and Bruce were on purposely, sorry, not a word, like far richer, because superhero fiction is just a tad up. But, karate, the Miyagi verse, as it's being called, it's partially like real life, but with more influence in karate, and yet you have this guy. So he must be in the real world almost, like the richest guy in that kind of perspective. Um, Oh my gosh, I feel like I haven't covered the entire list. Oh, Sensei Wolf's debt, despite Terry being nearly in debt as well. And travelling across to Bangkok in season 6. That must be an expensive flight. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna do like a video on that, breaking down everything he's brought. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun because I even researched his occupation in even what I can remember from the third Karate Kid. His company only just moves toxic waste from place to place, and that's it. Oh gosh. Well, I suppose he does, get earnings from both that. He might have saved an awful lot as well. Probably got a massive will from his parents and maybe other family members. And then the payment from the Vietnam, soldiers get paid immensely. I know not so much in the 60s or 70s. Maybe it's more payment now, but that could still be a factor. And also just getting payments for the karate dojos. Like I think once he started up his dojo and then the money started coming in, that's where he was like, yep, time to pay the adverts. Yeah, like wow. Um, yeah. Oh, and the auction as well. How many things have I mentioned? Being able to buy a hefty amount in auctions. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's like cartoonishly rich at this point, really. Um, Actually, let's just having a quick research. So, silver occupation. Oh well, I know he's a martial artist. What is Terry Silver's job in Karate Kid 3? Still saying karate. Oh yeah, toxic waste disposal company called Dinitox. Let's see. Toxic waste disposal companies, how much money is made. He's a CEO as well. Collection treatment industry expected to grow 1.4 billion. Okay. CEO payment 900,000 a year. Wow. Okay. Top 25 CEOs are paid over 2.5 million. FTSE 100 CEO increased from 4.1 million in 2022 to 4.9 million. 19 million, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I can. Okay, yeah, it's nearly a million, so fair enough. Yeah, must know how to use his money well, or probably has like a really good accountant. Anyway, sorry, that was a massive rant, wasn't it? So yeah, water park stuff first. So yeah, you do have Miguel and Sam having the awkward moments, post breakup, which I can sympathise with because yeah, I had those kind of moments in secondary school. Yeah, you just don't know what to do because I think Sam was Miguel's first girlfriend, and to be on and off, in that manner. Like the first time was, rage getting in between them, but this time it was just a more personal matter, which they thought, well, let's take a break, and yeah, he's trying to do his best. I think what kind of bothered me though is that Sam was trying to read, and Miguel kept chatting with her. It just reminds me of like that moment in the BBC show One Foot in the Grave where the wife goes, I've tried to read this sentence 11 times. Yeah, I just felt a bit bad and slightly annoyed for her, but I'm sure she didn't mean anything, and I'm sure she can like multitask. And Miguel, showing some interesting books as well, just goes, I guess, a bit more about him, just trying to play it cool. And yeah, Miguel also trying to, sorry, that's probably vehicles passing in, but you also have Miguel trying to stop the moments between Robbie and Hawk, and Kennedy said there was, being bold enough to do that. So yeah, and I think I just like water parks as well. It's just a really interesting idea of a setting, and it was the summer again. So was it? Um, did it take place a year later, perhaps? No, because Amanda just found chosen in the pool unless he's been staying elsewhere for multiple months, and then thought, why not stay at my house? Um, I reckon it has been a good few months because how else would Terry have set up like the adverts, by the way, another thing on TV and getting the dojo the way it does. So there must be. He could have done that immediately, although it could have been like a good few days, especially if Johnny and Robbie were still on the road trip. Driving from. So the valley's in California. Let me just sorry, more research. California to Mexico is Google Maps, take your time. It's a day's drive. And yeah, they did encounter one night, but they must have left early in the morning. Not to mention everything else that's slowing down, like pit stops. Yeah, I think that's what the timeline is. The water park does have those moments. Yeah, it is just like the teen drama, but slightly better in how I see it in this case. However, I did prefer, Daniel and Terry's subplot way more because, there's the auction where they thought nothing was happening and things were, Amanda was already getting fed up once again because, Chris was a problem, he's out, and Terry's doing nothing, and yet Daniel still wants to go after him. So Terry coming about again, it's like the final straw almost in the end. There was also that decent chat between Terry and Amanda, just seeing how they would interact. And Amanda was like skeptical, but she's still like, oh, well, fancy the drink anyway. And Terry still tells Amanda the truth of which thing did Terry mention? Not chosen being a mole. Was it still? Oh, maybe Terry did reference the sofa store fight because it was later confirmed by Chosen, making Amanda being like, oh, so Terry is telling the truth, you two are being nuisances. So was it that? I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like I need to refresh myself again. But yeah, it is also like a good instance of Terry being like hugely sensible, because he can be, but then he does try it on with Daniel, which gets him into trouble, making him everyone think that Daniel just like hit him. Yeah, although for Terry to be like, although I think Terry, he still was like insulted Amanda. Yeah, I think it assaulted Amanda behind her back, which makes Daniel go angry. Daniel would be irrational with something like that anyway. But for Terry to say that's a bold move, but I think it was to make Daniel go all irrational because he states what he's been told, and then the auction lady was like, well, actually, he said this. So yeah, there was like but I think that's just like a proper misleading type of manipulation. Sorry if you're hearing my pants flicking, sorry. And there's some of the moments of the auction, I do like that moment where, Daniel has his bonsai trees and he's like, how much to sell them? And then Terry sells the top price and he says he's going to use the bonsai trees for mulch. Like, it's like two people that can't be, like, they can't like fight each other and yet they're still going at each other in such a formal environment. I do like moments like that. Um, it's like the right amount of tedious. Yeah, I just seem to really enjoy it. But the highlight of the episode for me, well, there was Chosen watching TV as well because I bet he's hardly watched any American TV, and he found it rather fun. And because even from her perspective, Daniel just sounds absolutely mad, but he's not that wrong because Terry was doing all sorts. He hindered his relationship with Miyagi, made Daniel more angry and destructive, and Daniel was tricked into Mike, when Mike was already a problem. So, this is already like really frightening stuff, which he's wanting to really stop again, but because nothing has exactly happened to Amanda, she doesn't know what that feels like, to be walked around on that scale, and she just wasn't taking any of it seriously. And considering how Sam feels, and Anthony getting bullied, Tim sometimes decides to run away with them, which was like a real like good cliffhanger before the following episode, which was already like a fab one as well. We are yet to talk about that one. So yeah, the water park stuff is rather decent, and he even has Miguel and Robbie, having the last moment of, oh, we will never get on. But there was that moment, because it did have like less tension, and I think it was like intentionally like that because similar to Sam and Tori, it's like a meta thing, being like, yeah, you know what, their rivalry is just pretty much bone dry at this point. They have little reason to not get on at this point, and they're finally doing the following episode, so that was really nice for them. But yeah, it still has Johnny undecided for who to follow, and it even has Johnny's taxi job as well, that has just like full of like comedic moments, and it does like symbolize more of Johnny trying to adjust to a new way of life if he's not being a sensei, and he tries the taxi job. It's rather funny, and yeah, just getting like the low rankings as well, because I already said in the commentary how when he kept getting 1 stars and how that would massively impact it. It reminds me of that Black Mirror episode where you just like rating people and yeah, obviously, both are entirely different shows, entirely different contexts, but yeah. Although, Johnny does, talk to that trader, and because, both just aren't too keen on one another, even having a moment in season 6 as well. But at least in season 5, despite not getting on, they both, talk about, oh, we may not enjoy our jobs, but, it's still the best of what we do. Or more, the best thing we've got at this point, for the money to build up. And this is where we see Dimitri with the quote unquote summer job as well. It could be. And Johnny just rocking with his music as well, and just having the variety of customers are like that. And also to when they were like, oh, let's play some Billie Eilish, and he went, yep, but he plays Billy Idol instead. I didn't quite like that joke even, because season 5 kind of it goes all and out with Johnny being like totally out of touch. But I just feel like moments like that, I just wondered if he thought, oh, they were trying to say Billy Idol. Oh well, we'll just put this in anyway. Yeah, because I bet he's not like, well, he leaves the phone. He's the same guy who leaves the phone at the house, and he barely went on Facebook. So why would he know what Billie Eilish is with the modern charts? Oh, sorry, I just thought I heard something. So yeah, that one's quite amusing. Daniel and Terry's stuff I found really enticing, and the Amanda breaking point's the best part of the episode, and the water park stuff, like I said, it's teen drama at its best. So no wonder this episode is as high as it is. So yeah, that's probably the longest rant, isn't it? So yeah, let's now get on to the next one. Alright, so next up is season 4 episode. Let me just find the notes. I've got a bit disorganized here, sorry. The 4 episode 9, so this is part 1 of the season 4 tournament. So firstly, making this tournament a 2-parter, because after doing one in season 1 and then you have season 2 and 3 having no tournaments, it just makes you wonder like what can be done to make the following tournament stand out. And season 4 has new additions, new characters, everyone else is involved, it's much bigger in scale. They managed to get hold of Carrie Underwood, and the extra activities, and then Seko Takai is just that but on steroids, even more of them. And but yeah, the 4, it's like a first part, which because it saves most of the dramatic moments for the following season, but in this one it does have a bit of fun where it's montaging, all of the students, especially during the Carrie Underwood track, which apparently is a cover of another Karate Kid track. I'll just need to figure out which one it was. I do like Carrie Underwood, by the way, she's very cool. But yeah, so that's almost like a payoff of what I think a good amount of it is like that it's just like one fat payoff, from that one karate border meeting. You only see them once, and yet they have like the biggest influence at the end of the season. I don't think we ever see them again. And there was also so you have like whether it's the main or the background students, all of them doing well, fighting the other dojos and fighting each other. And then over time it does get less and less, even at a point where whether it was this one or the following one, Robbie and Kenny somehow had to fight each other. If there were two Cobra Kai students, why not pick either of them against and the other dojo? I'm not sure. But it also confirms that three of those dojos were the best in the valley as well. They were some of the last ones standing. I think that was cool to confirm, because it just shows that they were capable of going for the Sakatake. And there's even just seeing the other activities come into play, whether it's the single opposing or the weapon showing off or the board breaking, all of those activities. Like seeing them as well. That's cool to see them pay off and see that Cobra Kai, was kind of already ahead, which kind of acts as a bit of foreshadowing. And then we see Kenny and Devon, do really well. They were some of the new students. And this is where, Daniel comes to realise that his Miyagi methods were kind of nicked. And but also Miguel, uses the circular methods to help him, and it makes Daniel pleased. But Daniel's like, just stay away from my, favourite student almost. And because, Samantha, Daniel later finds out that Samantha was getting tips from Johnny as well, which didn't impress her. But in this episode specifically, it does have, Miguel getting injured in the end. And the reason like I said, he injures himself is because he was a tad unfocused. He was getting so close to, the end of this tournament. And Johnny was like telling Miguel to go all out because it's Daniel's now student. But Miguel's like, Hawk's my mate, and whose side are you on? Which, of course, there's a bit of a drift between them. And but I think Miguel at this point he must have been thinking, I'm doing really well, since my back's been fixed. But then he accidentally hurts it, and I think I would have liked to see Robbie have like some kind of a guilty feeling of, oh gosh, I did that. But I think he wanted to just maintain the focus on Miguel's own mindset and his relationship with Johnny, and even squeeze and increase, showing some kind of concern, because they two have had moments together as well. Which that too is like a bigger part of more so the following episode anyway. Yeah, that's the problem with ranking two-parters. But there was also just like a thing with what Terry was planning to do, by causing some of the drift in the part first. It both times actually, first with Daniel and Johnny, and then going from Johnny and Miguel. It did make Terry getting some kind of advantage, and I guess it was to see Miguel's fall have like some kind of repercussion, because Miguel does seem to still be a flexible enough fighter, but to add that more of a risk factor, it not only makes him more of an impressive fighter, but it does have like a weakness of his own almost. Well, if he's not careful, because because the way he spun around, he spun like 3 times I think, and and even Miguel and Hawk had the moment of, finally a worthy opponent, and just showed that they do get on. Just like a nice mixture of things instead of like foe versus foe. And and Daniel also touched into Robbie again, which kind of acts as like the first step into Robbie like kind of questioning where he, what position he's in. Some last minute training before this tournament starts as well. I like everyone's entrances, and I like everyone's skis as well. Daniel's all white, Johnny has the red look, and Cobra Kai just being menacing with the black. And yeah, the black and the yellow, it does still work quite well, just by being a 80s established design. So yeah, and even Dimitri is proving himself to be quite a good fighter as well. So yeah, I think that's all I can say for this one. So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Yeah, I forgot to say, I think in the previous episode, I did like in that position. It's just, I think that was like a consistently good action one with like a lot of yeah, just the way things were paying off and within the things that were yet to come. Yeah, that was quite exciting, especially to see how it all plays out. Next up is episode 3 of season 5, which is Playing with Fire. That too was quite a exciting episode as well. We finally get the return of Mike, to which I remember looking back thinking that Mike was going to be playing a bigger role in the cast because that's how everyone else was. Chosen may have been smaller at first, but at least he had a bigger role, and I thought that Mike was going to get a bigger role considering the karate and how much there was to explore, but no, he was just treated more as a side character, mainly just to save the overblown nature of the story, which it was still at risk of getting, yeah, just needing to cross the line. But yeah, looking back, Ali only had a couple of episodes and a good amount of references, and we see Amanda's sister, who we only see once, but a pretty good, decent catch up. Kimiko's return, and even the other girl from Okinawa. I know I can say that country in Japan. Those moments were fantastic. So yeah, like it just goes to show that some characters, have more spotlight than the others depending on where it goes. And what we do hear of Barnes, he works at a store, and he talks about how he did transition from being a fighter until being more of a fan of I was about to say architecture, but no, just carpenting almost, with like sofas and probably other um, houseware. And yeah, it was pretty cool to catch up. And we do see Mike and Chosen having a pretty decent fight against one another, seeing how their abilities play out. And Mike does manage to fight well despite Chosen. Well, actually, well, yeah, I think I can see how both of them would be an equal skill level because Daniel really struggled between both of them because, like, when looking back, Chosen had a lot of like Miyagi's, just that kind of karate style. Well, not from Miyagi; it's more so from his uncle Sato, something like that. And even able to counter the crane kick. But yeah, it was one method that helped him fight against Chosen better. But with Mike, however, Daniel did used to struggle blending shots on Mike, and Mike kept going for cheap shots every now and again, and he was a bit tougher as well, like physically tougher. But it was thanks to Daniel's refocus and just going through the same normal routine where he was able to get an advantage over Mike in the end. So yeah, I can see how Mike and Chosen are on equal skill level. Because Mike, I think, because he gets trained more so by Terry and Kreese put together, but he just must have been training all over. Well, I think he was already like a karate superstar, going all over, and he just wanted to continue earning. So he was already a big deal, I think, but I don't know who he was originally trained by. I would have liked to know. But then you do yeah, because there was also the conversation in that golf centre where Terry's like, "Oh, don't play with fire," but then Chosen and has the the gasoline line, which is rather cool. Just to show that then two do have like a yet another rivalry that's come about, and then the Mike's store gets set on fire, and Mike led to helping to call someone only for Terry to find out, and his store gets burned down, which makes Mike devastated, later on in the story. I'm surprised that Mike didn't come to them earlier, but I think Mike must have been suffering enough of consequences, like finding out what to do with the store and how he was left. So yeah, considering episode 3 up until 9, I could see a lot happening before Mike decides to go after them specifically. Daniel and the others. But yeah, just another consequence. But the thing is that that new plan backfires. Because I think some of the stuff against Terry, like the Kreese stuff, it's like trial and error for what to do against Kreese, but just similar to Kreese, it backfires. Leads to more devastation along the way. But yeah, at least Mike isn't with Silver, despite a pretty effective bit of trickery where it's still recording. Okay, phew. But yeah, Mike on the phone call, he does really sound like he's with Terry, but I know he was just talking about his home stuff. But I do like their reunion. That's a good one. And then there was a bit of banter, like how Chosen needed to pay more for the sofas and how Chosen beat up some workers. I'm surprised he didn't get charged for it. But then Chosen was like, mind the blood, don't bleed on my new sofa. Did we even see that sofa again? Or did he get sent to his flat in Japan or something? Don't quite remember. And also seeing Terry in a sauna as well, that was quite an intimidating look of him, because he liked his saunas, but to go for a darker one like that, it was, I bet Daniel just left afterwards. I think that's what happened, unless they have their own. But Terry of course would stay put, knowing that he's the bigger figure. But I think Daniel would just left shortly afterwards, feeling bad. And this episode does have Sam and her mates and Miguel and his mates, which it does remind me of. It kind of goes back to season 1, where they were their own trio of mates, and they come together figuring out what the next steps could be. And Samantha has that dream, doesn't she? No, that's the following episode, I think. It is. If anything, I think it's in the water. Is it in the water park episode actually? It might be. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was Sam's trauma. Comes from multiple perspectives, and how she fights an evil version of herself, which I think some people might find cliche due to other modern media what they've been doing, but I liked it enough. It did explore her more so. And to find an evil version of himself. I think I personally like things like that. Is that? I think there's tractors outside. I think there is. Yeah, sorry about the background noise. But both mates. That's where one of them buys the octopus gearing, which is once again a nice reference. But I think Miguel gets dumped. Really devastating performance. It was done honestly as well. The breakup was just come from a really honest place, which was refreshing. And but also it's just having both mates figuring out, oh, she sent this or he sent this could mean this, and it just shows what kind of different perspectives they can have, and how it's like that in the normal world. There's no wrong or right way of doing it, and there's nobody wrong or right. It's just figuring out what to say. It's definitely natural. But I think this episode must be up there. I think it's just seeing Mike again, which was really good, and then seeing store burned down. That has some long-term effects, and especially in season 6 as well, actually. But seeing I think just seeing also references in the past episodes as well. Oh, and it's where Carmen has the news that she's pregnant, and I do like those moments where when Johnny tries to train to be a good parent, and he improvises the beer bottles in the towel, and he drops one of them, but he makes his place more friendly, and then he does have a good think about it, and then he answers when Carmen was like, oh yes, I am pregnant, and then Johnny says the most Johnny thing ever, which it's definitely like confirmation that he's totally into the idea, because he was really worried about it, because there was that moment in the store where he like really falters and Karma's like, look, just think about it. But I also like the comedic moment when he has those cheap condoms that look like they've been bought off a nightclub or something, or was it like the same like ones from the 80s or something? Oh, actually no, because no, God knows. But yeah, the pharmacy were like, that's not ours. But yeah, like Johnny just having his own moment of weakness, yeah, because once again, even if Johnny isn't like tied to the Terry stuff at this point, him still figuring out what he wants to do in life, it is like a big part of his character. Daniel, despite the conflictions, at least he has a lot of stability, but that's what Johnny's been trying to find from the beginning. And with no dojo, what other stabilities can he find? And so yeah, it is. I think it's like one of my favourite episodes regarding that, because it's a big decision. So yeah, I think it is just it's like a lot of subplots which I like in this one, which I like pretty equally, actually. I will say that, so I think that's why that one's there. So yeah, let's go and move on. Alright, so the 46th episode we've talked about. I don't know why I haven't mentioned a number until now, but we're definitely halfway through, and that makes it 14 episodes left to talk about, including this one. So Match Point is season 4, episode 5, and this one's a rather good midpoint, because overall, Johnny and Daniel were already like separate dojos, but in this case it's where the mixing stops, which does bring some challenges for both Daniel and Johnny. Well, such as trying to find another girl contestant for Johnny, and I think both kids do group of kids do lose the chance to learn even more from one another, which is a real shame, especially when Miguel was start to get on with Daniel, and same with Johnny. And yeah, this is where that point hits like some kind of breaking point. Well, granted, there was like that one moment in the end of season 4 where Johnny and Daniel, as I said earlier, they do tell each other to stay away from the most favoured students, and but yeah, this still. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I said, it still feels like a climax of that, and and so yeah, this whole episode is because when Terry and Chris show up, that's where Johnny and Daniel disagree for what to do. But not to mention they've already were clashing on because Johnny already felt a bit he was quite jealous of Miguel getting just spending a lot of time with Daniel, whatever. Oh, sorry. But in this episode, it's Samantha showing they're getting influenced by Johnny, and that's where she does start to like act up a bit, like chucking the bottle lids around, and that's what Daniel isn't having. So that does motivate him more to want to fight Johnny later on, because they do have their fight of who should be the one teaching and leading the students, and the way they go out, it's a bit daft, but at least it makes sense for why there's a they both earning 3 points, and we sorry, let's put season 6 part 3 does use that Daniel trick again. He does use it once to fight against Johnny, which is quite an advantage. I'm surprised Daniel didn't use even more of it, but I think he does want to use the move with care, just not overestimating the power of it. Yeah, I could see Daniel being like that, especially what Miyagi has taught him. And before clashing about who should lead the kids and their favourite students, but there's also Johnny and Daniel showing up, and Terry and Grease showing up, and like I said, they do clash for what to do about him because like what a reunion between Daniel and Terry then, because they don't get to speak much in season 4, but I really like the conversations between them, both that one and the store one later on, and it really Daniel listens, but he still. And he's like, going to Terry, I'm not going to listen to whatever you're going to say. And then Terry's like, fine. And then, Johnny's like wondering like who he is, and even the kids are like, who's that? And I thought it was, I don't know, like it's normal for kids to be curious and to be like, who's that? But I feel like they should like comment after the conversation as opposed to in between, because they had about a good few seconds. Does that mean like Terry stayed silent during? After Daniel's response. Probably, I think that's why that was placed in. Is it a Daniel clash? Not really. But Daniel was being a bit serious, so it's like 1% of one almost. I just would have preferred the kids to comment about it later. But the Miyagi Do students and even the Eagle Fang ones too, they do try to find out who he is, even Dimitri. How many times is that? 5, sorry. Dimitri does, look into him, and I read it, I like how it's just Thomas Ian Griffin's, like one of his primary Google image photos just shows up, when Dimitri researches him. I probably would have preferred a more original photo, but oh well. And Johnny does get caught up about everything with Terry, mostly off screen, which is good because we already know about it. And Daniel does say some points like, don't want to fight this guy, and are you going to try and strike him first before you? It's that kind of back and forth, and then and that's where they do their own training montage. Daniel just going back to his basics, and Johnny just going absolutely mad across everywhere. And there's even deleted scene as well of Johnny, training himself more, and Carmen comes to see what all of this is about. I can see why that was cut because it didn't really add much. The deleted scenes are quite interesting. Even in this episode has another one where it shows how the students sneaked in the tattoo place in the first place when Pork was about to get tattooed. So I think that should have stayed in even if you keep a couple of seconds or something. And 1 second. Sorry, I don't know why that's happening. But the training montage is amusing. It does have that kind of tension, and it does play "Burning Heart" by Survivor, which is another Rocky track. But unlike the ones I criticised in season 5, episode 9, but "Burning Heart" it definitely hasn't been played as much. It's been played in a bit advert recently. I remember that, but that's kind of it. And I played in Rocky 4. That one was. So despite being like comedic with the Johnny stuff, there is still that sadness of, oh no, they're not getting on again, and once again it's for a different reason. And then the fighting against one another is rather satisfying because she did get like a proper 1v1, as if they were in a tournament, and Johnny and Daniel get more annoyed with one another when it's like the opposite. Sam and Miguel giving points to one another. And then this is where Hulk, he does lose his hair after getting tempted to text Moon again, and and his hair gets all spoiled, and because after the match between Johnny and Daniel, that's where Hulk comes in, and that's where that everyone just clashes for wondering like what to do because like Robbie mixes the words up by saying, "No, we're not here to fight," but Robbie still does like a vicious act of some sort in behalf of Cobra Kai. So Yeah, because I don't think that either side encountered much afterwards, but it did seem almost like a threat by Cobra Kai, and um, yeah, yeah, and it does well for it is like part of one of Hawks' lowest points as well. So yeah, so there is that. So yeah, I think this episode is overall just a more of a straightforward one, and oh yeah, even Amanda gets told about Terry, and that's why she makes a meta joke about how, oh, another sensei. So there is that. Although her and Terry have become a bit more involved in the following season, and oh yeah, and Chris and Terry had that dinner scene as well, because even though Johnny and Daniel have properly split, even Chris and Terry, they're both like, oh yeah, we're totally fine, we're getting on, and because Chris was a bit hesitant about their clashing point of views, and whilst that does get a tad worse, they're both reassured that they're absolutely fine, but it turns out they weren't 100%, especially later on. So I like that start then, and yeah, Terry like showing kind of appreciation of how he's back. Thanks to for Greece, thanks to Greece. Sorry. So yeah, I just like how straightforward it is, and yeah, just I like the concept of it. Like it is used in a does have like a comedic filter, I suppose, with Johnny training himself. But I think it is like kind of self-aware as well, and yeah, there's a bit of progression with all sorts of characters really, despite being mostly action oriented. Yeah, I think I just like the Terry stuff in the reunions rather good, and Johnny finally being caught up about the events of the third film. I think that does rather good for the entire Miyagiverse really as well. So yeah, and Johnny and Daniel, yeah, it is proper good fan service as well. So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Alright, next up is Best of the Best, which is season 6, episode 5. So this is the end of part 1, which makes it a very significant part in this season. But yeah, the what we learn and what progresses, and the cliffhangers as well. Yeah, I remember just being like really put to this one. This one does have like a slower start, and it does have Johnny being possessed of the students, to which so, like, if going through the event, so for instance, season 1 is just trying to mixture the methods, but then they take a break from being a senseis. But then, once the Sekataikai thing kind of comes up, they do, share, the names and the methods. And then at the start of season 6, Johnny denounces the Eagle Fang name, and it's all Miyagi-Do. And it is Johnny wanted to embrace more of his own side of Miyagi-Do from time to time as well in this episode, actually. Yeah, and is it, or is it the previous one? No, I think it is this one. Yeah, he has his alternate training, which doesn't really impress Daniel. But yeah, the name thing gets done in one episode, but it's more so in this one where I think it is just figuring out the who takes turns on who to train, and yeah, I think Jolly likes his own involvement at a point where he feels a bit cheated, where Daniel is training Miguel and Sam whilst Johnny is at his job. So I can see how it's exploring more of the rivalry, just exploring every inch of it, and it may because I think that it also pays off later where Daniel and Johnny, they do take turns with watching the captain fights, I suppose you could say, and Johnny getting interrupted, and then it just leads to probably one of my favourite arguments as well. Because I think let's talk about the argument, because it is probably my favourite scene. Although what we'll say is that I think when Johnny said, "Oh yeah, we're so done afterwards," they do warm up again. I guess, once again, that's like the third or fourth time. I guess they're for a different reason, and it's their falling out, which does affect all the students' performance in early segments of season 6, part 2. So yeah, I think it is just like a tense way to get us hooked as well. Is this going to be how it is? And you never know, because even they do get on, Johnny might still want not have Daniel as much in his life, because them two have been just going from one goal to the next constantly. So they might start a bit one another. I suppose we'll see. And yeah, and also during the argument, you have Daniel accidentally hitting Johnny out of rage because of Johnny he's fed up of hearing the Miyagi name, and jabs at Daniel as well. And then, but also beforehand, when they weren't agreeing about Tori's condition, because there are pros and cons, because she did seem like a formidable fighter, but at the same time she was less focused, especially when going for a double hit against Sam. So yeah, could see both sides. And once again, the whole morality in the grey area, it's somewhat explored here. But I think that my favourite part of the conversation is, when Johnny said when his own mum died, karate acted like a distraction, and something he would it. I guess it still motivated him towards karate, because he said, "Oh, after this happened, this is what I was in the mood for." So, yeah, I could really see both sides. But to learn that, it's like a huge amount of information that we've learned about Johnny. I feel like that does cover a lot, whether it's in here or even in the films, really, despite its limited screen time. So a really solid scene that does pop this one up there. And yeah, it's this episode is focused on both captain's training, and yeah, Miguel and Sam do have a bit more advantage, being guided by Daniel, because Robbie does end up on his own, and Tori doesn't train at all, considering what happens, which I'll get to. But yeah, and so yeah, what's interesting is that even if Miguel and Sam have been given a time with Daniel, both of them still I can't really, Miguel definitely loses against Robbie, but Samantha, I guess, was nearly getting into losing territory, considering the unpredictability with Tori. But this episode does have this moment to Robbie where looking back, he's never won a tournament fight, and so for him to win that time, and you have Tori appearing, which motivates him a bit, being like, oh, she's finally around, hooray. And well, whilst not knowing what's happened yet. But yeah, Miguel, he does maintain a good amount of confidence, but he does lose that confidence after, just slowly over time. But yeah, all four of them, I don't know about Sam's reasonings, I kind of forgot, but with the three others, having the captain position, definitely looks good on, UCAS, personal statements, grades, etc. Not so much in grades, CVs, I meant, sorry. And so yeah, there is a bit more motivation for for the captain position, because even over time the student roster gets smaller, because we still have the entire class training, but then it's like, you have to choose your main 6, and then that diminishes, and then it's just down to the captain, so it's just gradual decrease. And more of a decrease from episode 2, 3, 4, 5, I suppose. And yeah, and the roster's just nicely numbered, for the following part 2, I suppose. And but yeah, this episode does a lot for Tori's character as well, because she thought her mum was getting better, but then sort of course, what happens to her is extremely sad. And then it shows a flashback where it's, because Tori also has her mum that motivates her, which is somewhat similar to Johnny, and how he thought of his mum, after her death, and was to continue with the martial arts. And Tori's mum has that nice message of, it's not just the men that have to fight. And the way the flashback was done, it's extremely tender. And so yeah, it's just like a massive step for Tori. And yeah, and then you have Grease coming up as well, which complicates things, because she's like, oh, no thank you, and Grease is like, well, why are you joining me, Agado, then? And then in the end, Tori does decide to come to Grease, and she does explain from time to time in the part 2 for why she did decide to go into Cobra Kai. But there are some reasons in this episode, such as how Tori gets angry with Amanda about, you just don't want me to beat up your daughter, and no one else is giving her a fair shake, like with Daniel, and yeah, when Tori was lashing out in front of everyone as well, it probably was a lot for her, in that moment, and on being that side. But yeah, that cliffhanger as well, that does, like, just adds more to the complications. But yeah, it's just once you finally arrive to Barcelona, goes from like part 5, no, episode 5 on to episode 6 between the parts. It's like the timeline is just only seconds between one another. But yeah, what an exciting cliffhanger that was. Yeah, we were just extremely on edge, because we've seen what Greece's new dojo is like with their students, including Quan, and then and you get to see like the other teams at the start, even some of the names of the background, as I've listed in my commentary. So yeah, and but yeah, even Miguel and Robbie, have their own little moments. Because Miguel at first, he was only talking about himself by saying, "Oh, I really needed success," and I think he was just talking about the tournament overall. But Robbie gets a bit defensive by saying, "Oh, you're saying that I don't need it." So yeah, that's just complicated between them, and Carmen, shows to be worried about them too as well, especially when Robbie doesn't decide to, not join their dinner, which is, that too. I felt a bit sorry for everyone then, and Johnny does, try and like start up some kind of rebellion in the workplace, but then Amanda, helps update him for what Daniel's own conflict is. So yeah, I think this was alongside, because whilst I did like the first 3 episodes of season 6, they were just mostly normal everyday things with some nice progression every now and again, and it does sell it a bit more as like the final moments with the characters. But this episode, the previous one, is where it gets quicker and more exciting, and a lot more is achieved, and even like some really solid moments that benefit the story as a whole. So it is a rather good episode, because even in my commentary I was just getting like ever so giddy in that. So yeah, it is a rather well done episode. Yeah, I do really like the moments, like the captain fighting, because you don't know who's gonna win, and the tension just gets really high over time, and even with Tori and Sam's friendship being in question at the end, that too like makes us question even more. So yeah, and also to build up that kind of tension in only 5 episodes when they normally have 10, that is quite impressive actually. You could say, oh, it's like almost like a type of midpoint or turning point, or just an early part of the structure still, because I personally follow the 8-act structure, which is status quo, change, fun and games, midpoint, seriousness, low point, battle and resolution. And so if putting the whole of season 6 so far, I think the end of, well, the episode 10 is definitely the low point, but I think this one is like the I guess like the start of the fun and games section, or part of the change in the status quo, because we do have like a type of turning point where the characters are like low on looks, so you can interpret it as being at that kind of stage almost. Good writing tip, by the way. um, so yeah, let's get on to the next one. All right, next up is The Right Path. So this is one of my favourite episodes of season 3. Let me just find my notes for it, because this is where Johnny goes over to Japan and he reunites with Kamiko and hang on, The Right Path. There you go. Season 3, episode 4. Good, there you go. But yeah, like the catch up between Kamiko and Daniel, yeah, it was just extremely endearing. And this was just before, like, I watched the second film. But, even the flashbacks, because there is like a debate on the usage of these flashbacks, but I think, for first time viewing, I think they do, catch us up nicely and doesn't use too much time. And despite not watching the film, the way they do chat with one another, it was, like I said, just extremely endearing. And then, what they talk about, what they've been up to, how they could have kept in touch if it wasn't for the lack of technology back then. And just like the cliffhanger we've chosen as well, someone who I've never really heard of ever. So that was like, oh, okay. And it's still interesting to see everyone's reaction. And this also probably has like one of the best scenes in the entire show, where Miyagi and Kamiko go through the letters, and he finds Miyagi's last letter, which oh yeah, it just feels really deep thinking about it. But yeah, like all of these letters were really nice to listen to, and they are written in a way of how Miyagi speaks. It's just extremely on point. It just further adds the more respect that the showrunners have for this entire fictional universe, and it's not even their creation. So, oh my god, it's just how much they've done for the trilogy or quadrilogy, if you wish. It's just a massive achievement in media creation. And yeah, I do see Japan evolving as well. It's no longer like a small village. It's now a quite a big shopping area, I suppose. And despite the unfamiliarity, one of the residents or shop owners who Daniel speaks to says, "Oh, maybe the change was massive, but it's done well for all sorts of people." And and times do change overall. It has been 30 years after all, and yeah, Daniel also encounters. Oh no, sorry, that's later on. Sorry, the who he saves in the typhoon. I think that's only for the following episode. But yeah, it's nice for Kimiko to she says she's travelled all over and she's continue with the dance, and so like watching the film again, you can see how she carried that over. And in the meantime, in this episode, though, it does have moments which aren't as good, but I still like those scenes considering what happens in the following episode, because it has the football game where they both sides fight one another and they're trying to be subtle, but it just gets more out of whack, and then Dimitri's Lego volcano gets whacked up about by a ball, and Hawk does well to play the victim, which I think he was just managed to be clever back then, but you never know. If the teachers did know about Hawk's past bullying, then I think Hawk probably would have used that more to his advantage, using everyone's knowledge to, make himself more like, I didn't do anything wrong, they were the ones getting at me. So yeah, it just adds more to that. Because Hawk does go through that stage of he used to get bullied, but then he becomes the bully. So it is like he does represent that kind of change in the early parts of Cobra Kai anyway, and yeah, I think what Dimitri creates is generally cool, and this is where he impresses. Is her name Jasmine, the blonde girl? Nice to see her return, by the way. But for her, her reaction, to what Dimitri created is something quite nice. I like something I like about that because Jasmine's like your like quite stereotypical. Yeah, she likes to party and hang about with her mates, but to see that, I think it's just being impressed by it in some way. And yeah, she isn't someone with a lot of screen time, but it's just a tidbit I like. And and yeah, during the football game, you do have like moments of Dimitri, Deason Hawk, and all of it was Sam's idea as well. She's like trying to take charge whilst Daniel, continues to not be a sensei at that point. Which it's like another like nice moment for her, even if it's just more so throughout this early part of the season. And yeah, it's the later episode which do make those things better, because at first it's just kids going at one another, which could be slightly reminiscent of the teen drama stuff in season 2. But I think what happens later on, it just helps. It's like is it done more natural, I suppose? And I think what happens in the following episode, just going for like a much darker outcome, it's like I said, it just really adds to it, and it just makes it less silly looking back. And oh yeah, there was this interesting moment where Grease sees Johnny about once Miguel recovers, then he could join back, and Johnny's like no, but then Kreese decides to go for Robbie instead, which just like a very like what a decision to make. And Robbie ends up joining Kreese at the end, because Robbie lost his chance to connect with his dad whilst in prison. So yeah, I like that. And oh yeah, because Johnny just try and visit Robbie during the prison canteen, but Johnny just try and be honest, but Robbie just ends up being extremely heated throughout. So it does explore the prison side of things, but it is Daniel and Kamiko's catching up moments, which does make that episode stand out. It's one of the best moments in that episode, and like I said, the letter scene, that's just like well earned emotions there. So yeah, that alone just put that up quite high. I think if it wasn't for the following seasons, I think this definitely would be one of the more higher episodes just from those moments alone. But yeah, now let's get on to the next one. Alright, so next up is the episode Rattled, and yeah, I'm surprised this episode was as high as I thought, because I think we'll get the weaker parts of the episode first and then go forward. And it's the chosen stuff. It's almost like his his own time to round up. And whilst there were like a couple of nice moments, such as getting the letter for Kamiko, which kind of concludes that part. But even though it's like a part of his character that concludes, because what I liked about the end of season 5 is because when we thought he nearly went, especially after sending the message, and especially how he felt after with the start of season 6, and and the way that maybe what could have happened is that instead of him saying, "Oh, there's no reply," only to then get a reply later on, I think he should have had a reply by saying that she's not interested then, and he could have like still a sense of acceptance, but at the same time, when he was also getting he was thinking a lot about Miyagi's legacy, and he was trying to make yourself ready to fight Johnny, and with what happened to Terry. I feel like like I said, accepting a comedic situation, but everything else is just going downwards for him. And what season 6 should have done is kind of keep that in a serious tone, because unfortunately there's times where you needed to get too comedic across the season, like the Rage Against the Flowers, and I know he might have been drunk, but even then I would have preferred a way more serious tone. But anyway, so that's for another episode, which I may talk about before or later. But even in this episode right here, I think it was just worth bringing all of that up, because in here it's making Chosen all comedic again. Now, whilst I did like his comedic moments occasionally in season 5, but I feel like a lot of his better moments is when he is more serious. But here, it doesn't really get serious, because get, like I said, the run up to Kamiko, which just kind of comes and goes, and I guess it's like and I guess it's like kind of brought up again because it's like a setup with how it goes for Kim in the end. And yeah, because it does feel somewhat genuine, in those previous 5 episodes where he's like, yeah, that's something that I like to pursue in. So yeah, I think that's probably one of the more useful things that came out of his chats with Winnie, I think her name was. And what I also like about the episode is that it would just lay down the cards and just talk about something bad that could happen. As in, somebody's journey is ending. It did that because that's like I can see that's the setup with the up fight with both Chris and Terry going. But at first it feels like, something bad's going to happen to him specifically. Because I thought that's, made me thought, are we going to have an outer tournament fight where Chosen's at risk? I thought there was going to be something like that. Yeah, which would have been like extremely tragic. But no, he lives, he's totally fine. And because whilst there was like spin-off ideas going out and about, I probably would like to see Chosen more, and being with Kim, that could be some bits of bobs to explore. Especially with the area they're in within especially its ties to karate as well. But I don't know, I don't think that's strong enough of a premise. Even when I was recording these episodes much later, apparently the showrunners, one of the first spin-off ideas is the Miyagi spin-off, which could be rather cool. I'll be interested to keep aware of all of that, but keep out for it rather. So yeah, it's just because whilst I also like Chosen's parts in the final season where he helps both Daniel and Johnny, and those I really like. So I kind of see that, and also going back to see Kim, because whilst when you see Kim again, it is slightly comedic, but that's like endearing at the same time, and it can feel happy for them both, especially considering when they went through. But also earlier, Chosen and Daniel, Chosen helping Daniel and Johnny. It's just those are some proper cool moments as well. Just to really showcase him as like a proper help for them both. But yeah, it's just I didn't see an awful lot in this scene. I guess it was like an attempt to show that trying to encourage everyone to get Chosen to move on, or not do something good for him. But I don't know. They will either do need a slightly different premise, because even the bits I like probably could have been achieved in another type of setting with another type of person. I know that means cutting away the card foreshadowing, but we don't exactly need that, because the moments play themselves quite well. Yeah, even without seeing that as a setup. But yeah, it's just it was just quite a lot to the episode. I guess it's like this episode's own storyline, but as we all know, I think these episodes kind of work better when there are significant moments, but also advance the story, in significant ways. And it just felt like an odd decision to, because when you're like creating the final season of a show, you want to go all crazy with the ideas, and so to go for something a bit like too down to earth, I think I've seen the other discourse about it. Yeah, I think a lot of people thought it could be cut and wouldn't change an awful lot, because even chosen going back to Kim as well is probably something that you could infer as well, but you would also need to say that I think I definitely would like to go somewhere once we've finished all of the tournament. Yeah, something like that would have helped round it up. But yeah, despite the whole stuff at the Wine Garden not really bad enough for a lot, even because whilst Amanda also shows like a sign of being said that her kids are growing up, and which kind of adds to actually no, I think because even that's like a setup to Daniel and Amanda's chats in the hospital corridor, which I also really like, because when it comes to like the closing parts of the whole show, in fact, and then they just look back at some of their early memories together, just like briefly, it's really nice. But even that corridor scene, I think I can still see working on its own, even after how Amanda felt at the garden, when she drank a bit too much, and also the way she was saying bye to Sam at the airport. Even that can work on its own without this setup from Amanda. Then, so yeah, it just felt like almost like a like some almost like, I don't know, because I really don't like the term giving them something to do, because something just means anything, but it's like trying to retain their screen time in the episode where no one else is doing more progressive things, which is like a real shame, because you would think I don't know, because instead of the Wine Garden thing, they could have done they would have had time to do more setup with, or at least round up the Miyagi history stuff more satisfyingly, add like a bit more to that, or even more towards Sam as well, because I think she's absent in this episode unless I'm wrong. But regardless, so whilst a lot of that I'm not too keen on, and neither are a lot of people when looking at the discourse again. But yeah, this does have some really good moments as well, because you have even a lot of people found Pork and Dimitri's final moments a bit underwhelming as well, which I can't see why, because when looking back, Hawk was like one of the 5 significant students throughout the show, and then on season 5 and onwards it kind of got relegated to the just 4 primary students, with him being kept in the background alongside the others, which I could see that being a real shame looking back. Because he was even kind of underplayed throughout the Sakai Taika from time to time, which is also like a partial shame, because whilst I don't mind that subjectively, and even when I was thinking, go from season 4 to 5, if there's more characters coming in, what would have to be in the background, and I think going for having Pork more in the background is not the worst idea, because whilst it was his season 4 arc is like rather good, I kind of see him like being quite well refined at that point, and then shifting the focus more towards the other primary students and the other characters too. So it's not, I think there would be it's trying to find a way to write around benefiting all 5 main students, despite coming in Kenny having some more screen time too, not to mention Devon. So that ranks it. Well, that's just 7 main students, but there's still the primary 4, if not 5. Sorry, yeah, that's just another rant. But yeah, it's just I think it's just like a story of probably would have needed a proper rewrite of some sort if squeezing Hawk in the forefront still. But yeah, despite that, for Dimitri to end Hawk to how about Robbie, it is a nice idea at first, but because whilst it is something that you kind of see them doing with them having the some technology that will help Robbie out, and for Miguel to pretend to be Axel, like I could see how that can be helpful, although I'm not sure how they managed to gather his fighting algorithm and then put that in the computer, because but does that mean Miguel would have studied that too, to make himself like Axel enough for Robbie to practice of? And it'll be something like that. I just felt like that kind of technology, once again, it's like kind of cool because it's like one way of expanding karate, and especially in a modern way. But it just felt a bit. I nearly said far fetched, but the idea felt a little over the top, and there was like times where it was kind of done comedically, and it was also just I don't know, it's just something about it which felt a bit odd at times because I think what would have been better is that imagine if they actually researched Axel's fighting style themselves and therefore actually fight one another as they interact and be like, okay, so there was this one situation, well, this one move, didn't quite counter when you fight an Axel, let's practice doing that, or hell, why not I don't know, put on like a type of stilt or at least a higher platform so that Robbie could practice going for higher kicks. Something I just kind of see that being a lot more satisfying. But I think the reason the writers went for a more tech-heavy kind of approach is just to emphasise Dimitri and Hawk being, like the nerdy duo. But I don't know, it can still be nerdy when researching like researching the Axel's footage are going about because that's still smart, isn't it? And why not like draw diagrams or something? And even like to Dimitri could work out like other parts of physics because we've seen him do that before, so that could have been done. And not to mention, without the technology, would have also probably would have helped lower the show's budget a bit as well, which can definitely help with a couple of things. Especially that explosion towards the yacht. I feel like the explosion colour looked a tad better, but still a cool shot regardless. So yeah, it's just there's there's like moments on the surface which we also not like as well, where where Robbie feels insecure and he's underperforming, and then Miguel talks like Johnny at the point where he gets Robbie up and going again because Cobra Kai has helped Robbie a couple of times, and he almost feels like how how Johnny is prompted by Cobra Kai as well. So it just goes to show how certain individuals definitely need that kind of persuasion to act correctly when fighting, and so yeah, like I like those kind of a progression, but the ideas I come up with, I feel like there would have been not only just like more in place, and it would have involved Hawk and Dimitri a bit more, just carrying over the duo a bit more, especially having them a bit more in action as well. And I guess it could mean other types of choreography to perform, but maybe not. But how about you just do like singular practice, between everyone, like have the three of them do like certain specific moves and test Robbie that way. It could even be like a small payoff to the end of like when season 2 with the circling method, as in when Daniel went to take the others down to the chiller, that type of circular method. I feel like it could be a good payoff to that, but or a callback rather. But at the same time, that I don't know. It's just because Robbie's problem is, it's finding out how to take on Axel. He's an individual. It's not like Robbie needs to fight an entire group of students. So that's just something to be wary of. But yeah, it's just because whilst it once again, Pork and Dimitri do they have like a cool couple of exchanges, but for them to like literally take a seat whilst Miguel and Robbie do all the action. Yeah, I just what I thought of could involve them a bit more. So uh, so just once again, just some really nice ideas, but with a premise involving the lot, which I'm not too keen on. But yeah, finally we do have the true highlights of the show. So this is where when we, because there's loads of moments throughout the show where Johnny comedically tries to adapt to things and tries to improvise, and how he works it all out in the end. I really like that comedic tone, and it's the comedic tone or a comedic subplot or main plot almost that then evolves into a more nicer tone later on. We're all in the hospital, which I really like that progression. Yeah, Yeah, and it just feels like the final grander comedic moment where Johnny's like, oh, how am I going to make all of this special, the proposal and everything, and yeah, just um it's just something about that which I really like because yeah, whilst for instance in season 5 where Daniel was still in the middle of karate stuff while Johnny's trying to work out other parts of his life, but despite karate being involved with his day to day at this point, Johnny has also been mainly about just sorting out his life in general. And whilst karate would have helped him a good few times, it is just a continuation of making sure that he's getting a proper living place and making sure he's ready to be a dad once again. Yeah, it just feels like yeah. Although the thing is, this episode doesn't exactly conclude it. It just a very nice focus towards it, and unlike other subplots where they kind of go from time to time, especially instead of focusing an entire episode onto it. But I really like how it carries over in the final episode because his new daughter is a definitely adds to his motivation nowadays. Feels very rather protective and even more uses that to knock Johnny down a peg before the actual fighting. So like I said, I really like the continuation of that. But yeah, and as I've said in the episode's own commentary, to have the proposal, the marriage, and the birth all in the span of minutes, it's a crazy thought, but I just still it's just something about the idea which I really like, and with the show being about family from time to time, it does really give us that kind of family feel. And whilst we do get bits of it in the following 2 episodes, especially with Samantha parting from her parents, but even what happened right there, just goes to show that this is the the whole an entire cast of good guys who have been following for ages, and like I said, it's just really nice, and pretty much pitch perfect. I would say, I just wouldn't know how else it can be said. Even with how Johnny proposes, it's even done in a way, as he said, like how you can imagine him saying those kind of words, and even Miguel's grandmother, because while she does have like a really good final line at in the following episode, but she does have a couple of forefront roles here, and whilst I think she too is like a good example of a background character that does have her she functions well whenever she's needed in the forefront. She's used sparingly, and it's quite consistent throughout the show as well. Even at a point where, because you would think she could be cut out and it would just be Carmen and Miguel, but it's just like moments like these that really help help her really become like a good background character, because she's almost like an additional supporting one. She's helped everyone, and because I think because one of my favorite moments is where when she chats with Johnny in the hospital, being like, oh, I know Carmen's feeling like this, but do you please stay for Miguel's surgery, because from the get-go, she's always tried to be try to help Johnny out and keep Johnny involved, because she still has like a good feeling about him despite things going wrong every now and again. It's just something about that really makes her a rather fab character. But like I said, her last line from Miguel, the way she shouts during the tournament, it's very satisfying. So I'll do that as praise for that episode when that comes about, which might be a while, because I think I ranked those last 2 of season 6 kind of later on, but regardless. It's just oh gosh, when looking through the notes, he does have the final chat with his mate. I keep forgetting his name, but just like the small reciting the history, and Johnny wanted to clarify some things before going forward, and for the mate to know both Johnny and Carmen, it was just like a really good choice, like of course you would use him. It's just because I think he's definitely been far more in the background as well, but he definitely did come about when he was needed, and whenever he did come on screen, his role was it's like a really a lot of cool moments, even if he has like less than 10 of them. So I did really like that as well. It's like a really good starting point for Johnny's specific plot in that episode. Just another really cool one, and this is where season 6 does start to become a bit more emotional, and it definitely succeeds in carrying a lot of those emotions ahead. Let's see what the next one is. Alright, so next up is the episode Minefields, which is season 4, episode 7. So whilst that moment in the episode Part Time, it is still one of my favourite moments, but I think once again this episode is a bit more with all of the storylines being just as likeable to me anyway. Because I think the highlights of this episode is seeing Chris and Terry having like a bit of banter, but it also like progresses how they do have different ideologies, and Chris doesn't like to be estimated; he likes to be the leader, and Terry's reminded of that moment in the cage as well, because sometimes when you introduce memories like that, you wonder, is it gonna come back again? You need to make it more relevant to the character, and it does. And we can see like how terrified Terry is, and it is it's just them two playing off one another, where it's for positive or negative aspects. It is like I said, the highlight of this episode. Because despite, I think I would have liked to see Chris and Terry more. Seeing how they do play off one another in season 4, but season 4 did have like more going on, because I felt like season 2 explored Johnny and Chris quite thoroughly. How they ran the dojo and what it looks like if one of them runs it. But I think now I say that, I think enough was explored, because even in this one, Terry has his own idea for a lesson, and it's finding a weakness, which is an idea that's been previously established, and then comes into full swing with Kenny having like an advantage over Robbie. It's also like a moment of Kenny and Terry like connecting a tad, and Chris and Tori are like, you know what to do, you're fine. And and Chris and Terry play games with beers as well. And it's also like a moment where Terry decides to jab Chris by saying, he has the weakness too, and Chris is like, you what? But it looks like Terry somewhat already knows about the Johnny stuff, especially here in season 5, where Chris was like, I would rather stick with my students like Johnny more above the Sakatakai, back in the early 80s. And what else does this episode have? Oh yes, it has that really cool moment where this is the so this is the episode where Miguel finds out that Carmen and Johnny have been seeing one another, and there's like a small subversion where instead of Miguel being told gradually through dinner, Miguel ends up finding out by finding the head strap attached to the bed. It makes you wonder why that head strap was nearby their bed in the first place. It could be like reenacting one of their dreams or something. Unless Johnny had it in his pocket. Maybe that's like a more reasonable reason. That does act as a bit of conflict, for Miguel, because he does ask to, if Johnny, is acting as his stepdad, and it's an idea that he doesn't always find fondly, especially when in the following episode where Johnny says the wrong name whilst he was hammered, and Miguel tries to find his real dad instead as like a bit of closure for him. And so it is it's like a concept that's more touched upon later on in season 4, because there were like prior hints, like such as Miguel being very confident and happy for not confident, sorry, just quite uplifted, where Johnny and Ali were, going out and about. So it was like something that was touched upon, and then just past like going in full swing later. But anyway, so Johnny, at the end of the episode, he does have like a stepfather speech for Miguel, and Johnny talks about how he saw Kreese as a bit of a substitute, but obviously that wasn't like the right kind of mindset to have for his sensei at the time, and but yeah, it's like a really emotional performance, especially where he says, "Oh, it is like something I messed up upon before, but I won't do it with you." And yeah, they do get to connect further because I haven't seen a lot of stepdad stories in media. I reckon the closest is EastEnders, I think. But it's yeah, because Johnny and Miguel, they just used to be close students. Now they're going to be potentially stepfather and son, which yeah, wow. And yeah, and and there's other moments that bother Miguel, such as how the other students, tease him for it. And although I think it's oh yeah, because yeah, they don't know about the step situation yet, but it's like their favoritism, especially when Johnny doesn't have Miguel in the way of Devon's practice, because Devon gets to like pair everyone else but except Miguel, which like puts him on the spot a bit. I probably would have liked to see that more, but I think we can assume that it's just like a one-off, and Devon gets to practice without hurting everyone. So maybe it is like partially acknowledged, and yeah, possibly and also the only time where the others get bothered by Miguel being singled out in that way, away from the danger, because after all, Devon gets to hit everyone in the nether regions, which, yeah, I think that definitely would make anyone very very moody, and yeah, I just hope it doesn't get pulled off again, like. But yeah, I think it's just also the episode where Devon is given an introduction to her training, and we could see that she is like an extremely quick learner, which does make her a more formidable fighter in her own way. And right, and I do like that funny moment where she's like, "Oh, you've been watching the movies, or have you? Oh, I've been watching those movies too." And Johnny like tells them to shut up because he just wants to listen to Devon. Getting like they seem to connect rather well, and they do obviously do connect more so in season 6, which is as like nice moments that come after. Yeah, so Devon, Miguel, Kenny's locker prank. Oh, is this where Anthony gets into trouble? Oh yeah, because there was Kenny fighting no one in the library, and I think both get temporarily excluded from school because of what they've been doing to one another. Because Anthony's been doing the pranks, but then Kenny decides to hunt them all down in the library. Yeah, it's it just hunts them all down like a creature. It's there was like something quite like tense and interesting about it, because Kenny used to be the one who runs, but now he's the ambushing one. Ambushing one. Is that a term? I don't know. Sorry. But yeah, it just shows how capable he is in his own way, and. Oh yeah, and this is where Anthony, refuses to get trained by Daniel, because Anthony may have possibly not have joined the tournament, but it was like a moment for him to learn and for him to cheat his way through, and accidentally disin Miyagi, well, at the time anyway, and yeah, the scroll gets acknowledged, but won't. Daniel said, yeah, it's just a move that hopefully shouldn't be used, and um. Yeah, it does add more to Anthony, because this is like the first time we see him in a while. With a possible new actor as well. I'm not sure, but I felt like that was like some kind of progression, and also the way that I talk about how Miyagi was around when Anthony was born. So that was a nice way for the to connect all three of them as well, which is quite nice. And right. So yeah, just acts as some nice moments then. But yeah, I think this episode overall, has like the good um let's see, just like a consistent number of subplots, and just like in nearly all the moments. I want to say that maybe I might swap this one from the previous one because um I do prefer the moments of progression and the also individual moments a bit more so in the last episode, where I like all the plots a bit more equally, because in this one I just like the Miguel stuff and the Terry and Crease stuff, and so I think that's just my view on it. All right, so anyway, let's we have another pretty cool episode. So let's go on to the next one. Yeah, forgive me for not revising my own ranking before going on, but I just suddenly realised it's then season 3, episode 5. I've noticed that a lot of these episodes do just get put next to one another sometimes in that way. But I think when I was ranking them, I feel like some of the episodes act as like one or two parts almost, especially with what they carry through. And this episode is definitely an example of following on from what the previous episode specifically sets up. And and it was just choosing which one's better. So because I'm recording this, whilst staring in the void of space from time to time. So I bet like the look of the presentation so far just looks very um just not as much of a mixture with which episodes seasons have in what and etc. Sorry, that wasn't English then. But anyway, so this episode, like I said, does carry from before, but this does have, it does have more subplots I like, and I like, what carries over, because Daniel goes from catching up with Kimiko to then catching up with Chosen, and at first it looks like, Chosen, is trying to get his revenge, and he plays as, like a real pod man just to mess about with Daniel. And because looking back, it does make Daniel. I mean, he makes Daniel go on such on edge. But then when Chosen reveals himself to be, like a tad of a joker. Well, not all the time, but because even after the reveal, he does, have like serious moments. Because he does still talk about the new move in a sensible manner, especially in the lines that were repeated at the end of season 3, and like a last goodbye as well. When Daniel gets handed the scroll. So yeah, but I think looking, because sometimes there can be instances of villains, being sinister, and to be like, "Oh, was a Joker all along," um, which can be like, you know, um, I think that can be quite unsatisfying. But in this case, however, we would have already kind of guessed that Chosen would have moved on, in some way, because I think he does talk about Miyagi as well. So quite often. So Miyagi would have, helped him from time to time. So, but I guess it's just also nice that Chosen has definitely moved on, from 30 years ago, and he's definitely lightened up a bit as well, because he did have his levity moments in the second film, because it is in the introduction when handshaking Daniel, he like makes it like extra hard, being like, yeah, I am not that kind of friendly guy, my dude. So so it is something that we um like learn from about him, and um because he goes from like being tense and awkward and mostly quiet into kind of chatty and being like, "Hey, Daniel, we should have seen your face," and it's like a pretty cool callback as well. For Chosen to be like, "Oh, Daniel, do you remember this move?" and Chosen does what Miyagi does, which further emphasizes Chozen and Miyagi, have attempted to bond, after the second film. And and the introduction of the move as well, it is like rather satisfying, and we do get the explanation of, Miyagi, I think he would have thought you were ready, or wanted to have moves like that, because moments because the pressure points was used for more serious situations, and Daniel does when he was at glass shard point, I suppose. But yeah, it was a very it was just like a very good moment in season three. Does that help as a part of the turning point to season three, especially when the person who Daniel saves, she comes back as well, and they have, an idea for how Daniel can turn around his business, which is rather nice because the business is fairly in a good position after that, and because in the previous episode, Daniel couldn't get help from who he wanted help from initially, but he does from those who have, were, I guess, people who are more familiar. Yeah, I think that's the way to say it. Yeah. So yeah, just continuing on from that trip in Japan. Yeah, it is like extremely cool because, I think looking back, I do kind of like, when there's like a little subplot that goes in and out of story. There's something like quite adventurous about it, and especially if it can add to the main story. But of course, we know instances when that doesn't work, because that Canto Bight segment in the Last Jedi. Because even with what it's trying to achieve, we can all agree that it has very little to do with that film, especially when that film decides to completely flip on its head and make a lot of those events redundant. And it's also themes which aren't relevant to the main plot either, because at least Miyagi-Do, or probably still Miyagi-Do, still could be pronounced like that, this very episode I'm talking about right now. At least the themes, they're still matching, whether it's the bigger story or in the specific season. But not to mention, it does, like I said, it helps the car thing. It's a great setup for the end of season three. We have a great catch up with a pre-established character as well. Like, even without his return season five, it's it is just extremely cool to see him. It still made me want to see what he was like in the second film. And yeah, the use of the flashback as well, does help to have as a reminder, considering what happened when they last saw one another. And sorry. But yeah, I like the I like the starting conversation. I'll get the drinks. No, I'll get them. No, I'll get the drinks. There's something like that. Or is it? I'll get it. No, gosh, yeah, it is just quite relatable. And yet, it's Kamiko kind of helped bond them both as well. So yeah, it does make her role even bigger actually. So that's really nice. But onto the other stuff, which is rather good. Oh God, yeah, we got other things happening as well. I guess we'll go on to the setup of Sam and the gang. So yeah, they tried to refresh themselves with Sam leading them all, but then after Chris gets bothered at the arcade place he works at, and so which could most likely is the same arcade place in season one, episode 7. Could be that place, yeah, that cool nostalgic place. And it's but yeah, and it's Sam being like, oh, let's all go after them, or like attempt to bait them. And it seemed to be it is like a moment of, oh, Miyagi-Do did it first this time, but Sam later regrets that decision, and she just wanted to one up against them for once, to which sadly backfires, and because she is traumatized again, and Dimitri gets his arm broken, and everyone loses as well, and Tori appearing is enough to make Sam completely shut down. Like, it's some of the most dramatic moments in a way that feels genuine. In that moment, yeah, I did feel really bad for her then. and yeah, and it's also just like a reminder of how Cobra Kai carry on training, even some being new students, and even they probably could have managed to have a one up, considering these Miyagi-Do students haven't trained for quite some time. Although, wait, hang on. So our four senseis haven't fought for like 30 years anywhere, and yet they can fight really well, with like slowly over time. But if the kids have a short amount of time, they struggle against possibly new students of Cobra Kai. Unless because that same kind of logic applies to that kind of what I'm talking about now. In the end of season 3, where although it could be down to numbers as well. But some of the faces of the students look new, unless they're all previously established. Uh, I well, it's just when Chris gets beaten, for instance, that's like down to numbers. Dimitri, obviously isn't as trained as Pork at that moment, and Chris gets outnumbered, and Tori showing up with even more people, and Sam is pretty much off the fight, and the amount of guilt she feels as well afterwards. It's really adds to it, and because they were fighting in a laser quest kind of area, and yet the location wasn't quite as utilised as I thought it would be. But it's not. It's a place with like a load of walls anyway. So you had like the gloominess of the setting, which I like, but yeah, I'll just have to rewatch it again, see how the location was utilised. Because a lot of the fights is mainly just a flat ground with just the fighters focus on one another. But over time there has been some prop improvising, such as Miguel with the table and the tray in season 1. So there is that. But then afterwards, that's where Amanda goes to see Kreese, and she smacks them. After Kreese makes a reference, a line that's appropriately used, when he's saying, "Oh, I do like that," and it's first time Kreese and Amanda see one another, and they see. Well, Amanda finally sees how much of a nuisance Kreese is, and how it actually is causing danger. Daniel was not bluffing at all, and it just kind of started like a bit of a rivalry between Amanda and Kreese, even if it is like the majority of this season, especially in the courtroom scene. But then there was only that one segment, season 4, and they never really seen each other again, other than Amanda feeling like with him gone, then everything's fine. But of course, Terry was a problem too. But that was just like really tense and exciting, and it's the moments like those that definitely strengthened Amanda as a character as well. Someone far more likable, to go up against a dangerous sensei like that. It's just really brave for her, and that's where Miguel is out of the hospital. He's getting some physio, but that's where Johnny starts to try and help out, and I think that's where he tries the magazine method or the fire method. Probably, unless it's like the previous one. No, I think it is that one. But then they go to a concert of Twisted Sister, I think it is. Yeah, probably pretty good band. I quite like them. And then that's where Miguel starts tapping his foot, and whether it's realistic or not, I still really like how that acts as like one moment of recovery. The 80s rock, which they both like. And Miguel gets given the spotlight as well, which is quite cool. And Facebook gets brought up again, so that acts as like a tiny turning point. But something else that really makes me laugh as well is that I like when Carmen's like, "Oh, move your foot again," and despite being like slightly off the camera, they all get giddy when he moves his foot. It reminds me of what's that? Reminds me of another funny moment. Gonna need a deep think. No, I kind of lost it. If anything, there was one moment too with my dog where, instead of beginning when dogs, scratch their head using one of their back legs, but instead, she was like midway and not scratching her head. So instead, her arm just like kept waving. And it was quite funny. I think it might be a thing that dogs do. So I think that's like one similar case, but I think there were other moments where a character goes or move this little thing like a finger or something, and it does remind me of something. It's just something that I find really nice, and not to mention it is a moment that helps make Carmen and Johnny like get on again and get in everyone's good book. So yeah, sorry, more dust. So yeah, it's just a really nice moment as well. Yeah, just just a very solid episode with all of the subplots being well, just every plot really. Just being rather strong really. Yeah, it is. Yeah, just extremely fab. So yeah, let's go to the next one. All right, next up is Counterbalance, which is season 1, episode 5. So this too also has not only one of my favourite moments, but potentially one of the best scenes in the entire show as well, when the show was barely starting. Yeah, when Daniel goes to see Miyagi's grave, that was a massive, not only a massive turning point for this first season, but just part of Daniel's own change of his own status quo. Oh, good. So then we'll see Miyagi, that prompts him to be more focused on karate again, because even that little space, it was used as a storage, but he just has to move it around, puts the frames up, and he puts a headband on, which he's kept safely in a little chest. And he plays the theme of his success in '84. So it's a really cool, nice moment. And for him to go back into karate as well, that just creates all sorts of questions of who he's going to teach, and how is he going to fight against Johnny if they ever encounter one another again. And because I had like a small impression that Daniel will just he won't go into his gi, but he might have to like fight Johnny if he has to, with Johnny starting up the dojo again. Like I was like lowering my expectations like quite thoroughly, but I shouldn't do, because it's all written sensibly, but we do get these fan favourite moments as well, and moments which do feel earned and are created with an immense amount of respect. Because that grave scene as well, it does go from if I hang on, how come I think Daniel went to see Miyagi's grave because of okay, yeah, my notes have helped me. So like Johnny going back into Cobra Kai and starting it all up is one thing, but there's also Daniel's plan to try and get the tax to rise a bit, which would affect Johnny, but it did affect the others as well, which didn't impress Amanda. But that's where he goes to Miguel Francis, and I think it's like a way of instead of doing something subtly which can affect other people, why not at least prepare yourself, or go for a more personal approach to helping yourself, and maybe help defend yourself if the time calls for it, because it isn't after Johnny whatsoever, but I think it's just just thought it's time to put the gi back on, and that especially because he tries to find someone to teach. So I guess it is just trying to find a sense of balance as well. And I really like that wide shot where Daniel like bows to him as well, and I really like the location as well. It's like this autumn that's like extremely striking. Like, it's giving me shudders thinking about it, because it's just what a perfect autumn looks like in that very moment. And because looking back at season 1, Amanda is partly a presence, because whilst in season 2 her oppositions at least, there's like more purpose to how Shaq's because you could say she's like the typical anti-karate character, but no, she had her own perspective, which has part of a point with Daniel's over focus of karate then. But in this one, she just gets mildly annoyed with why did you raise the taxes everywhere, what is this rivalry that's coming back again. it's definitely, yeah, I just feel like season 2 uses her better, but I still like that moment where, she does clarify, and what Daniel has done was probably not the right decision to make. And oh, this is the episode where Robertson or Aisha joins the dojo, and it has its own fair share of problems, comedic moments where there's the army joke, and Miguel being like, oh, no need for all those comments, she can act as another source of money, and then Johnny being like, oh, Aisha, don't do this and this, like what typical girls do, and then she's like, I've heard of lads being like that as well, and Johnny just has none of it, and Aisha doesn't get jump scared by the quiet quote, she just gets a bit, she's a bit meh about it. But then when Johnny's like, oh, you two have a spar, and then just neither of them are wanted to move against one another, but it is that Aisha can fight naturally, just like a lot of energy that's built up, and she's now able to start using it. Which is like another nice part to the midpoint of the story. And what else? Oh yeah, and also like Johnny's view of cyberbullying, thinking it's like immensely weaker, which I kind of like, because why not do it the old-fashioned way? Well, not that no bullying whatsoever, no, absolutely not. But it looks like Johnny, back then, he was definitely more hands-on, thinking that the cyber approach is just absolutely pathetic. To which it absolutely is. Yeah, let's all stop bullying. Absolutely. Sorry, just want to clarify that. And he just had that quite extensive moment where two of Moon and Jasmine, they're hidden in the car from the lady, and they're trying to be still in so that the lady eventually goes away. It's I can see how it might make some people titter, but I don't know. It didn't really add an awful lot, that specific comedic moment. But when Sam tries to go in the car and she gets a bit neglected by her mates, that at least adds to something. And but even but I also like the moment where Samantha just leaves the door open, making the two girls a bit mortified. So yeah, I think that does make the comedic moment a tad better, but. Yeah, those two were definitely like some of the most background characters in the whole show. But I was also thinking, like, what if Aisha did stay for the long run, and what if she didn't move away after the events of season 2? She might have decided to stop karate. She might have decided to stick with Kreese. In fact, does she appear at the end, alongside Hawk and even Stingray, at the dojo at night time when Kreese gets it back? Oh, is she there? I don't know. But, because she was, because, yeah, she's similar to Hawk, where she was, well, she gets more of a cyberbully approach. So maybe that's what gets expanded upon, and there was already the faltering friendship with Samantha, so maybe Aisha, is definitely like more into Teen Tory, and I reckon Aisha definitely would have been one of the first people to switch over to Miyagi-Do like a bit earlier than the others. And maybe she could have had an idea where she could like have a moment of confliction of which dojo to listen to more. So that's not like a concept specifically for her, but if having another student, how would it be played? But I think from seeing where this story is now, I'm really struggling, because because season 4, season 3 cut down the number of people, including her, and season 4 is where it did get a little bit too expansive, and season 5 additionally. So, oh gosh, yeah, what would it look like? It is. Yeah, well, alternative centre of events that would be. But yeah, what else happens in this episode? There's a moment between Robbie and his mum. I've got that as another note. It's not when Robbie's mum is like first introduced, or is it when Robbie's mum, decides to leave him? Or was it where Robbie does, he finds the advertisement leaflets only to see Miguel, owning the gi, which means, is this the school fight? Halloween party, getting him back. Why have I not listed Miguel's school fight anyway? Is this the episode? I think it could be, actually. I guess, whether it is or not, I think I will address, that school fight with Miguel is extremely satisfying. Seeing how his skills play out and owning the gi, which is really nice. And it does set up a bit of, Robbie being like, oh, he's bonding with someone else, maybe I shouldn't get in the way, getting that kind of insecurity. And it's a similar situation with what happens with Miguel, because Miguel gets insecure about Samantha, but Robbie gets insecure about Johnny and his and being like fond of Miguel in some way. And Samantha's bullying stops, and I like the moment where she nearly like goes to fight Kyla, but instead Miguel's like comes in, and Samantha finds Miguel's skills like rather impressive. So, and I think this could also be, yes, this is where at the end Johnny gets a whole heap of new students, further adding to the midpoint. Johnny doesn't have to worry about money anymore. He thought he was going to really struggle, but no, he has a whole heap of new students, like about 20 people came in. I do like that moment in, is it this episode or the following one where, like, shit, thank you, just kidding, it sucks. It's like the simplicity, I really like it. I don't remember the shirt either, but it was just quite basic, wasn't it? Yeah, let's start right there. I feel like these points are getting longer, but yeah, I think what I will say is that, just some really good, it's like one of the best midpoint episodes in the whole show, like a lot of its own established like ideas and concepts, like everything like really turns around, and just some of my favourite jokes and some of my favourite scenes as well, so yeah, really cool. So yeah, let's see what's next. Alright, next up is The Rise. So I've talked bits and bobs about this one when talking about The Fall. But yeah, let's go a bit more in depth into this one. So, it's where Johnny and Daniel finally agree to work with one another, because I really like that moment where Hulk is like, oh, what do I do about Robbie? And Daniel says, oh, use your previous dojo against him, or, more specifically, if you've been on Cobra Kai more so, then put him on defense, which is, it's just like there's that really like satisfying moment of accepting that, do you need to merge their methods, and it creates like this really satisfying answer, especially when Hawk gets more of an upper hand. And Daniel does have like a look at Samantha as well, and I can see how that moment might bother some people, because her looking at Daniel could be like, that could be like a way of Samantha being like, yeah, Dad, you better start merging those moves now, it's been helping me and Miguel. So there was like a snikiness in that stare of hers, almost like making her right, which I like it enough, but yeah, I think it could add to why some people might find it a bit bothersome. I remember, a couple of people in the community talking about that. But yeah, that Robin and Hawk fight, it's definitely one of my favourite student fights, because both characters are some of the most equal with how much time they've spent in either dojo. And just like really using the skills to the full, and they turn out to be the first overtime people since 1985. Like, that is in 30 years, really. Yeah, it's quite unreal, but I can partially buy it. There's all sorts of like neat moves from both of them, and the way they take off like their gear as well. It just like means they mean business. And then of course you see Robbie potentially question himself and Kenny with how they've been put through by the dojo. And there was that little moment of Robbie and Hawk decided to give each other respect. I think that's to imply that maybe, I don't know, it can't be like hard feelings, because Hawk and Robbie weren't quite with one another in the following season. It had to take Dimitri to get them to get on. I feel like I'll need to rewatch that moment, because there is that moment where Terry like questions Robbie for why he's doing that. So yeah, there must be more reason to it. And then there's the Sam and Tori fight, and Samantha has already beaten Tori twice, so we would think she won, but she doesn't. And but yeah, it's where like Terry's cheating starts to take effect, and Samantha, also gets like hit in the face, which Terry's like, "Oh yes, Tori, that's like one of my 3 things. Go ahead with it." And then Chris also has that deep moment of where he's probably regretting of how he treated Johnny, and so that's where Chris decides to take it easy and let Tori do her own thing instead of encouraging her to be even more violent. Which I guess it does kind of pay off. But then Terry later on questions Chris about why the interruption when we were chatting to Tori. But yeah, I think the ending as well, like, it does make me tempted to call season 4 to have my favourite cliffhanger, because both dojos are down and Samantha feels responsible. Tori finds out that her success was based on a load of cheats, and also at the end, Terry and Chris, they talk about weaknesses again, but instead of like emotional or physical weaknesses, they refer to each other's weaknesses as, "Oh, this person is the one who weakens, Johnny weakening you and you weaken me." And yeah, it's like a interesting way to think about it, because what they said about Chris is true, but what is Terry's weakness? I suppose he gets a bit over the top, especially before he attacks Stingray, but that's definitely a flaw, when he does to start to lose his composure. So that's a natural weakness. Imagine if that was like an episode concept. You never know about season 6 part 3, so we'll just see about that. But yeah, when Chris gets arrested from what Terry managed to scheme, because his scheme against Johnny and Miguel kind of worked, and splitting the dojos despite a last minute idea to get themselves together again, but also for Terry to quickly get Chris out the way. And and the way he mentions an old friend, like, you would have thought it was Mike, but I think even without the choices of what happened in season 5, I think it would have been like another moment of Terry being like, "Oh, you may have lost against Daniel, but how about going up against him again?" It doesn't sound exciting, because whilst Kim does act as like a massive new addition, I think she does slowly earn more of a role, because she has more of a personal connection to someone who did teach Terry and Chris, and Kim acts represents more of Terry's expansion of the the Cobra Kai brand across the valley, and because of course you're going to need her and even more senseis on top of that. But yeah, I think it was like a really cool line, because even if it was not Mike, then it could be like, well, who else could it be? Who is this old friend? And what else? Yeah, I like Johnny and Daniel decide to work with one another, and telling Samantha with full confidence to merge her moves. And I like the moment where Tori gets like a really bad hit in the face, and Amanda's like, "Oh gosh," and Samantha's just whacked her. She has like kind of shock, which just gets me every time, and it's kind of where Samantha and Tori's rivalry, like the primary rivalry, kind of ends there. And I think what I also like about the end of the season as well, because it just goes to show that if Donnie and Daniel, did continue merging, then they perhaps would have won. Because granted, there are like other factors such as Cobra Kai having more students. There's Terry's cheating, but I think Mio Godot and Cobra Kai. No, sorry, Mio Godot and Eagle Fang. I think they could have won if they continued to get on more. It's like one of those moments of those two should have done it. It would have created a different outcome. But that's why I find like Emma so like immensely interesting. And it even Daniel references the Karate Kid 3 when talking to Johnny, because even Miyagi said, what did he say in the third film that, comes back in that miniature flashback? Was it something to do about how Miyagi's way of karate wasn't like the true way, but Daniel still saw it as the true way anyway? Well, I suppose there hasn't been, because, Daniel's always been following Miyagi throughout, so I think that's what I think it is like one of those moments of like a realization, or because if Miyagi to him was the best mentor he has, then I can see why he would be totally in league with him all the way. But I think it is like a way of Daniel tempted to be a bit more flexible, knowing that more moves and more of a mixture, or even a different kind of ideology and how to put them both together. It's how it will help them later on. So it's something like that that helps the third film get together as well. Because not gonna lie, I thought the third film was going to be like heavily referenced alongside Terry, but of course there's no Mike, and but I think just go back to that Miyagi speech as well. I think moments like that still make Karate Kid very redeemed quite a bit, I reckon. And it has that decision from Miguel. Where is he going to stick or twist? Sorry, that sounds really bad. Whether Miguel decides to continue fighting or not. And I think that's one reason why Robbie and Kenny had to fight one another. I think so. There's that kind of disruption. No, hang on. Maybe no, because Miguel and Hawk were Miguel, Hawk, Kenny, and Robbie. They were the last four, and yet they still put the two Cobra Kai students as the ones on their own. So no, they should have. I get what they're going for. I think what could have happened is that he could have still had Miguel injure himself as he attempts to fight Robbie. I think that would have still worked as a payoff, especially their encounter by the pool, which I like that moment where Robbie like taunts Miguel that, or maybe Johnny isn't the stepfather that or just at least showing that kind of jealousy and just making Miguel question it. That was like a really solid moment in that homecoming plot. I have probably forgot to mention that. And it's where Kenny beats up Anthony as well. Like the payoff from all of that as well. There's something like quite scary about it as well. The way like Anthony runs off in pain, I do feel like proper sorry for him. And and Samantha, I think you can see moments of her own guilt because her losing is what was like. It was like if she won, then Cobra Kai would have gone, but because Cobra Kai won, Terry was just taking the opportunity to be like, oh, if you think our dojo is so cool, well, we're gonna do more of it. So there is that. Just even with an action-heavy plot, it still has an amazing cliffhanger, especially with the return of Chosen as well. That too was like extremely exciting. Miguel's going to be Chosen's going to be more of a primary part of the cast, and what as Miguel runs off and what Carmen says about the dad not knowing about him. That too like puts us all on edge. Chris is going to prison and Terry's going to have like his own plans. So yeah, it was just like really exciting in the end, and the cheating as well. Like, oh my gosh, it's just like a whole heap to look forward to. Because when I hear people, talk about the most iconic cliffhangers, and whilst Cobra Kai did have multiple, in this one season 4, I guess like for instance, season 3 had a more, and maybe season 2 as well, where despite characters having their own low points, it still has that connection of, for instance, in season 2, it's both Dojo's, well, no, it's Johnny and Daniel losing their sensei role, which puts their roles into question, and then and all the other loved ones being affected as well. And then season 3 is where both dojos, they're going to work together, but Grease, makes the call, and so there's that singular one. But in season 4, however, it does seem to be multiple things, like, what's going to happen with Grease going to prison? What's Terry's plans? What's the going to be outcome of the cheating? How's Sam going to feel about this? What's Miguel's trip's going to be like? There's like a whole heap of them. So when I say there's a lot going on, it does mean a lot going on in a more physical sense, because at least in the prior 2 cliffhangers, it was just a lot that's been achieved in much smaller moments that can be, I've just summarised in that one moment. If anything, it's how Cobra Kai won, how Cobra Kai's victory affected everyone. I suppose that's one way to summarise it, but it is like quite plentiful. But even then, it still gave us a lot to look forward to. But I have to say, Cobra Kai is awesome. I think it is like a more definitive go-to for cliffhangers, because you can actually see how the moments put all of these characters in certain positions that do feel well earned, and it just keeps us guessing for what's going to happen, because season 1 kind of did that, and season 5, which I'm still yet to get to, that cliffhanger, I was a tad lost at first, but even then, it is like a really cool episode with its action and and the moments, and it gives us time to breathe in between as well. Just paying off just a whole heap of stuff. So it is extremely cool. Just make it one of the more favourite tournament episodes. So let's move on. Right, next up is the episode Different But Same, which is season 1, episode 9. I remember watching this episode for the first time. It really just showed how gripping this show got once just moving about a bit. Like once everything was like started to pay off, and like the moments we were so anticipated to see started to come about, or at least you could say it's exciting to guess correctly for what was going to happen. But in the way it was done, the tension was just definitely there with both Daniel and Johnny and Miguel and Sam's fallout. This episode's theming was just the idea of once getting on, but I guess it's just an indicator of how this karate way is starting to impact, whether it's by accident hitting someone after nearly fighting one another, or how you're training someone who you didn't know fully. And it's like it's exploring like part of the negatives of the lifestyle, and both Johnny and Miguel are in their own little worlds with because Johnny goes after Daniel's house, considering what his cousin did, which Daniel works out for himself, which is like at least that was good to get out of the way. But then they fight each other, and Amanda's like, no thank you, and Johnny gets insulted by Daniel's kids, to which there was that payoff later on where Johnny's like, wait, are you Daniel's son? Because of it's like a meta line of how different they are, whether it's the same actor or not. But then But then after, when Daniel was like, "Oh, fine, I'll give you a new car," but then they end up starting bonding over Ario's Speedwagon, which is just like a moment of, gosh, they're together again. And then whilst they were just testing the car, they just, Daniel ends up finding his former hotel or staying spot, if you like, from the first film. And then when they were both will talk about Ali in the bar, which then the Facebook was talked about. I really like the moment where it cuts back to them, going through Ali's profile, and then like, oh god, the guy he's with, and then Daniel's just like, oh, just another round, please, because they were just a part of them is like kind of sad about losing her, when they both lost her in their own ways. And Daniel not knowing what Facebook is, it's funny as it is, it does line up from what has been established. And and what we'll also say is that a major flaw in both this episode and the very first episode is that Johnny like drinks and drive without consequences. Because I know it's a 15 rated show, well, from time to time anyway, which so it is like something that hopefully would be far more educated about anyway. And I know that that's not like relevant in the grand scheme of things, but it could be misleading if not careful. And thankfully, after season 1, something like that has never happened again, I don't think. Maybe season 4. I think Johnny did drive, and then he was like collapsed in the apartment for Miguel to help him out. So no, they didn't do it till after this. So well done, future seasons, for that. And Daniel and Johnny were getting on so well until they find out that Robbie's been trained by Daniel, and Johnny breaks off on Daniel because of that. And Daniel's like, Robbie, I've not said this, was just like a grand scheme or something. And Daniel's just not in the mood for Robbie at all. And then Daniel's trophy ended up getting broken, which could symbolise all sorts, like the damage karate could do, or how Daniel's victory was probably about to be undone, or how Daniel's about to go into severe low point. Like, it's just all sorts in there. So it was just like one of those episodes where it felt like very nostalgic of the trilogy, and it just felt like a very genuine reunion. It just definitely like some of its best highlights, because as good as the later parts of the show are, it doesn't always have that look how far they've come, since the films. It's become more so of, oh, look how far they've come since the show. Because I know that they don't heavily rely on these films, they're good enough to have their own context, but it's just that episodes like these do really appreciate, the films more so. Like it has that similar gritty, low budget vibe that the films have. And and also Miguel's subplot I find interesting, because it's Miguel just building up all of his frustration, and Robbie is someone who he got slightly bothered about previously, so seeing him again makes him more act up. And I think him being there makes him act up more almost, but you never know, he might have shown that kind of frustration because he was drinking too much, probably his first cases of drinking that he's ever done, considering how he was quite well behaved before he started karate. And we do see that the other characters as well. Aisha gets her revenge, and Hawk manages to get lucky, and Dimitri tries with Jasmine, but it just doesn't go well. So there's those kind of bits and bobs that progress with the kid characters. Just enough progression to make them interesting, but the adults still have enough of the spotlight as well. So it's an extremely well balanced episode as well. And of course, Miguel still feels like the main character despite the rather enormous cast. And for Cobra Kai to like join the party uninvited, it's just something that I find quite amusing. It just goes to show that Cobra Kai, early instances of being evasive. But like the way Sam gets hit, makes Miguel look feel bad afterwards, and oh yeah, it's where Robbie and Samantha do kind of bond a bit more, and so a couple of really nice moments, but they weren't at that stage. But that's what Miguel was like really worried about. So yeah. It's just an extremely straightforward episode, effective in its simplicity. The way it was just paying off everything before the tournament. Well, just a good amount of things anyway. It's just extremely well done, and plus, Samantha does finally get consequences after being in the car all the way since the first episode. So it was nice to get that acknowledged, but I do feel kind of frustrated that Amanda didn't let her have a phone at all. I think I probably personally would have been like, just let them know, but then you're having it confiscated. I know Amanda's been different to me, but because I feel like Miguel would have been a bit better, because they're all teenagers. They're not gonna have that kind of patience or open-minded nature yet, even without the Cobra Kai influence. So I think that's like a slight minor, tiny knocking off points, I suppose, but still like an extremely solid episode. I just can't believe I was watching. It was that good. We are slightly climbed to some of the top ones. So I'm really excited already. Let's get to the next one. Alright, so next up is Ouroboros, which this episode introduces Kim. We first see Devon, and we also first see what Chris is like in prison. And then Daniel has a moment of, just like a massive low point, because after losing to Silver, that's where he just decides to overall give up. Even with his family coming back, he was like, no, not anymore. Like, Silver can do whatever he wants, because he was already backing down from fighting men anyway, but this time he was like really giving up, even at a point where that his own family wasn't really motivating him at first. But it was up until Amanda, takes Daniel to, a place of, just like Miyagi's place. And Amanda even tells him a story about how Miyagi managed to help motivate her to get married, or at least, helped with the preparation of it. I think that's the best way to say it. And then Robbie comes in, talks about how his life's been made better in actuality, thanks to Daniel, because at first Daniel was like, oh, do you think I'm so good? And look what happened to Robbie. And because since after the situation at the school, Daniel never really there must have been times where he wasn't pleased, and he felt guilty. So so I think for Robbie to come about as well, it does help him get him back on track, and then everyone bows to him outside, and it's just like a really nice moment for him. It almost like makes him like the main character of this specific season, which I think that's up to debate. Johnny still has a lot to do though, because when one's dojo gets taken over, completely, it's the blue one that we might have seen in the first season during the tournament. That's Johnny and Chosen tries to go to. In fact, what did they try and confront Silver in that specific dojo and as a way to stop him? Was that it? Well, they get easily backed off by the number of senseis, so was it to find out more information? I kind of forgotten, actually. Or they just had that moment where Chosen's like, no, you must not go there. And then Amanda was like, oh yeah, thank you. And then Chosen says, no, you're not going on your own anyway, I'm coming with you. And so that was kind of funny. And then and Johnny and Chosen, they do connect really well, because they have like the perfect conversation starter, which is, oh, I did this to Daniel. Well, I did this to Daniel. I've seen Daniel do this, but I've seen Daniel do this. And so, it becomes like a partial contest, but they're just like, yeah, whatever. And then yeah, just move on to Pal Fight, and yeah, they in fact, I tell you what, even if season 6 we didn't really see them, fight one another and how the skills play out, at least we see what they're like as a duo team, and yeah, they work off one another, and then that's where we do get the intimidation that these senseis, they've been trained by Chris and Terry sensei as well. He too called Kim or something? Oh, I can't quite remember, but yeah, it's that training style which Chosen said, oh, for 6 valet senseis, no problem, but yeah, one of sensei under Kim's, it's just far too much, and like no wonder Johnny like nearly loses in the way that he did in the finale. We'll get to that. But yeah, like even Kim, becomes like quite an opposing force. She actually is probably more physical because the way she like constantly hits Tori with a stick after, because there's this reverse psychology where, it is just trying to get Devon to be better. But in actuality, Kim wanted Tori to act even more, and that's where it does. Sorry, that's my tablet falling. But that's where Tori has even more of a moment of she really can't handle any more of this, and she does well, but with the stick fetching task, but but it also goes to show that with Kim and the other senseis spread around to the other dojos, and then that's like the kind of lessons they'll be teaching the kids, just extremely extremely fearsome, because was it like him plus 6 of his senseis? That will fill plus Terry as well. That's like 8 dojos. Was there? I'm sure there was more in the valley. I think more senseis will come about, or probably just like forced to cooperate. I think that's not my theory. Oh yeah, because some of the valet senseis, they were like seemed to be keen. We didn't really see them again after they were beaten by Chosen, so they just decided to walk out on the whole thing. Oh well, and I like that moment where Sam, where she too had to like a low point of not wanting to do karate anymore, and she still has the scars they're maintained. And I just suddenly realised, I do apologise if I'm really saying stuff from the commentaries, but I suppose this is more fun and efficient. But yeah, it's just this is like where Terry's expanding plan really like starts to take shape. He now has like the resources and the people to do so, and and seeing like the moment of Daniel getting bowed at, is that, I don't know, just anyone bowing to him, which was really nice for him. And yeah, I think it just goes to show that despite the looming danger, they all still got what it takes, and Daniel can be one of them that to help lead it, because after all, like, he represents the true opposition, and yeah, like the true influence that should continue forward. And speaking of him, him putting the glasses on, it's like a tiny Easter egg from the first film, but I really like it. It's like made into like a more of a sad kind of context. Because it was sad in the first film, but even more sad here. Like, imagine if he like maintained them and one of them just like tried to take it off, to try and show off that bruise more so. Just a lot of crowd pleasing moments, and we get to see how Chris eventually works his way to the top in prison. That is quite a cool move, and he even uses flashback Johnny for more of an effect. It's like because Greece in prison, it is kind of distant from what's happening, but at least it's like a rather decent catch up, and at least see what he's like in a prison, because he's been caged up before, and just seeing what he's like in the modern world. Yeah, he definitely works his way to the top. And they see him with their therapist as well, seeing various different characters, including their past Johnny. He's not too badly made. But yeah, like, what an interesting way to represent a a therapist scene, just pretending, well, not pretending, but just speaking to one character at a time, and how Chris does talk about one thing to the next, and despite all of that rage, it comes from like an honest place, and I think it just goes to show, like judging from the end of season 6, part 2, I think Chris might get some kind of redemption because he kind of just does his own thing. Like, granted, Cobra Kai needed to be taken down, but he was like far less of a problem, after season 3, and it's Terry that's the main issue, and not to mention the Iron Dragons extension. So just a all around really cool episode. Like the stakes really start to climb up, and it sets up even more for later, especially with Johnny and Daniel connecting. No, Johnny and Chosen connecting and introducing Kim. Sorry, I'm getting all of his names mixed up. So yeah, it's there are just a lot of significant moments, full of weight to the lot of them. So yeah, let's just go on to the next one. Next up is Take a Right, which I think, judging from looking back, this could be not only possibly one of the best episodes of season 2, but probably my favourite season 2 as well, because this one is like another love letter to the original film. Get to see Johnny reunite with all of his mates. I'm surprised we didn't really see them often, but I feel like I personally, well, other than one of the mates, coming back for season 3 as a bit of guidance, but I'm looking back, I can't really figure out how to keep them going, because you can say that with the other legacy characters like Mike and the girl in the third film and Kimiko. They really work as their appearances, and they're one-off appearances, and they satisfy a very good role, and then the story goes on, because the story must focus on the main characters, the main villains, and even the likes of Chosen, at least who's brought in to help Daniel, considering Johnny was just having more of a personal life, so that return and having more of a full role, that makes sense. Despite the mates having little screen time, all of them are absolutely fantastic here. All of them stand out, and we're missing Dutch. Rest in peace. It was a real shame what happened to the actor. But we still have the others, and despite everything going on, Johnny has this really nice trip with all of his mates. Back on the motorbikes, they go to a bar. They nearly play pool, but then go into a bar fight, and then Johnny has probably one of the most important speeches told, by Tommy, and because at the end of the day, Johnny does still have time to mend everything. Anything that needs mending, because they were mainly talking about the Robbie situation, because despite Cobra Kai doing well, it is Robbie that is still a relationship that Johnny still wants to fix. That does become like maintained in season 2 despite everything going on. But it's like a really emotional moment, and the ending as well is extremely sad as well. When Tommy finally goes, and it just, not gonna lie, I just feel really sad for Tommy's actor. But despite that going on, you had an extremely well done storyline, probably one of the best throughout the entire show. Just a lot of good catching up. Everyone's personality is more defined. Having them all fight again is extremely neat. They do stand out in some way in their fighting style, and so we do have other moments like Christine runs his own dojo, seeing how his influence alone can really turn the tide, and it is extremely far more menacing, really showing how and why Cobra Kai shouldn't have never come back, because Johnny talks to his mates about how he's convinced that Grease is all good, but they weren't so keen. And I know we still got 5 episodes left of the entire show at this point, but I'm really we'll see was Grease truly a menacing force, or was he misguided all this time? And what else happens? Daniel's dojo gets repaired. That too is nice. Oh my gosh, yeah, it has that retelling of the third film. It's like one of my favourite moments to make the third film even more full, because before seeing this trilogy, because I barely knew what the second third film was all about, and so when Daniel says, not everyone is solidified Cobra Kai from the get-go, because I was part of that once. Although what I will say is that in the third film, did Daniel, because like the way he was getting trained by Terry, it felt like an entirely original step. So why didn't Daniel have like a moment of, hang on, I recognise this logo. Hang on, the dude. Yeah, sorry, of course. Yeah, Terry talks about his connection to with Grease. Saying that he died, but in actuality his death was faked. And I bet Dan just must have seen Terry as an entirely different force, but Terry was subtly training Daniel to get out the worst in himself, to become more vicious. And the way Daniel retells it, it's he talks about like, yeah, sure, Cobra Kai can do all of these things, but the drawbacks is numerous, and it's definitely something that inspired all the students stick to Miyagi no matter what. And I feel like this is also an episode where the kids and the adults have a good amount of balance, because even Miguel, who's one of the main kids, he does have like a small chat with Chris, and so it just felt like everyone knew their place in this episode. Even the one-off appearance by all of Johnny's mates, or most of them anyway, because one of them comes back for the third season earlier on. And not to mention, I'm not sure if you knew, but Ralph Macchio has said before about how he doesn't like the third film, and because I remember he's saying that he found it too similar to the first one, but I reckon there was more other aspects which he didn't like, because even when the third Karate Kid came out, the Razzies, which tried to rank like the worst of both Ralph and even Miyagi's actor Pat, ended up getting a Razzie for worst actor and worst supporting actor, which feels really devastating and quite unearned back then. Like, I think because of we were reaching brand new lows in storytelling regarding films, and so when looking back, even without Cobra Kai, the second and third film are they still attempt that cause of effect, despite not having as not as much of a satisfying narrative technique. I think that's like the best way to explain them, because at least in the first Karate Kid, you can see how like the structure's like well defined, and even in the second one there is definitely moments of it, but in the third and fourth one, even though there's a lot of interesting moments, it doesn't quite like always satisfy my attached structure, you could say, or how the character arc weren't as refined. And I bet maybe some people were like, the third film, why did they have Daniel to be temporary Cobra Kai, how mean. But just thanks to Cobra Kai being the show, it helps add way more context to it. And the Karate Kid 3 is just now more of a underrated gem all this time, really. Well, the show really helped, that's for sure. But the third film was honestly not that bad on its own. It's probably far better than many modern films we've experienced since 2017 and onwards. That's, of course, when we've been quite unlucky with the sequels and remakes and that. So yeah, because even what else did Ralph say? He was given loads of pictures, and I bet some, because I vaguely remember reading something about how some people were like, oh, we'll just acknowledge the first one and screw the other two, and then Ralph said, oh, like I may not like 3, but we're keeping in continuity, and that's your store idea, then no thank you. It's not until the 3 showrunners came up with a completely more original concept which completely won Ralph over, and we've pretty much got one of the best outcomes of this for this narrative universe. So yeah, just like in every single subplot, it's it hits a lot of emotional beats, and it's also hearing that Queen song at the end, because that was one of the last songs Freddie recorded, before he died. Because I remember the other band members saying, we'll have another shot at singing the song again, but that's where Freddie died, sadly. So yeah, it is a real shame. But the song is still fantastic, though. So yeah, that's quite an emotional one. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Alright, so next up is Strike Last, which, both the name of this episode and the following one are very suitable. And, even, I think I think a lot of the episode titles we kind of understand anyway, but I think with Strike Last, I kind of see that as, when Miguel, the way, he becomes the last fighting student and really delivering the fantastic final blows against Axel. And it could even be a representation of how Chris and Terry, whoever landed the punches last, but regardless, they both go down in the end. So yeah, I really like how that episode's titled. Yeah, I literally just thought of that symbolism on the spot. But regardless, this with Cobra Kai, with one more member to the team, for the tournament. First of all, it's just like a crazy idea, and some people have pointed out that it is quite, it just makes you wonder, how, because yes, Miguel used to be part of the Cobra Kai, but will that still allow a transfer, especially this late into the competition? It's I just felt like that would need more detail if going for that kind of payoff, because what they could have done is, I don't know, it's no, because it's head students primarily, isn't it? Yeah, so although I think what could have worked is that, what if Robbie's injury turned out to be like a false win, therefore Axel would have to do it again, and then with Miguel being a considerate choice anyway, he could then carry over Miyagi-Do, but he could just still I don't know, he could still wear a black gi, maybe like a cool plain black one, like Johnny has, and he could still swap the headbands around. I think that would still help carry over the payoffs, but what the show at its final form wanted to do is really bring Miguel properly back into Cobra Kai with the gi and that, because that's what helped start off the whole show, and and it does go for that full circle kind of aspect, which the show is like fantastic doing. Yeah, honestly, I really like the full circle kind of aspect at a point where it just makes you want to rewatch the lot again and really make the most out of these characters as you rewatch them. So yeah, where to start with this one? I guess this is like an action heavy episode, but one that's like really cool because it's literally watching the final moves of two characters who we've been following for ages, and even this I think is probably my favourite Tori moment, because she does feel like truly challenged against Zara, but he's not just challenged in a combat kind of sense, but Tori just finding ways to overcome some emotions, because with Zara being someone who's rather popular, and it looks like she's the kind of person who gets anything she wants, unlike Tori, who has had to work really hard and unfortunately gets very little in return. But of course, all of that changes where when Tori and her and Robbie managed to have like their own little careers, which was really nice for them. But yeah, that, like I said, the whole segment is just it's pretty much my favourite Tory moment overall. She but eventually comes to her own element, beating up Zara, and and even because there's a lot of times in the show where there's like it gives a quick bit of advice and then it gets the fighter back on track. But in here, because it's almost set up to be Robbie, saying a load of complicated things, even with Tori showing that she's not in the mood to hear something lengthy, but all Robbie needed to say was 3 words, and I think the crowd was supporting of Tori all this time because she represents the Valley after all, and so how she's giving that a boost of momentum, it's like really good, and and the way she defeats Zara as well, would be like the welcome to the Valley line. I think that's like my favourite Tory line as well. It's both like amusing but just satisfying at the same time. I just can't watch that movie without smiling. Honestly, it does round up a character rather well. And what I also like about the structure of this episode is that because you have to do 2 very good endings, somewhat, or 2 really good fights at least for 2 main characters. With Tories, it's still like satisfying, but it like satisfies the midpoint of the episode. But with Miguel, who's been there, all this time, is arguably more the primary character. His fight feels more grandiose. So yeah, even if Miguel had to have a more climactic kind of fight, considering the structure of the episode, and like I said, he's arguably more in the forefront. But just like how even all of these episodes seem to really do well with the pacing of the fighting. Because the longest tournament fight I think is between Robbie and Hawk, and even then I really like the tension and how it builds up and how the fight evolves. It's just I feel like all of these tournament fights are, like I said, paced rather well. A lot of the fights are. There's only a couple of that are going on for a bit too long, but regardless, um, and um, honestly, Miguel's final fight, it's so good, and because whilst I am like mixed with the flashbacks, in between fighting, but I think not only does it work the best here because you can literally see how he's using everything he's learned to to defeat Axel, but I think what could have worked is have a load of flashbacks come to his head first, and then you see the actions come into play as you watch Axel fight, without the need to go into flashbacks. But regardless, still a really endearing idea. Even the way the skull like swells up as well, it does it does really get you. It's almost like one of the most emotional moments, and and for the end of it of his battle to show him when he stands up, it's like one of my favourite Miguel moments, to just bring that. And it just goes to show that even after one of Miguel's lowest points, he still made it in, he still made it through, and it's been thanks to Johnny. And you can see how like yes, the likes of Daniel has helped him too, and maybe Crease a couple of times, but a lot of what he's learned comes from Johnny. And just he definitely does well with being Johnny's primary student. Because that speech that Johnny gives him as well, it just feels like it can just describe everything and everyone. Because like yes, at the surface it's like everyone goes through low points and high points to go for give everything you have, but it's thanks to both the performance and the unique lines. It just makes it like a really special moment, especially amongst what could have been a cliche speech, but instead it was just just possibly one of the best monologues in the entire show. Like honestly, when I can see why these later episodes were ranked up high, and even the all in kind of line and how they decided to take it from that moment to season 2. It's not a first choice I would have gone for, because there would have been other like significant moments where Miguel could have been inspired, but to decide to go for that moment, it's quite interesting because Miguel was still in Cobra Kai back then, and it was a time where Johnny was still in Cobra Kai as well. So I feel like that's what they've gone for, that moment, because because when Johnny say go all in, it definitely means use everything you have. So yeah, it's like one of those moments that seems a bit mundane at first, but to bring it back and to give it more weight, you would not be able to watch the scene that same way again. You can just really see how that carries over, and even moments like that do make season 2 a tad better, considering how a lot of people, including myself, see season 2 as the kind of the weakest one, but a lot of these seasons are still rather good, despite a varying episode quality. So yeah, that moment speaks for itself. And although going to the other part, yeah, that driving intro between Johnny and Daniel, like, yeah, sure, it's showing how how they're getting on and how they enjoy the area they're around. But I just remember thinking that went on for a bit too long, because that could have been a few minutes shorter, and that would still work as well, even if you like trim down the song and structure around that. Because if you remember in the first ever episode, the way that driving scene with Johnny just only goes through only the verse and the first chorus of the Foreigner track, because they could have used that structure again, because just to make the driving more brief. But yeah, I just remember constantly being weirded out, when rewatching, thinking, why this long? I guess it is just like to create more of a build up of being like, oh, where are they going? But I still feel like you could do that with it being shorter. But anyway, this is the using their dojo again. So yeah, despite it being pretty much in ruins, especially when you haven't seen this dojo since the end of episode 4. Yeah, because I thought Terry brought that one too and carried it over, but maybe Terry didn't like it, or I don't know, because he even added quite a lot to it. So it did Chris, actually. So it might have been worth keeping. There could have been like a throwaway line being like, oh, once, I think someone senseis will run this place that Johnny used to run. Something like that I think could have helped that part of the story. But for this episode to be like the first step in Johnny getting his familiar dojo back, where he spent a lot of his moments in, and what a area that he essentially handcrafted first before Terry and Chris added their own little snippets towards the building itself. But yeah, just to go for that, it's like a really good place for Miguel and Tori to train, and they all have like the final lines with Tori being like, oh, I really like the new bits you've taught me, and she really gets on with the Russos now, and even Miguel, despite speaking from an honest place, he was with how like focused he was to Axel. Even that kind of goes back to older Miguel, where he did used to be quite aggressive against those who he saw as opposing. Even season 3, the way he was quite focused towards Robbie when they nearly fought one another. It's kind of bringing that aspect of his character back, which is I think it's traits like those which we did kind of miss as Miguel's character. There's definitely bits and bobs of that like throughout season 4, 5, and prior parts of 6, but there definitely could have been more of an emphasis, especially when the first 2 seasons. Well, I guess like at the end of season 2, he does start to become more of a person all about mercy. But even then, with the way he started to become like more aggressive and assertive at times, it's just moments like that we sadly didn't get a whole lot of, because it could have been like a core character trait of his. It's definitely one that makes him interesting, especially when he does go from someone who is overly naive to them being, well, the winner of the entire tournament. So yeah. And what else is there? Even this episode, where it gets us again with because you would think that Terry will do something, to make their finale even more tense, but no, they do kind of get us by Kreese being like, "Oh, Terry, I'm here to stop your plans," and he does that successfully. And once again, a lot of people find the boat fight a bit over the top, but there's moments of it which I quite like, and even the way it ends, with Kreese using the saga to explode the ship. Like, not only can I see Kreese doing that, but if Kreese wants to get rid of Terry, and he sees his time going anyway, then I couldn't really think of any other way to have them both stop right there, because the explosion would definitely finish the both off. Like, I guess another example would be if the ship sank, but I think that would have made their fight a bit too long, especially when the episode is ending. But yeah, that was another thing as well, to have that as almost like the episode cliffhanger, to have the both end then. But I think the point of having that as the last scene is that it probably gives us a moment to, well, not only mourn Kreese, but to be like, oh my gosh, Terry is gone. So I think that's why it was treated as the cliffhanger, or at least gives a moment to be like, oh, well, they're gone. What credits roll? All right, then we've got one more episode. And I guess it gives us that sense of, what will happen after this cliffhanger. But other than Terry getting one mention of a line, there should have also been acknowledgements that Kreese gone. But I think once everyone finds out that Kreese and Terry were in the same explosion, I bet they always thought, oh, you know what, Kreese, he did help me out, and I think he must have done it again, getting rid of Terry, because, God knows what could have happened. Something like that could have really, what if that was, like, made into this episode's cliffhanger instead, although that would mean trimming the fights off Miguel and Torre's fight, which could be possible, but I don't know. The fights are just so good, you would want to touch them or edit them in any way. It's just because we also get like a proper Kreese versus Terry fight, because I did like the moments at episode 10, but that was like too short between them, so to actually see how they fight one another, because Terry it's probably you can definitely see their fighting styles, with Kreese being just be a bit more hands-on, whilst Terry likes the kicks and so forth. So there's a lot of moments which I quite like, and it's just like a really good way of ending both their characters, because all of this time they've been trying to help one another, but then in the end they just they couldn't get on, and so for Kreese to finally probably see things correctly, and finally see Johnny as someone who is his true champion, even if it's took this long. And then just to finally get rid of Terry, just pretty much ending their kind of era of Cobra Kai, whilst Johnny continues the legacy. It's it's just some details which I really like. And it was also good to get an answer about how Mike's shop went up to flames. That was a good answer. Quite like, because that was kind of up in the end of season 5 as well. And Daniel has one final chat too with Terry. Because I just remember Terry being like, "Nah, not having any of this." So like, for once he's outsmarted. I don't think that's a word, but you get the idea. It's just for Daniel to get the upper hand for once, because Terry at first was like, you're Miyagi, just like backed off in the fight. What have you got that's to be proud of? And because Daniel knows that, because as he said, like the TV courage in the intro, and what was explained of it, because that was enough for him to be like, oh yes, Miyagi at least will get some kind of legacy when looking back at this tournament, if if being able to rewatch these fights on TV. Because unlike Terry, where he wants to grab everything he can, so Daniel despite is just very accepting of what he's got, despite what he's achieved. It's like a moment of
So
what
yeah,
how
it's
far
just
we've come, but at the same time,
I just feel like
does
that's
have,
like a really good
couple of
a lot
finishing
of
areas
I
for
wouldn't say a
Daniel
lot
as well.
of, but
Not
some
only
aspects where
just
get like other
knowing that he
like
has
moments
what
that
he
are
has
really
already is good
satisfying when
despite Toad's
considering both the
belittlement,
show
but for
and the
him to get
films.
the upper
And I think
hand
the
for
moment I'm
once,
talking about is
that too
when
is just really
Terry and Kreese,
satisfying as well. And it's
finally
even
get
done
to
in this
fight one
conversation
another,
rather
and then
than a
Johnny
fight,
decides to
especially when
save
Daniel
Kreese
has
from
won
Terry,
before.
despite Johnny
So
originally trying to go for Kreese.
yeah, it just feels
This
it just feels like a really good
episode,
way of ending
is like
that
a representation of
a nearly rivalry.
looking back on
just a really good way to end the
their own
rivalry.
senseis, and because
So yeah,
Daniel
it's
was
just a really
struggling to
good
adjust
second
to
slaps episode.
what
Because whilst you're like, oh,
Miyagi,
what's gonna come
has hid
next?
from him, and there's Johnny that is really tired of not being able to get rid of Kreese.
It's some really
And
good
I
stuff.
feel like
that
it would
does
have
help
been
round up a
quite
lot of scenes quite
exhaustive
well.
to have
Right,
Cobra Kai
so
back,
let's go
for
the next
yet
episode.
another round, especially between Robbie and Quan. But of course, obviously they'd completely turn it around, because I've thought maybe one of them wins or lose, but one of them's going to go after one another afterwards. But no, it looks like it's a far bigger outcome in the end. And even that sensei theme is kind of represented in when one of the teams get kicked out, and he then comes back. It's him partially facilitating that brawl, and the Dublin Thunder team, they've been established to be eager to start up fights, so that was another part of it as well. But I reckon that needed a bit more of a setup. But even then, I also really like Miguel's speech with Johnny and Daniel, because it just gives like Miguel like more of a role, because he may have not been chosen captain, but a chosen captain, but he's still a leader in his own right. He helped motivate Robbie, and he helped Daniel and Johnny finally figure out their own ways. And because like, yes, they've been disappointed by the senseis, but they're still their own senseis with their own achievements. And I think that message I would have liked to be leaned on more as well. I say I am coming up with improvements at that point where this one could have been lower, although it's just that cliffhanger, and it's like such a crazy concept for all of the dojo teams to keep fighting each other, and you would think that was completely mad. But like in Infinity War, for instance, they only show the background, like the background people doing their thing, knowing that we can always spot it in the background, but obviously they keep it on the focus on the main characters. That was the school fights mistake, partially, but in this one, despite balance and all sorts, it does focus on different variations, because Devon and Kenny we see for a snippet, and Hawk and Dimitri we see for a little bit, continue to get on, and even the Pamphyria team. I want to call it Pamphyria, but that's the rock band that a cool one though. But they help one each other, which is nice. And then you have Chosen saving Kim at the end, so that's like kept in its own section. The host punching back the sensei that punched him, that just has a small in and out moment, and in between with the coach waking up. And then, because primarily you see Miguel and Axel going back to, we cut back to them quite often, and so we do with Sam, Robbie, and even Tori, with Tori definitely switching after her conflict and is all ended. And the Cobra Kai lot, and then the Eye Dragons lot, they try and fight against them with Samantha getting another round from someone from Dublin Thunder as well. And Kreese going after Terry, and obviously that's a big part that went back to a couple of times. And Daniel faces the goon again, but once he's out the way, Johnny was primarily a fighting wolf, because Johnny got the presumably trying to go for Kreese, but yes, it looks like Wolf really wanted to have a go against him, and then having a go against Daniel as well. He's formidable enough to nearly beat either of them, which shows he seems to be extremely formidable. Like, wow. And So yeah, it's like so despite a lot going on, it does focus on more elements, which helps with the variation. And I didn't feel tired afterwards. And then it even paid off a minor rivalry between Axon and Quan, to which that too what a massive ending. And Axel, because Miguel too was like losing again Axel, but I felt like Miguel managed to continue and avoid more hits. He didn't get he didn't have like a blood splatter that Robbie did. So but Miguel was might still be the better fighter compared to Robbie, but only by a slight margin. And there's Axel defending Sam as well, and Grease's knife leading to a massive consequence. And but yeah, not only is it Johnny decided to spare Grease, but the events that traumatized Daniel and what he dreamt about, it's come again. We've got yet another fatality in this very tournament. And the opening dream sequence, to have Daniel and Miyagi, fight one another, that was quite a concept. And I still like the Miyagi CG recreation. I have heard of conflicting debates about it, which often becomes the case with any other CG recreation. But I know a lot of people like the Blade Runner recreation for 2049. A lot of people like that one. Abba Voyage, those avatars, it's only the facial muscles and the eyes that have like a moment of weakness, but oh my god, they had like so much presence and it was well done. So I think those are the two best instances of recreation. And just a whole heap of exciting moments. And we see more Barcelona and more training, and the senseis have go with training without any problems. Although, why they're both fighting? Because that doesn't become relevant unless, I guess it can help with how you defend pits and that. So I suppose there's that. And I think the tournament might be nearly over, or would have been, with this, the selective captains fighting one another, and then Grease all this time has been trying to hunt Terry to little to no success, and just like what a moment that's ended, and not to mention Amanda watching it from the TV, because I reckon a good majority of it would have been seen on TV, but that specific moment's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just extremely mad. So yeah, that's it for that one. Yeah, it's just massive and exciting, a lot of cool payoffs and moments, and also just like cool to see how everyone bounces off, because never see Grease and Terry fight each other, or will fight our maid senseis, or what Axel's skills are like with Ivan, Miguel, Robbie, and even Quan. So I like that kind of character exploration. So we have a whole heap of it in here. So just extremely exciting stuff. Let's now get on to the next episode. So, not gonna lie, this episode is where it could be tempting to be my favourite Daniel episode, because I've said before how I do find it really fascinating when watching characters suffer and finding out ways to cope with situations, and how everything totally goes against them. And Daniel has his moment here, with no family around. He attempts to continue to take down Terry, but he has a small lead, which was the newspaper slip. We got an answer for that at least, so that's good. Because it was Grease that sent it apparently. And then we find out what happens with Stingray and even the car as well. So it was nice to bring both of those back. And while Stingray doesn't exactly join the dojo, maybe if he doesn't want to, but he still gets given a gi with his name on, and like I said, the apartment and everything else. So yeah, he's been proper spoiled, and yeah, we don't really because how they use him is like like purposeful enough. We see how Terry treats him. Being like, oh, just here's all of that stuff. There you go, have fun. Not even an apology, and he drives in the car and he's singing to himself, and then he gets confronted by Daniel, and Daniel at least there helps him give him a new console, which is nice for him to do, because Daniel sees that Stingray that the way he confronted him it wasn't really the right way to do things, because he Daniel did learn that being confrontational helped with Anthony in that, but he can only take that kind of attitude so far. And I really it may seem silly when looking back when Stingray was like, oh no, my PlayStation, but what I like about that moment is that it just goes to show that when you're like angry to this degree and to have like a moment like that come up, like not only does it a kind of moment that something like that would completely like stop the anger, because at this point you're like, oh okay, it's broken something he's like, and you just wouldn't know how to get angry afterwards, and he does get a bit calmer thanks to Chosen, but yeah, it's like a intentional tonal shift which matches, and but because I guess it's quite a leap on how they made how Daniel and Chosen were like, oh this definitely must have been Terry's plan, and it's the kids out of all people who get the details. I'm surprised, although everyone did watch the TV though to find that he was cheating, so I don't know, that's something else entirely. It's a bit weird where that was like a major thing to uncover, and yet Terry's reputation was still taken down by the cheating. And yeah, granted, the cheating was something that Tori found out. They talked about it. It was hinted again with the coach, being paid to bend the rules. So I guess there was that. It was almost like a good backup. Anyway, we're not talking about that episode. We're talking about this one, and yeah, and then of course Daniel's forthright manner continues when Terry comes along. Although before moving on to there, Miguel, after possibly working out that mystery, Stingray then like reluctantly praises Terry, and being like, oh whatever you did, maybe you did deserve these in your family, and which completely sets Daniel off the edge. And then it happens again with Terry being at the point where he could be like, oh maybe I could train your two kids, and then that really prompts him to see them finally fight one another twice. And granted it was Daniel's worst mindset that made him lose, and it was Terry had his worst mindset which made him lose later on, but either way it is still really satisfying. And because Daniel's knowledge was similar to ours, where he's like, if the valley's what you want, then take it, and then Terry's like, you what? it's like way more than that. So it just makes us wonder, and but yeah, and Terry does decide to reveal to Daniel that the twisting of Amanda was his idea. I think I would have maybe liked it if Terry was like, I really don't know what you're talking about, and someone like that could make Daniel go after him. But I still like because I think with Daniel losing his family, which was achieved by Terry successfully from Terry's point of view, I think that's where it is like the kind of right time to taunt him about that, and then taunt about the kids, and then he gets to fight Daniel, and he's completely at a low point, and completely beaten him. yeah, it just seemed like he was completely done for. And yeah, there was that moment in between where Terry says, "Oh, we're way past the moment of white flags," which indicates that, well, not only is it, like very referencing of Terry's time in the war, but it just goes to show that we're not surrendering. One of us is going down at the end of the day, and that's it. And yeah, and you really thought that Daniel would be down, and yeah, and then you do have like yet another really solid midpoint, probably the best one it could be. Because the family do come back. Daniel's proper injured, and we finally see Chris, who we thought Tori's been chatting about, and what else happens? Oh yeah, Johnny being updated about it as well, because Donny and Daniel, they do finally meet, but the roles are reversed. It's Johnny who now has, well, granted, he's still figuring out his way in his life, but at least he's in a far more stable place. But with hang on. Oh, okay. But yeah, but Daniel's like the one charging at everyone, and we do get a reminder that Johnny started everything with the funny Pandora line and Pandora's box, and they have quite a nice chat, and yeah. Sorry, what else do there my notes say? Oh, hang on, I'm in the wrong place. The Rise Minefield. Now I'm going to Extreme Measures. There you go. That's the name of the episode. Oh, okay. So Johnny trying to bond Miguel and Robbie. That was it's like a subplot that's needed and it has its moments, but I did find it a bit I probably like a tad longer than it should, especially the middle one in the apartment. Because Johnny goes through all of that to to try and bond them, and it's like a nice idea in theory, and it just goes to show that Johnny trying to reference the film, and Miguel's like, well, you showed me that one, and then I wasn't keen on that scene. Although I liked Rose's enthusiasm, and that was a pretty funny moment from her, and then and then they get Miguel and Robbie to have one last angry fight, I suppose, and Miguel nearly wins, and history nearly repeats itself, and then they do decide to bond, and they find out about Johnny's new baby, and the both end up being really pleased about it. You would think they're a bit like, wait, you did this to Carmen, but I think it just must be everyone's mindset, being able to move on, and and what Miguel said is right. He said he just wants to be cool, not to be the one starting the fight. So I really like that moment, and yeah. Oh, but not to mention, even Robbie, has been bonded with Johnny loads of times at a point where, of course he would be, a bit happy for him, and it's just only Miguel and Robbie that did need fixing because of, what Johnny and Carmen, are now, going to be beginning shortly, a brand new kid together. So yeah, if anything, it's like a parallel where Johnny's slowly, gaining a new family, and Daniel's nearly losing his, and that's where we see the girl from Karate Kid 3, a really good catch up. Did Karate Kid 3 hint, Amanda? Did the girl say something like, "Oh, for me, you could probably date my sister," or something like that? I struggle if that's the case or not, but I do. But the idea is still. I still like the idea, and Amanda's moment of history does come into play when some people recognise them, and that's like a tiny bar fight with Samantha helping them, and Samantha and Anthony bond a tad, which I quite like, proper nice siblings, because not only did they used to bicker with one another, but They didn't really spend much time together, but season 5, I think it does help strengthen their friendship more, or their siblingship. Is that a term or word? I'm not sure. But yeah, what else? Yeah, we also get a confirmation that Tori, she just wants to act like a more for Terry as opposed to, following Cobra Kai, because I think she found out about the cheat and she's been just definitely not 100% since then. And yeah, so it's just a whole heap of emotional moments one by one, thanks to a lot of setup and what it slowly sets up as well. So I feel like I'm saying that loads of times, but I think it is just part of every story really, and how some setup and payoffs are better done in some episodes better than others. But yeah, my God, yeah, this was just like a treat, and yeah, there's a whole lot of moments I'd like to rewatch in here, and yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic. And even when Daniel tries to use, what he once learned from Terry being like, oh, pretend that is his blood instead, just goes to show that Daniel was trying to use Stingray methods against him. But that's the thing, he used the wrong methods to get Silver, because he's meant to use the big three, as shown later on in the end of season 5, but instead, he just goes for a far more abstract ideology, nothing specific, and it causes him to lose. So yeah, just wow. Yeah, wow. So yeah, and let's now hop on to the next one. Alright, so now we're into the top 4. So next up is the finale of season 5, and I too am surprised that put this one all the way up. This one does have once again, just some of my favourite moments ever, but this episode does have its minor flaws, like like all the kids had like a defined role except Miguel, who has its moments, but yeah, like I said, because Tori was familiar with the area, Robbie took down a camera, Dimitri and Hawk were hacking the system, Anthony was connecting it to the TV. Yeah, so Miguel being the main kid, yeah, he was a bit sidelined here. And I was wondering if there was a problem or not, because Terry cleverly cut the tape off in the old dojo, and yet they managed to revive footage in the cheating footage, to which Terry either forgot to delete it, or maybe Dimitri and Hawk were smart enough to bring that footage back. And yeah, because I remember Tori being like, oh, where I could find an alternative, type of footage, to spoil him. And I feel like the exposure should have been done by Daniel as well, as opposed to, once been done by Daniel and now it's done by the kids. But yeah, like imagine a moment where, after Daniel exposes Terry, none of the, Terry could be trying to tell the students to, fight Daniel, only for maybe some students try and have a go, only for Daniel to, take them down, without hurting them, of course. And so yeah, I felt like something like that would be better, but even then, it still has like a rather effective outcome where find out that Terry's not who he is, and the way he's all messed up. And granted, all of the people did evade his property, but once that truth is revealed, there's just no turning back. And once again, we have like the imagery of him being all messed up. It looks far more messy, especially with blood on his face as well, and the way he presents himself and the way he walks, he just looks really unstable. And yeah, that fight with Daniel's really fab, because it just felt more. Because after a load of brawling, this one was like just cut short, but it was just nicely precise. With Daniel doing a whole heap of clever moves, doing a couple ones which he learnt from Johnny, and the crane kick as well. The return of it, he just used in a very satisfying manner. Yeah, because it was Johnny referenced it as a joke one point in season 4. Miguel stole it in season 1, and and it was Chris talked about it in a deleted season for season 3, talking about how, you know, if Johnny wasn't the right man, they could have counted it. But yeah, it's just because, you know, it's just a heavily referenced thing, because there was even a spoof film, like a spoof short that Ralph Macchio was in, where the I think he was playing himself, but then he was like, "Oh, gonna do the crane kick," and you know, it's used as like a jokely meme moment. That's what I mean. But you know, to use it then, you know, it is just well needed. You know, Daniel finally properly takes down a past foe, because you know back then it was Murgy who took him down and Terry down, and then Daniel won against Mike, which I guess is a victory. But you know, Daniel did need to wins against Terry, and I feel like it's just so satisfying at a point where I don't want to see a rematch in season 6 part 3. I would I just felt like it's a really nice ending, you know, and give Johnny some of the limelight, you know, he was the one who started it all after all. And I think this episode just a smidgen lower compared to the top 3. Because you know, like I said, I've addressed a couple of things, but also I know Daniel was like reluctant to go with the others, but I felt like he should have come. You know, would have like really thinned out the story. He could have, you know, still joined them to try and clear their minds a bit, and you know, try to keep the situation low. But he did add like extra stuff in for Daniel to be like, when I'm in the middle of nowhere, you know, YouTube mums, you know, and my wife being one of them, please rescue me. And there's a situation with the truck, and Stingray managed to save them. And I felt like Stingray should have also, you know, confronted Terry. Imagine if he like tried to have a go and then it gets beaten up again, and then it's one of the senseis having a go for him. In fact, to make the story even smaller, could have the kids take Stingray to Terry and then be like, "Oh, you know, we know what you did," and then Terry, you know, because you know that moment where Terry like nearly goes for Robbie before Chris stops him at the end of season 4. You know, imagine Terry being intimidated enough to, you know, fight the kids like that. Like that could have been like so much. I tell you what, maybe this episode should have been ranked lower if I'm coming up this many improvements. You know, been talking about improvements for this one more compared to the other ones. Like, because some of the other episodes I just thought were weaker, but oh, that is something. Because I tell you what else I was kind of disappointed about, it was, you know, Mike getting beaten so easily. You know, what it should have happened is that you know, Johnny and Mike could have bonded a bit more, you know, just like, you know, a tad more. And because, you know, Johnny's already bonded well with Chosen. Well, no, yeah, look, all of that's pretty good. So, yeah, like Johnny and Mike could have, you know, worked together in some way, see kind of how they can help one another. And you'd even ask, you know, how did Mike get his other training? And maybe Mike could then get taken down midway, so Johnny's then on his own, which would make more sense and why Johnny would have lasted longer. And when Barnes comes back, that makes it a bit more satisfying, you know, knowing that he woke up and, you know, wasn't, you know, not too badly hurt by the senseis, but instead the tension has already risen by having Mike, you know, beat one of them and just not checking, which is almost presented comedically, but I just remember thinking, like, gosh, I would have wanted to do learn more about him, with how well they've had the others to catch up. But I think Mike had a bit more going for, because he was like another fighting foe. I think that's why I kind of expected to see a bit more of him. And but anyway, yeah, Johnny, you know, lasting as long as he does with the senseis, it was a bit daft. Although I think what my theory is that I think he does well to defend, only for the harmful pits to really get him, you know, in when we first saw him, which would make a bit more sense. And then maybe we then see more of that later on, you know, being able to either, you know, take that more surviving pits, or being able to defend more until, when we actually watch, his low points. So that I can give a bit of a pass, but yeah, quite an impressive feat, and what because he he fights out of necessity, some kind of revenge against Terry, but then he sees his photo go across the floor, and that's where just realizing what he's still yet to experience, what he should be fighting for, that completely gets him going, which is quite a cool way to end his arc in season 5. And yeah, so I like that. But there was also, Chosen and Terry, the fighting with the weapons. It's a tad over the top, but it's more an edge because there's weapons involved now. Like any wrong move could be fatal. Chosen was quite lucky to survive. I'm not saying that in a negative plot sense, because I could see how Chosen might have survived it, because like it may have been a lot of stitches, but I think it was probably like more so of a like a more of a surface scratch as opposed to like a wound, because if it was, then I don't think Chosen would have been walking, let alone be alive. But yeah, it would have been like quite a tragic end. And yeah, there's just like some of the moments, like when Terry takes off his jewelry, or how he goes to the weapons once he finds that out about some of Chosen's tricks. And Terry has that spinning kick move, which seems to be a winner for him every time. And then Terry's saying that he should have been probably, if he ever dies, then it should be during a fight, like really elevating himself. But also, yeah, there's Daniel refusing to fight kids, which is bold of him, but then Stingray offers anyway, which is like a nice way to get his, his own, back on his own 2 feet. And I think the way he crawls is like a partial reference to Coyote Creek when he was like lying down, well, just without the leaves. But then you have like Stingray, takes back his statement, and then seeing that Mike might be fine once he started the painting, and how Chosen just laughs about his injury, which I feel like it could be like Tony conflicting to get like a serious scratch when in serious mood, only to be like laughing it off. But I can see Chosen doing that, and it is like a nice way to get some kind of relief, because at least he does. He does recover, rather well, but he still looks back on it, quite badly in the following episode. And so it still gets to him in some way. And like I said, it's not like the best cliffhanger, because like I said, it was just up in the air for when Kreese went out of prison, because back then they didn't really know what he was going to do. Although I did like how it, he I thought it was going to be like a faking her own death kind of thing, and whilst it partially could be that, but I thought it was just going to be another long-term one where that he did before Karate Kid 3, well, during it, and then, before Cobra Kai just started. I thought he was going to do that again, but no, apparently, like, the charges were dropped. Well, obviously because, Kreese wasn't the, he was innocent, but then Terry's charges got dropped because, season 6 said that Stingray nor Bert could have say anything convincing. But, Terry still suffers a lot of consequences. But yeah, the way Kreese go, he uses Jello as a trick, and it looks like he must have told his prison people to be like, oh, just, from my own escape plan, obviously you're not going to turn your back on me because, I've already got leverage, so you're going to stab me and I'm going to go to hospital and escape that way. Unless he might have said some other kind of fib, but that prison guard the prisoner who stabbed him, he's going to get into a whole heap of more trouble. But I think once they find out about the jelly thing, they're just going to be like, just go back to your, the normal prison, you're not in trouble anymore, it was just Jello, we know about your plan. I think something like that would have happened, so at least that would have been clarified. And, Kreese didn't cover himself up when leaving the hospital building as well. I thought that was a bit unwise, but I guess, it's difficult to see him wake up in the manner that he did. Yeah, it's just something about that. Yeah, just to show that he seems to be good with escaping situations. Well, except the covering his face, but so yeah, at least that's like one singular cliffhanger for anyone to nearly respond to. But yeah, I think most of the cliffhangers just responding, well, the effects of afterwards, and everyone just having a small chat with one another, and everyone being fine, and look forward to the future. So it's a bit more of an optimistic cliffhanger, I think, despite the rest of the show happening. So yeah, I may have come up with a lot of improvements, but I still think it's like a rather exciting the finale regardless, and yeah, it is just yeah, just an extremely satisfying finale. So I'm just looking at the other episodes, and whew, yeah, I'll be looking forward to talking about them right away. So yeah, I still love the episode despite the improvements. I think that's what, because even when you like something, you can really like something, but have suggested improvements for it. But yeah, without further ado, let's get going. So yeah, really, and not to mention, like sometimes when you watch the finale of stories, sometimes wonder, well, what's that routine going to be like? But in this case, I think thanks to the arguably end credit scene, by the way, but like the cameos from the showrunners at the at the bar. But yeah, for Daniel to Johnny and to just have just see how their lives would normally play out with the the bills, etc., and just seeing that they are both different sides of the same coin. Yeah, it's just I do really like those finishing parts because I haven't seen the new Karate Kid film yet to Jackie Chan, so I'm kind of wondering if Johnny might get a mention at least or something. But I guess wait and see, because apparently it is to be takes place after. Oh yeah, the film takes place after this. Sorry, yeah, quite a couple of a few years or something, and so yeah, like I said, yeah, just an extremely good hang on. Oh, okay, sorry, so it just popped up. But anyway, so yeah, we already know that to the end of Johnny's story is yeah, they're just absolutely great. Yeah, especially when he gets house as well. Yeah, just really yeah, it just goes to show that anyone definitely can achieve anything. Oh yeah, the graveyard scene as well. It's I've heard that the grave or something had the wrong date or something. I don't know what the mix up was or which information contradicted one another, but oh yeah, what a really good yeah, because even that because we never seen his mum's grave before, but yeah, that was so what a good idea to have that to be like a place that Johnny often used to visit, when he's at his low points, but then when he comes back, it's it's just with the portrait placed next to the stone, just showing that I am all good now. I'm no longer in this huge low point, because I remember thinking I think it would have been quite hard to place a scene like that earlier on in the like the first scene of this episode. It would have been quite tricky to place that episode ahead of the show, but I think you definitely need to get to know a character way more before placing this scene as heavy as that, because the reason it works so well is because of how far we've come, and so it's like a chance to see what Johnny used to be like, because you forget that he used to look like that when he's at a really low point. But yeah, because was this I'm quite curious about the date, the flashback as well, because was it like in the same year as the Cobra Kai season one? Like, I'm not talking about our universe, I'm talking about their timeline. When did he visited her grave, or could it be like the day before he met Miguel or something? I'll need to um, you know, probably have a look myself. But regardless, we can infer it's like around that time, and yeah, I just still really like yeah, that moment, yeah, and his performance as well, yeah, like William Zabka's really shown to be yeah, quite a good actor. Yeah, these final 5 seasons really show him as an actor extremely well, and yeah, and I think the last thing to talk about is Miguel and Sam. Yeah, it's yeah, I like the moment because I don't know if they still go in their own ways or they did decide to go to the same place. I know they like met each other, but I'm not quite sure. And also for the octopus necklace to come back as well, kind of making like a full circle out of their whole relationship. Yeah, because the octopus is what really it's like the symbolism of everything. Um, yeah, like the everything of all of this starting, and for it to be like I said, just representative of the whole relationship. Even if it's just like a simple like reference slash visual, it's yeah, I think that ending scene just really, like I said, just brings them both in full circle. And yeah, because yeah, even Sam leaving the parents and just seeing both Daniel and Amanda act and how they interact, even a nice final exchange with Anthony as well, despite how much they've been through. But they've got, but they have shown to get on a lot better later on in the show. And yeah, it's just like a very a very nice final scene. And yeah, because yeah, even while Sam doesn't get in a whole lot of focus during these final 5 episodes, but at least considering how she was like a main character as well, it does round up her story nicely, to find her own way, but also knowing that her and Miguel will continue. Because not to mention in the previous episode, because when Miguel finds the letter during the tournament, it's nearly set up to be what could affect his performance, but to show him that he's extremely happy, he was just surprised in between. But what happens to his performance, has nothing to do with what he thinks of the letter. Um, but yeah, I just really like that because it could have gone really cliche. Yeah, it could have been like really cliche with Miguel being like like quite distracted about that and then couldn't find his own. Yeah, I feel like that would have been kind of lame. But what it decides to do is it was not only Axel they're getting giving himself some leverage after more encouraging words involving Wolf and Silver, but it's Miguel needing more of that Cobra Kai energy to get going. So yeah, overall, yeah, I'm always tempted to put this one on top, but I feel like there's other areas which I would have improved in this one because um as well as yeah, it's just the final like the 3 episodes I put on top are episodes which maybe one or two improvements of, but regardless, despite what I would improve in this episode, everything else is just top notch, and it's definitely a reason why a lot of people thought this is the favourite episode. It's one of the high ranking episodes. It's probably one of the best show finales I've ever seen, because we watched, all of us watched a lot of season finales, and there's a good few which I like, but looking back, there have been some that either been underwhelming or disappointing. But maybe this one, yeah, like for the show to go full circle and look back at everything without being too on the nose, yeah, it's extremely well done. So yeah, despite being at 4th place, it's still very high up there, and it's possibly one of the best things I've ever seen as well. I'll say that too. Okay, so let's go on to the final 3, the true final 3. Okay, so for the 4th spot, yeah, sorry if I've said that before, because we're updating the video. So yeah, it's the episode Extra Degenerate, and also I can see this episode being a lot of people's favourites. It's definitely one of mine, clearly. Yeah, because yeah, the way everything ends is pretty much top notch. I think to go over a couple of things which I'm not too keen on, like for instance, because whilst it did want to give Hawk and Dimitri some of their final moments, but I feel like despite how underwhelming their previous appearance was, helping out Robbie, because despite that being underwhelming, I still kind of see that as like the end of their story, because I still really like see them going in their car and off they go. I just felt like that would have been enough, but with here, they decided to to have Dimitri, finally, well, they sorted out the whole college thing, and even for Moon to take the rip out of Dimitri a bit as well, and also with Dimitri getting Jasmine back as well, which is also quite nice. But I just feel like that should have happened earlier, because yeah, when you're because if I'm writing the finale of anything, I'll just focus on the conclusive parts whilst creating like a very good solid story to end all stories. Because for instance, even if Sensei Wolf hasn't been much of a character throughout this whole show, at least it's a very good finale idea, especially with how much it pays off from it. But I do really get that with Dimitri and Hawk's involvement in this episode. And whilst there are moments I do like and enjoy, and even when Dimitri and Jasmine just come back to the tournament only for it to finish, like whilst I subjectively find that funny, but not only did it use like a couple of minutes of the episode when could have emphasised other moments, but for Johnny to have his victory being celebrated by all the students, only for one particular student to get specific screen time for a funny payoff that he's just been away all this time. But he's been like, oh, we won. It's I just find that a bit mismatching, but I still find the moment funny regardless. And yeah, and even Dimitri's not the kind of character who I kind of see with a payoff like that, to be the only well, of course it makes sense with Dimitri and Jasmine catching up, but the way he's having like his own like funny moment when else everyone else is celebrating Johnny, it makes sense character wise, and of course Dimitri wasn't that close to Johnny, but for the episodes to have like a quick cutaway to one particular student, I just find that a tad a very questionable choice, but still makes me laugh regardless. And also the Russo stuff, because whilst that dinner scene was quite nice, especially it is and it does conclude the Miyagi history storyline, but as a lot of us have pointed out, it didn't really add to an awful lot. Like, it was some really cool character exploration, but I just felt like it needed its own time elsewhere, because I think they at least tried to tie it with the Sakai Taikai, which yeah, like, it's a very good way to connect well, just to make that storyline relevant to here. But yeah, I think like I said earlier, if bits and bobs were more conclusive around the 13th episode, I think that would have been kind of better, because if the story was more about how Daniel, because he only has to fight when he needs to, and with Samantha kind of picking up that sin of behaviour, if Miyagi's history kind of was like more part of that conclusion, and he could still probably have the necklace thing, and he could still look back and everything, or hell, why not have that moment a lot earlier, and then it makes Daniel think, oh yeah, maybe we'll definitely go to the tournament. Or you could have Daniel and Miyagi not be in the tournament. Oh, but that means Robin not being in. Sorry, but yeah, I was trying to find ways to end it. Oh, I don't know. It's just because it's it's a very interesting idea, and I can see why going for a storyline like that was a bold move. But yeah, some people thought, if that was cut out as well, it won't do much to the story, to which I can somewhat see why, but it could have been more relevant. And with Daniel being the main character as well, he definitely needed to be in the forefront in some way, but maybe like just working things at Johnny is probably enough, really, just to make that the focus. Anyway, but I still like a lot of the moments of the Miyagi history backstory. Yeah, there was just that was I was quite anticipated with the build up it was going. Yeah, quite interesting at parts. And so yeah, it's moments like this that makes this episode fourth place amongst my ranking. But on the other hand, everything else is top notch. Because even Robbie and Tori, despite them just having like a couple of minutes, because their primary stories ended earlier, I still really like during the final episode, they finally get their reward and you just show their reaction and then already onto it. It's it's just that's like how to end a storyline well whilst because like I said, the stories have ended and they just get the reward. Because maybe it could have had the reward in, I don't know, episode 14 for instance, but I think it works very well with this final episode. I'm really happy for those two, those two. I don't know, I always get confused. But so the primary focus is so after the cliffhanger being like, oh, the senses are gonna fight each other, and it just makes you go, what? Because I remember thinking in the back of my head, being like, oh, Johnny didn't really get to a fair chance against Sensei Wolf, and neither did Daniel, but I was because I think on its own, it was interesting to see how they both do fight against one another, and I guess it could have acted like a setup if they were to have a outside of tournament fight, with Johnny and Daniel actually fighting Wolf together. Like that could have been one payoff. But I still like the Sensei fight as an idea, regardless. It's just something you never thought of. But then you like, of course, Sensei's fighting each other in the tournament. It's still like a cool idea. And many people have pointed out other problems like, well, what if if there's like too much of a age gap between the senseis, like would you still allow it? And I think the sensei surely would have to be up for it first. So for instance, I think if Monkey would have I think Miyogi would have said yes, and he would be like, it would just be like a couple of defenses and a couple of punches, and then I'll be beating the other sensei in less than 10 minutes or 3 rounds, something like that. I could just, I can sort of see that happening. I think Miyagi would do it, to win a tournament, especially to assist his students and to make sure that the opposite team doesn't go anywhere because Miyagi wants, definitely wants peace all around after all. And um, so Johnny has a whole heap of moments. Yeah, definitely. Not only the perfect ending for him, but just they have there's just a lot of emphasis with the focus being on him, and it just makes you wonder. Like, imagine if because season one had Johnny in the forefront a lot of the time, which I guess it makes you wonder. Like imagine if the entire season was structured so that Johnny was always in the forefront, with Miguel and the likes of Robbie and even perhaps Tori, would have their own moments, and Daniel can still act as like a his own dual protagonist in some way, and then the villains do all sorts of bits and bobs, and then the other, then you have Chosen, who's helpful to the main duo in some way, and the other students act as like extra voices to either team. I think that would have, so if that was like the consistent approach for every episode, then I think there would have been probably as high quality as episodes in this one, because just having that consistent feel would be rather good. It reminds me of because even every other show you think of, they always know their forefront characters, which they keep in the forefront, unless there's like spin-off ideas every now and again which shifts focus onto another character, which I guess Cobra Kai could have done that if they did want to have more emphasis on certain characters. They might not dedicate an entire episode towards certain individuals. Put a lot of the villain storyline, for instance, into like a single episode, and then they can go back onto episodes when they then focus on Daniel, Johnny, Miguel, etc. But a lot more. It's just something that got me thinking. Like, granted, that would mean a massive rewrite of the entire show, but um, um, anyway, it's just a suggestion. But it's just because when you watch this episode, it's just it's like an episode that gets everything right. Has Johnny in the forefront, Chosen occasionally helping, Daniel being involved as well. And granted, there's no Miguel, but his story is already nicely concluded then. So it's just it's just the way everything can conclude. Because it does start with Johnny etc. being rather worried, and the way Johnny sees Wolf as an entirely different opponent, because Johnny says sometimes when he loses, he knows how he can do it better next time, which I kind of see Terry Silver being a representation of that, because Johnny manages to kind of win against Terry at during that season 6 fight, especially with how much Johnny learnt. But yeah, Johnny shows that he's worried about Wolf, and then the training montage. I'm kind of it's quite interesting for a lot of Rocky references, throughout the entire show. But I reckon the showrunners were a big fan of that show, or if if they did make Johnny the likes, Johnny, a fan of that show, then if applying those references throughout, it's still it's like a nice pop culture reference touch to the film. And also, before watching the analysis videos, I even knew that when Carmen was like, "Oh, Johnny, you won," and going up close to him, even I knew that was a reference to the end of the first Rocky, and I haven't seen that all the way through. I just didn't know that ending, and I can imagine being a quite cool ending. I kind of want to watch both the Rocky films alongside the Creed trilogy as well. I think they could be I think they could be rather good to watch. I don't know what people think of these films nowadays, but I'm still very interested, to see if Creed works as like a good spin-off slash sequel, for after the quadrilogy. And so the training montage here was a lot of fun, and the crane kick stuff, because Johnny like gets taught how to use it, and I guess it's handy just in case, or maybe they just want to make it like a reference, but I think it is Daniel's move at the end of the day, so I don't think they wanted Johnny to nick take that from him, which is fair enough. But even Sensei Wolf, he definitely works as a antagonistic force, because he's quite an aggressive one as well. Because what makes Terry and what makes Terry scary is he's more of a intellectual threat, despite being a very skilled combatant. But with Wolf, he's immediately very like very sour, like him, because like he is manipulative too, which is definitely one reason why Wolf and Terry connect in some way, because they're both like like owning the room they walk in. But whilst Terry often makes his intentions subtle, and oftentimes to try and confuse others around him. But with Wolf, he's just already very blatant, and and I think he is definitely like more definitely more hands on as well. But to use Johnny's daughter as like a way to try and get some kind of leverage, that was like super mean, and it does make you really scared for Johnny with how he's going to win, where he's that much of a low point. The first time Johnny being scared as well, arguably, which is like just quite scary looking back. It just makes you wish that Sensei Wolf was like there from the get go almost, but that probably would have meant going back and forth between like storylines, especially if he would have been in another country. And it could have had like moments where Terry probably talks to Kreese about how they found this fighter, and there could have been like quite a good amount to set up before he then appears in the tournament. Although whilst I still like the twist of how Terry and Wolf were in it together all along, especially when the Iron Dragons seemed to be like some random team at first. So I still like that twist for the end, but I still like it as it is. It's just pretty much like the final boss, despite coming in quite late into the story. But definitely does well with his with the time he's given. That reminds me, I didn't get to talk about Axel. Axel definitely doesn't have much presence in during these final 5 episodes. Like, sure, there's definitely like moments where where he was like encouraged to injure Robbie, and and when Axel does get hit, when we never see him get hurt ever, during the prior 5 episodes, you do definitely feel that that shift in his performance and how the others see him, and yeah, and even Axel has other moments where just like seeing how sometimes he does find his footing, but throughout the majority he just gets downtrodden by the others. Well, as in getting beaten up by Robbie or Miguel. But yeah, I feel even Axel is like I don't know, it feels like Wolf where he definitely needed other setup as well to especially considering it's the final 5 episodes. Therefore, you do need to be a bit more conclusive, but. I still like the moments with him. I'm also would have liked to see more of um, how being responsible with what happened to Quan. I feel like that should weigh on him like way more compared to like being insecure about everything else around him. But I still liked what was done with him. And funny enough, I encountered a meme where someone says, "Oh, just like going from Karate Kid to Cobra Kai, in 30 to 40 years' time, we'll have Miguel and Axel meet up and they'll be rivals at first, but then they work together too." Yeah, just almost like if karate does, or if history does repeat itself, then yeah, just imagine that. But I feel like you would need to do a lot more to for Miguel and Axel to reunite years later. Yeah, gosh, imagine that. I felt like I could have like a good go at to creating a story like that, but even then, and so Axel just acts as like a very good obstacle, that has enough layers to him. Just enough to work with, but not too much at a point where it completely overwhelms you. At a point where you go, why wasn't he there earlier? But yeah, I still like him. His final moments, yeah, he was very tricky to fight after all. But anyway, back to Johnny. So, what I also didn't know until later is that when Johnny performs the back fist towards Sensei Wolf, therefore winning, the back fist was actually it came from Mike Barnes, which I thought was like a really interesting detail. To because I think when Johnny was fighting Mike, it definitely was a moment for them both to grow a bit, and it also represents how Johnny does have the upper hand, many thanks to Miyagi, and how Mike used to be he used to want to be a champion of something like the Osaka Taikai, and how he was like a small extension of Cobra Kai as well, and so to use that as like the finishing move, it's just something about that which quite interesting. Like, imagine if Mike and Johnny did have like their own kind of bond that took place in a couple of episodes, and therefore would have added like a bit more meaning to the borrowing the back fist. But even then, let's just still really like their connection, and yeah, the other moments as well, like be seeing Daniel in the Cobra Kai key, and despite wearing his same headwear, strangely sees it still, really sees Daniel. And the way Daniel and Chosen had tried to figure out what to do for Johnny, and yeah, what I also didn't know is that alongside the trading dude, the other guy was the shopkeeper nearby. Yes, it was them two watching the screen. Yeah, I did like it's like enough of a perspective of those watching TV thinking that Johnny might lose, but no, when he does actually start winning, it does it just makes them all happy, knowing that their valet won the entire global tournament. And I think the episode also had like that partial awareness of it, everything will be fine if Johnny loses, and it's only sent Wolf putting words in Johnny's mouth, or just generating some thoughts that kind of made you think, oh, Johnny could definitely do with winning this. Considering what could happen later on. And I think Sensei Wolf could be a bit of exaggerating where, just, having other people pick on, I would say, oh, do you still remember that your dad lost the tournament? It's a bit far-fetched, but I think that's kind of the point, I think Wolf is just telling Johnny about the worst possible scenarios if he did lose, therefore adding to the insecurity. But yeah, when it's thanks to Johnny losing his fear, starting to get more of his footing, but not to mention getting motivation from mainly Daniel, despite Chosen's help. It's just rather cool, and and it just had those other tense moments where Johnny does back off, especially when Sensei Wolf was about to perform an illegal move, wasn't it? Yeah, that was set up from his cage fight, and it's just and as others have pointed out, Johnny to win the tournament, and with the other lines come from the end of Karate Kid 1. So he's definitely like a representation of Johnny, finding winning the tournament. Because I think in another life, I think Johnny could have been taken to the Sakai Taikai if Cobra Kai continued to be more successful, and if Terry could find the time to to do more benefits of Cobra Kai, because I knew that Terry couldn't get as well as he could have because of the likes of the inheritance and how much he needed to get involved in his work. But I feel like he could have still organised out the Sakai Taikai, because if he was I don't know, like maybe because if you remember, Terry still made it there despite how much how much he needs to juggle work wise. Although did um oh no, like no, I think Terry still has like all of the jobs when coming back to him in at the start of season 4, because he didn't say that he was losing like the company benefits or or less of the payment from his company. There's no blind suggesting that, and I don't think it can be inferred either because he's still rather rich. He's still paid for all sorts. And if you remember, it's going from start of 4 and the end of 5, where the only thing he had left was a yacht and being able to pay for Wolf's debts or something. Debts. Yeah, there you go. Got the word. Yeah, I nearly said debts, as in sea debts. um, so yeah, what was I talking about again? Oh yeah, I think Johnny would have probably won the Sakataka at one point. He might have even been in the same team as Mike. That could have been possible, like another what if scenario, I suppose. So yeah, it's just to see Johnny finally win, because you could have argued that Miguel winning for Johnny is almost like a payoff, from what happened at the end of the first Karate Kid, but no, to give Johnny an actual victory, it's absolutely superb. And and even when Johnny and Daniel, they remain as senseis in their own little areas, but they still work together to exchange moves. Because even see the early parts of season 6 just kind of showcases that whilst they are working together, they almost don't suit sharing the turf, and so to have their own space to teach students, it is rather cool. And whilst other people have said that the likes of Kenny, Devon, and Anthony were, didn't add a whole lot to the story overall, but I still liked how those were some of the more experienced students that. Sorry. Right, so in one of the top 3 episodes of mine is season 6, episode 9, which is The Blood In, Blood Out, which is just where the Miyagi team finally do well at the Sakatakai, and it's where we get a lot more context for, why Wolf is significant, and, more on Terry's return. And it does have, sorry, I think firstly we'll go through Terry's return. So apparently the charges against him were dropped because of Raymond and Bert couldn't do like a solid enough statement during court, which I can somewhat see that happening, but you never know. There could have been other ways. Both Terry and maybe like other associates, like a lawyer or something, could have helped out as well. I could see something like that happening. But regardless, the consequences of season 5 mean that he's already aware that his own legacy is gone, because he said in season 5 that he wanted to continue the legacy of Kim, but his sensei. But looks like he sorry. But he's aware that there's nothing he could do. The position he once reached in season 5, he cannot go back again, and so that's where he. I don't know how he first researched Wolf in the first place. Maybe he must have explored. It's been a massive amount of months between season 5 and 6 after all. So I think he must have been searching for someone. Wait, does that mean he was looking for one of the best fighters around who used to have a dojo or is in depth as well. I think I probably would like a bit more on how Minato got to that position, but anyway, I still really like the scene where you once again we do see him a lot more haggard and untidy, because he does dress himself smartly for the Sekai Taikai, but when he was in that bar, a less professional area, has a cage fight in it after all, and he just makes himself a lot more informal, and and he's still rich enough despite a lot of losses money wise, and yeah um, willing to help Wolf pay his debts, which of course Wolf would allow someone to help him out, to that degree, and so it's not just helping Wolf out, and I think Terry also sees Wolf in his dojo as like a substitute to help carry on the, the I wouldn't say like Kim's legacy, because Wolf seems to train using his own philosophy and methods. But I think it's at least a purpose that Terry could at least still do, and so it is an interesting idea to go for, because he does he used to have Mike doing his dirty work, as further explained in season 5, but he at least had like the big ideas, and despite having some ideas that he's just mainly passing them over. And with Creasy and Terry again, he was there's the two confrontations. So the first one is where Chris is like, "Watch yourself," and then he later smacks Terry as well. Yeah, I've said it in my commentary, where I just like how Terry just was like, "Where did all of this come from?" It's just that I find kind of amusing, and but they two are rivals now, and a part of me kind of would want to see more, but they're just like, I think it is like one of those fallouts where you couldn't really do a lot with, but of course Kreese does try and to go for Terry with the blade, and I think that's an idea he gets later on because of Cobra Kai losing. It's they're out of the tournament, or as we thought. So look, I think once Kreese had that second chance, when the other team got disqualified, I think Kreese must have held that thought. But once the tournament goes away in the following episode, I think that's where he does take advantage again. Because I remember seeing some people being like, why did Kreese take the blade with him in the first place? But with how Kreese used that blade with the sponsors, I think it was like a way to give him leverage for that. And I think later on, you just must have improvised once Terry comes back, because I think what happened to Kreese, I don't think though. Yeah, season 4 does show that they never were going to truly get on, because their own ideas were so severely different, and just extremely different, because Johnny and Daniel can at least reach some kind of similarities with where they were going, but because I think what's interesting about Johnny and Daniel is that even though they're fixed on their own ideologies, regardless of where the influence comes from, both of them have always encountered moments where they've thought, maybe this other style of karate, has been worthwhile to pick up after all, and there is something to learn from it. But Terry and Kreese, despite being they're so similar with being part of the same dojo, and yet they're so different at the same time. Like just more, just like different differences in that way. So there is that. And go back to Kreese's blade. I like the moment where the three senseis are like, let's pin them both against one another. So it's like in a way to take one of them down, and it partially works because Kreese's imbalance does cause the dojo to falter a bit, which Kim picks up upon, and not to mention, Kim does talk to Tori about whatever you're feeling, use it, and then Kim is kind of speaking from true experience where she felt a tad betrayed by Chosen, but with what Robbie did, with we've seen Robbie and Zara together. That follow throughs here with Tori, wanting to have a fight against Robbie, and then, but it does, despite how tense that fight is, they do come to some kind of common ground. Which is nice. I think because I think Robbie seemed to be mature enough in the end that when he was being played by Quan all along, I think that's where he is mature to be like, I'm not letting this get in the way anymore, which is really good. It does remind me of how when Sam admits what Axel tried to do, instead of Miguel going all haywire, he does come to some understanding, which I would just really like to see from both of them. All four of them, working the situation extremely maturely. It is really nice to watch. It just goes to show how grown up they are. And because this episode does have I say the last, but the last in this part 2 anyway, where they do kind of struggle to get on. Robbie's still trying to get into the right mindset, and Dimitri and Hawk still weren't getting on, and the distractions really cost them. And then there's Kenny, where they thought, if he's come back, just in time for Silver, then that is definitely a thought that's worth exploring. But of course, that doesn't seem to be that doesn't turn out to be the case in the end. And Kenny did seem very definitive about it, because of course he will. Terry's a cheat. Why go follow him? And there is like the moment where Terry just tried to talk to Kenny and give him some thoughts, but almost like similar to Daniel, Kenny refuses. And I think Terry's the kind of person where unless the betrayal is there, you're not going to be as easily convinced. Terry does say some very tempting stuff, but Kenny does seem to think smarter, which of course there's Kenny doing very well for Miyagi-Do, just seeing not only how it went for Miyagi-Do, but it's just a very definitive fighting style he has. He's because that's a proper highlight in this very episode. And and Johnny comes back and gets updated about Terry and that, and Miguel too gets updated. Because I feel like I would need to rewatch of why Miguel eventually agreed for Robbie to still be the captain. But I think it is just everyone just having a very rough mindset, not knowing how to settle of their mindsets when first arriving. But Miguel instead inspires Robbie into the captain role, which is it does lead to my favourite moment in this whole season, where when they finally fight against Cobra Kai, the amount of that's achieved. You have because there is the speech all of the kids do. There is that finality which of being it's one last fight against Cobra Kai. It's just really inspiring stuff. It does really have that nostalgic feel of, oh my gosh, I still remember how all of them first met one another, and they're like a proper group, and it almost has like a nicer version, to all inspiring each other instead of the senseis inspiring, and do the speeches for them. Even Daniel just has like a meta line being like, oh, we'd have a speech, but never mind. So it's just very endearing, and the successful Miyagi-Do fight, that's why they came about in the first place. They were a proper worthy team in the end. We have Pork and Dimitri working well against one another, and Kelly comes into the mix, and Yeah, because the rules of this circular game were well established. You understand. What. I guess just a lot of the flexibility moments you could do around. There's no time limits. There's no rules against. Um, can swap tagging quickly if you like. It's just it has like a lot of those flexibility, which does make this match a lot of fun. And but yeah, everyone gets to shine. It's some more than others because we see Sam and Miguel do well, but of course Dimitri and Hawk get on well, and Kenny continues to be helpful, and then and of course there's Robbie's time as well. It is oh god, it's just so like gripping, like looking back on it right now, and it's just the commentary already. My commentary on the episode already speaks for itself for why the fight was just so fun. Like Robbie kicks Con's kicks away. I didn't having a lot more intimidation against him, and like wow, Robbie did deserve that captain spot, and it's wow, it's just absolutely fantastic. It's like one of those moments of a character having going full power, and even though the tension's there because of how Quan is a very formidable fighter, but you can see how Robbie wins in the end. He had like all the leverage all that time, and it's just extremely fun because it's only been like 3 weeks since I've lost when the second part was released, but I've rewatched it a good few times because it is just so it's just extremely fun to watch, and Quan is I think is at his best in this episode because he does try to tease the others at first, but then when he tries to fight Robbie, he's like because Quan did underestimate Robbie at first, but then once he notices that Robbie picked up the pace or just like really going full power, that's where Quan enjoys it. But then you see the kind of frustration he has over time. So because he's never. I don't think he's ever been beaten. So there's that frustration in him. Just an extremely cool episode. After the midpoint, a lot of events have changed. There's that real sense of how far everyone's got, and it just acts as like part of the ending culmination. With how everyone's been taught, and that it's like one of the most climactic peaks of the story, and it's been built up extremely well, considering everything. Even the opposite Cobra Kai team, despite not seeing Quan and the others for very long, they still feel like an intimidating presence, an obstacle to overcome. And then all of the moments between the senseis as well, how they bounce off one another at that point. It is, it was just like consistently pitting throughout. I just felt like I was just on my seat throughout this episode because as I said before, I like all of these episodes. They're all very similar in quality, but there were just moments where I just when I was just like more relaxed more than others, which it's fine. You need relaxing moments throughout the episodes, but in an episode like this where everything's been building up, that's where I'm like, oh yes, it's just one thing after another. It's just extremely great. Sorry, I do seem to be describing it as great, but I assure you, I do try and explain how why I think it's well done, and that I think the commentary will help add a bit more context despite being a bit lengthy at times. Anyway, so let's get going because it's only been recently where I found out how long this video was. So let's just get moving. Come on.
Alright, so in second place is December 19th, which is the finale of season 3. And when I was just thinking about all of these episodes as a whole, I was quite surprised that I still thought of this episode this high, despite 3 new seasons coming
out after this. Because even though there's a whole heap of other finales and episodes I like, but I think with this one, I think in the grander scheme of things, it's an episode which I somewhat find nostalgic, but it was just this episode was like reaching new heights at a point where I was like, started to become like a real favorite, one of my favorite shows rather. And so in this episode, so it does have the house fight, which it's shorter and smaller compared to the school fight, which means more balance for the adults, which is nice. And yeah, it is just a lot shorter as well because there's a lot of time with Ali, and then it's going back to the dodo to fight against Kreese. Not to mention Kreese's flashbacks coming up as well. So I think the house fight is, from those four things I listed, it's like somewhat my least favorite because it's just a lot of it is just action, but in between the action there is like some really nice payoffs, like there's Miguel remembering a method taught by his son, and and remembering the drum, and because he just used that move once against Kyler, and that was a really nice payoff. Just a hint of Miyagi working for him, and he does manage to do a proper kick in the end, which is rather good. That shows his recovery, and Sam gets over her trauma. She has her bow and wins against Tori again, which is good. And then Hawk finally switches over after realizing because he fought for quite some time, but I think once he did start to calm down after all of that adrenaline, I think that's where he was just started to look around, and he was thinking of everything that was said by him, including Johnny and that, and he is in that real dilemma. But once he sees Dimitri being in danger again, and everyone's like, "Hey, Hawk, how about a free shot against Dimitri again?" And so that's where Hawk decides to switch back to his mate's side, which I think it's rather nice. And I think the only problem I can think of with the house fight is that Hawk does smash someone with a glass object of some kind, and you would think that had like more of a permanent knockout, but no, he does come back later on, and I suppose in this universe, they're a tad superhuman. And Miguel also managed to get up and against Carl because of just looking back everything as well, just all of that support thanks to Johnny. So that's a nice touch to it as well. And then that's what I could say about the score fight. It's just very nice. And then Ali properly bonds Johnny and Daniel at a point where, even despite the fallouts, they do start become like mates rather than foes. And she talks about having the third perspective, and which is just it just helps put them both into perspectives. Just put a lot of their rivalry just aside. So it's really cool for Bali to be the one to do that, especially when she despite not having a lot of time for Johnny and Daniel back in the 80s, she still remains as like a significant figure for either of them. Just extremely nice. And what else is there? I think this was also where Eagle Fang and Miyagi-Do start to of course she had the new night to fight against Cobra Kai as well. So it's just like despite just being a nice moment in and of itself, it's just extra. It's just these little bits and bobs setting up season 4, which is like extremely cool. And even though I didn't get it the first time with Chris looking at the photo and then ringing his phone because, I didn't watch Karate Kid 3 and I don't think the Terry Silver trailer was even out yet. So, it did make my scratch my head a bit, but after rewatches, it was quite exciting even as season 4 was start to get closer. Yeah, and there's that final moment between Johnny and Daniel to bound in front of their students. They start to going to work together. It's just a really cool moment there as well. The Crease flashbacks, they do well to showcase what was definitely one of Crease's most significant moments. And for Terry as well. He was quite refusal to go on the platform, but Grease offers instead, which is a ball move, and the commander tries to throw a jab at him by saying, "Oh, your girl's gone," and then that's where they fight one another, and Grease is a tad out of focus, but once he gets a bit more of a upper hand, and despite having an opportunity to see the commander after the camp gets attacked, Grease just decides to decides to take out the commander, presumably being the the commander himself, perhaps. Would anyone witness him, and it would go into some kind of Hague or something if he was seen doing that, but because I can see how Terry might support that idea, but I don't know. Maybe it is just because it's a small, compact team. The commander's 4 or 5 best men. So I don't think they're going to witness that. And not to mention, I think all the rest of the men are, the air crash dropping the explosives. So I think I can see how Creed wouldn't be seen doing that. I think he does try and look around a bit to make sure. But most importantly, this moment is what. There's the whole snake thing that would provide him some inspiration, and Grease was once this learner who had despite working in a smaller job, he had his he was brave enough to go in the army, brave enough to be one of the commander's most special assets. They're part of the commander's own little team, and he had a girl as well, but and he just decided to be a much more hardened, which does follow up with what we see of him later on. So all of that does cut up in all in between. So I just really like that progression, because that flashback was its own little subplot as well, but it does a lot to build up Grease, and indeed the bits and bobs of Terry as well. Does, because I think in Karate Kid 3, I think Terry thanks Grease once again for saving him, but this series does obviously show that answer, and it's a really nice touch, and just that last fight as well, just extremely good. Because Johnny does get an upper hand with Grease, and then he gets reluctant to fight Robbie after, because I think Grease would have got Robbie into some kind of mindset, but mostly it is just how he's felt he's been treated by Johnny and Daniel, and to try and take it all out on Johnny, and then Johnny accidentally knocks him over. Which was quite emotional at times. It was just a lot to this fight, and there was that moment where Johnny picks up a weapon, I don't know the name of the weapon, but he does decide to drop it after Robbie kind of gets to him, and just goes back to fist fighting, and Grease nearly takes out Johnny as well, because I think he was pretty much getting in Grease's way, and with Johnny trying to go for Grease as well, I think Grease couldn't afford those things. And then that moment where Daniel and Grease first fight each other, wow, it's just with Johnny versus Grease, Johnny was, he seemed to be confident enough to, throw, throw punches at him, especially at the start of season 2. He was just, he was so like build up at a point where he was like, nah, you're not letting him back. So yeah, the following fight, it's a tad balance, but Johnny just gets hold of Kreese tons of times, and Kreese nearly has the finishing move. But yeah, it's just with Daniel, however, he was refusing to fight at the start of season 3, but after seeing Johnny being threatened and Robbie being knocked out, makes it a bit unsettling for him as well. And and Kreese was not going to back down. And despite Daniel being overly, in his defensive mode, like the miniature kind of attacks, it's just really cool. And I've said this in the commentary. It was a bit weird why when Daniel entered, the bell didn't ring, but I think he could have moved the door like quietly or something, because I guess it just depends what kind of bell it is, and or doorbell, the kind the store has. And yeah, for only to sneak along, otherwise we would have heard running noises. But yeah, there's a lot of it has some of my favorite Daniel delivery as well, because as well as the line when he was like, oh, defense only, not I, and luckily I don't have to. That's the line itself. It's just paraphrasing at the first half, but yeah, it was like a good whack against Greece then. But also when he just first enters and he goes, he sent them to my house, and it's just it just makes me smile, because it's like, oh, he's just heard all of this, because Daniel finds out about that off screen, but um of course he would come along after Samantha from the others, and even his house being in trouble. And but yeah, just what a crowd pleasing moment, because just another thing I thought of is that, imagine you were young and you first watched The Karate Kid in 1984, and you just see the presence of Kreese and how feeble is that the right word, or just like how scrawny Daniel was, like. And yeah, and if you're like a major fan at the time, it would have been like, oh gosh, imagine if they do like go older and try and fight one another, and that's just what happens here, and it's just great. And because Daniel and Chris have only fought once, but I do really like the contrast, because you can see Daniel's moves being like extremely precise, and yeah, with the Miyagi-Do influences, it is extremely cool. And then Chris does try to go for Daniel as well, considering what he was trying to do with Johnny earlier. And yeah, because Chris was even thinking Miyagi when he was trying to strike Daniel as well, just really emphasizing more of his hatred towards Miyagi, Chris's hatred. But that's what the move becomes useful, and just thought, what a fantastic payoff. And then because I don't know what the final 5 episodes will look like, but I reckon this could be setting up something, because part 2 had that mode where Daniel really gone for Kreese, and then Sam appearing stops Daniel's anger. I just feel like that could be leading somewhere, after being reminded of it again. And yeah, Robbie joining the dojo is a bit disappointing, but not to mention so I mean disappointing for the characters, sorry, not disappointing for the story. Just yeah, I think that just helps add more breadcrumbs for season 4. And then yeah, and there's that moment where Johnny nods at Daniel, not only saying yes, you might as well go for it, considering he nearly got to us, as in a, don't want to use the wrong words, I've just been learning about some guidelines. Chris trying to get rid of Ivor in their own ways, and then Johnny is like, Daniel can always can get rid of him, but it's also a moment where Johnny's happy for Daniel to do it. He's Chris is in a like a weakened position, so yeah, why not? Chris should be done with from their perspective at the time. But yeah, it was just extremely satisfying, and seeing that because Daniel may have been taught that move off screen, after being like, oh, please teach me her, but and the scroll as well, but to use it in that useful moment, yeah, it is fab. But yeah, like Daniel was nearly gone, so it was the move definitely needed to be done there, because it, once again it brings up the question of, why doesn't he do that all the time? But not only is there, difference between life and the opposite of it, but also I think when you're watching other fight scenes as well, like the Terry fight scenes, it just requires very precise precision, to get like the arms blocked, and the correct way to hit the knee as well. It does require that, because Daniel manages to do one land against Johnny during season 4, but I think there's enough wiggle room to excuse the lack of use of it. But not gonna lie, I probably would have liked to see more of it. How, just really showing how talented of a fighter Daniel is. But I think that's hard to say for this one. Just a really superb finale to this one, because even if, for instance, season 3, no, I can't really see season 3 being the last one, but no, I can't say that. That's just daft. Because I thought season 3 was going to be the last one, but no. But just an excellent, fantastic finale. Great midpoint, and you see Daniel and Johnny bond in some ways, and the way Chris loses as well. Because even the flashbacks, had more layers, and I like a tad bit of sympathy, but Chris lost fair and square. Definitely, and just what I said about Karate Kid back in 1984. It's just the unbelievability of that moment happening, and it's just still really built up well, because I can't see Daniel seeing Chris any more times other than the times he did see it. So it still feels well built up and very fan service like, and it gives us answers for how they they like to fight with one another, and how Ali helps out with their rivalry. Just like a whole heap of progression. Even the house fight, has, like I said, has a lot of cool payoffs, and it's probably one of my favorite group. No, my favorite is the the fight in the previous episode where Miyagi finally gets to do well. But without further ado, let's now get to what I think is my favorite episode. Alright, so I've decided, despite me wondering which episode to put where, but I decided to go for All Valley, which is season 1, episode 7. So not definitely an episode that doesn't have, well, hardly any action, because the most action we got is Daniel training Robbie, which was a very neat idea, to have, Daniel have a student of his own, and with Robbie learning karate, and after watching Miguel progress, it already creates that intrinsic contrast, because Daniel didn't train for long, and yet he did extremely well in the first film. So it makes you wonder, like, oh, what's going to happen? And then I think this is where Daniel shares even more tips with Robbie, including Daniel's presumably original move with the the car lifting up method. And I was just trying to think if that was that episode or not, but I think it is, because what's oh no, never mind. Sorry, I think what. So I was right about the original move, but I think it's probably still getting trained a tad more. Like getting some tips during the workplace, and I think this is where he starts trimming the tree as well, which was also come from the first film. So it's a really nice recreated moment, but for a different context, and context of its own that's still strong enough on its own, which it's an important distinction between a reference and a nicely I can't say a nicely recreated scene, because it's not exactly recreated, it's just it's the same activity, but just seeing how what the characters like in different positions. It's Daniel teaching Robbie this time, and see now and how Robbie interacts with it, and he starts to get into a bit more of a peaceful, self-reflective kind of mindset, and does go a long way for him. And then this episode also has Johnny and Miguel having their own yeah, I think yeah, it's my favorite time of their dynamic, especially when with the as the main dynamic of this show, the way they play off one another here, it is just great. I'll get to my favorite part at the end, between them, but you do have like some nice moments in between where Robbie, no, when Johnny keeps asking, "Oh, is she hot? Is she hot?" It's just like that. That was yeah, that always gets me. And then, oh, what's in that case? Nothing. I just found it in the dumpster. Yeah, and then yeah, Johnny has that really nice suit, which yeah, it does suit him. And he wears it a couple of times afterwards. So and he learns from Miguel a bit to not throw any punches, because Johnny just had that temptation, building up, and then during the border meeting with the karate people, and yeah, and it's just like the first time where Johnny puts a cap on, but this time he really had to try, considering how he used to lash out all the time. And yeah, and then both the students and Johnny did give Miguel the final answers, what to do with someone on a date, and there you go. And even the date is, very, once again, it's very reminiscent of the first film, but I still believe it has its own kind of context, because the yeah, there's still like a good amount of differences between Daniel and Miguel's situation, including Ali's and Sam's as well. And because in the first film, it wasn't even a date as such, it was getting back in Ali's good books again, and yes, so they were just having fun. But yeah, but in the show, the place still stands, and because there's like a really nice place, and there's the octopus thing that does pay off a couple of times, and I really like the way they bond as well. It's probably my favorite episode involving Sam as well, and I probably would say Miguel as well. Although that brings the question, I think my favorite Dan episode would have to be the previous one, despite not a lot of screen time. But my favorite Johnny episode, maybe one of the season 4 ones, or he was really cool at the end of season 1 though. So yeah, gosh, that's another tricky task. Anyway, but yeah, not to mention, I think like last episode, like the previous episode, this was just as a much earlier episode, it was going from a show I'm starting to really enjoy to be like, oh boy, this is one of my favourites, and Eddie plays that track by Commuter as well, Young Hearts, which is one of my favourite songs ever. I first heard it from the show, I was like, oh wow, this is a banger, and then found out it was played in the first film, and yeah, it's great. I'm just really I'm partially sad that Commuter didn't really do more other than that one album, which is a bit of a shame, because I feel like they could have done potential to do more, but never mind. And but yeah, it is yeah, because in the first film it was the opening lyric parts, then the mid instrumental, and then I think it carries that lyrics again at the end. But yeah, even the show only has one of the choruses play out. Um, yeah, it's nostalgia done well, that's for sure. Yeah, it was like a really nice montage, and yeah, because Miguel was like, oh, I don't think I'll get a guess in the end, but he does, and yeah, we would just feel like really happy for him. It just shows the positives of Cobra Kai, where it just gave him that kind of confidence. Oh yeah, because in the school as well, not accepting defeat, and then the way both Miguel and Sam like kind of twist the words about, oh, it's not a date. I just feel like a part of that is like quite clever, especially in its subtext. Even the border meeting, it isn't like the most exciting thing, but it it is like the first major step in Johnny growing. How he's tried to redefine Cobra Kai, or at least the way he's trying to teach it, far different to Grease already, and yeah, not to mention, I really like the Easter eggs, because yeah, Grease starts to become a bit more of a presence, especially at the end of season 1, because not just because of their cliffhanger, but the portrait as well, where Daniel explains to Robbie how Daniel sees Grease, and but you like the mention of Terry as well, because in rewatches, I was like, oh my god, they did mention him. So this early on in the show, you already know that it's going to acknowledge the entire story. Granted, the fourth one has little to no reference in the show, which I think is a bit of a shame. But if once again, last 5 episodes, we'll still wait and see. But if season 4 still has no reference in the show, I think it still acts as more Miyagi content, which I think it's nice, and I guess it goes to show what tells Miyagi did after the events of 3, because if he would have hung around with Daniel a lot and even seen Chosen at one point, as evident with season 3. Yeah, but yeah, just even that tiny exchange in the board meeting when Johnny was like, I don't even know who this Terry is, and he's just like, of course. And but yeah, Terry already is shown to be familiar with Johnny a couple of times, because Terry doesn't mention him whatsoever in the third film, but of course in the show, so it is just really nice to connect those dots. And yeah, you have Daniel, which yeah, I guess you could find him. Oh, I don't know, it's just because he does have like his knocking moments, being like, we're totally not going to let Johnny go past his board, or just ask him about Crease, being a bit like I said, a tad snarky. And but from his perspective, it makes sense, because Daniel did see Johnny as like a more than a nuisance, and how Cobra Kai was quite threatening, because even 1985 was referenced, because Mike Barnes caused that dojo to close down, I think, because yeah, in Karate Kid 3 dojo was the dojo wasn't training Johnny and the others, so, and Grease going out and about for Terry to then use the dojo himself, that must um yeah, I think that's how that part lines up. But yeah, and for Johnny to be able to pass this by, just using just words, and it works, and works out for him. And but yeah, just not to mention, just the ending scene as well, where both Johnny and Miguel are like, they do more than well with with their own little quest. And I just really like Johnny's reaction when he was like, at first, Johnny thought, oh yes, I did well, and then Johnny was like, wait, you done well as well. I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, just an extremely endearing moment, and yeah, just like they start to become proper buddies, and yeah, oh yeah, it's just really nice looking back, and Cobra Kai can go part in the tournaments again. So yeah, it does give me that kind of giddiness, which strikes me more so than the previous episodes. Like yeah, this one, it's like tad unconventional, because it has um yeah, because like I said, the lesser exciting border meeting, and the date is familiar with the first film, so it still carries over what's been previously established. But yeah, it's just where the show like really like becomes solidified, because yeah, it just makes me a bit sad when people are like, oh, I couldn't really go past episode 3 because it was a tad slow. But then I just think, for goodness sake, stick with it, and you'll be pleased you watched it, because anyone can like enjoy the show. It's just a whole heap to learn from, and it's a sequel project that's done extremely well. And yeah, so that's why it's my favorite episode. Yeah, just yeah, really nice. So yeah, that's the entire ranking. Like, boy, what a challenge. So as I have become confident, turning comments on again. So so yeah, we can all share what's your ranking, and anything you'd like to clarify. Like if I've made any incorrect references. And yeah, so yeah, we'll all civilly share our thoughts. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see how everyone ranks them, with their own standards and that. But yeah, you'll be ranking 65 though, unless you just want to stay your top 10 or whatever. Because yeah, like this show does get teased about a couple of bits, like how it becomes tad unrealistic over time, or the ever-growing cast, but it is yeah, it is just like a proper gem that really stands out, and it just makes you wonder how it will be recreated. I've encountered one project which apparently will have a reunion, although maybe that's just a reunion and not a sequel thing. I forgot what the project's called. I never really heard of it, but if just more sequels in general, take more notes from this, then I feel like film and TV will be going a long way. Just finally back on the right track, because yeah, it's been nearly a decade of broken promises for a lot of people. You all know what I mean. Yeah, whether it's your own experiences or what's been popular. So it's been really fun to rank these. It's probably my longest video yet, so I do apologise for that. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it. So yeah, let's stop right there. Yeah, the show's the best. So yeah, let's I'll see you next time.